Good morning, people, and welcome back to the MENA qualifier as we are going into not Championship Sunday, but Championship Saturday for the final day, and we will find out who is going to go and join Falcons from this region to play out in this big Elite League $1 million tournament. My name is T Panda, and of course, joined by my trusty companion Waga here, taking you on a trip. We have had a pretty exciting last 2 days. A lot of 2-0s on the board, but also got a 3-map series in the upper bracket finals yesterday between Winter Bear and Nigma Galaxy, who are currently waiting in the grand finals. So we have to play out this lower bracket final between Winter Bear and Gamax, and after that, a best of 5 to finish off the day. So a lot of Dota coming up here, Waga.
Really fun stuff. Winter Bear came in very, very strong in game one against Nigma Galaxy, and Galaxy then proceeded to bring it back with hard work and effort throughout game 2 and 3 as well to knock down Winter Bear to this position. But also Gamax, they completely destroyed Adonis in their series, so they looked very, very convincing. It was high aggression, it was a lot of fighting, so I'm hyped to see what they're going to bring here against Winter Bear. We've been saying Winter Bear seem like they might make their way back into the grand finals here, but Gamax, they did show that they are definitely no pushover as well.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And actually, as we're waiting for the draft to kick off here for game number 1 between Winter Bear and Gamax, just a quick reminder as well, because there's only one slot available at the end of the day for one of these two teams. It is going to be a $5,714 prize for the winner of this series at least, because the winner,
Guaranteed,
of course,
yeah.
goes into the main event. And the second place runner-up basically gets a tiny reward for themselves, but third place, nada.
Yeah, exactly. So if you lose this, then sadly you have nothing. And this is, an important first step here. So no matter if you manage to win or not against Nigma, at least there's something for your efforts. But of course, all these players, they want the chance to go and play against all the big teams. Of course, qualifying to the main event is the dream and hope for these players here.
Yeah, definitely. And as we were about to start the game, apparently people are now disconnecting out of the primary lobby. So we're going to stick on camera for a bit and get ourselves into the remake. That's why I was looking around on my camera here, like, what's going on here? We have 8 seconds left on our banner timer, or band timer.
Yeah, I think we're getting out of this lobby, right? So let's get into a new one. Because apparently the captain disconnected, so their draft time was disappearing, which is, not really ideal because they were down to just 8 seconds remaining. And that's when they realized, yeah, we probably need to have a remake on this. This doesn't really work.
I was actually, I'm going to quickly check up on Elite League. So yeah, everybody who qualifies for the event at least secures $10,000. So that's a bit over double the amount for the runner-ups from these close qualifiers. So I would have been curious if it's like second place runner-up gets a prize pool, and then you get to the event and you are like last and you don't get any money for it. That's
There's
also
no
a
bottom
chance.
place. Yeah, most events nowadays in Dota do have prize payout all the way to the bottom, which is, pretty good, because if you do qualify for a main event, it feels a bit weird if you don't get anything at all for going. I mean, Dota used to be like that. It used to be like that for TI even. You bottom 8 TI didn't get anything at all in the past. It used to be very, very top-heavy distribution of the pay, which still kind of is, but at least now there's something for, the lower placements in tournaments.
Something to look for, at least.
Yeah. And you need that. You need that
Yep.
for good stability. Otherwise, it's just very rough for these, the teams with the dreams, basically, to make it in. I'll entrust you to get us into the lobby, by the way. But
Yeah, I'm constantly refreshing and just waiting for an update. Looks like now we're in the post game, so shouldn't be too long from now. I think actually, I mean, we can still continue fluffing for the people, since I don't think there's a good idea to just throw us back into a waiting screen. I think the lobby's up now. We're gonna throw ourselves in there.
I think it will only be a minute or two. Probably.
Yeah. So with basically one team already had their hopes crushed, which was Adonis. Gamax knocked them out yesterday in a 2-0 series. I feel like maybe Gamax Saudi, this is the last day to make an effort. You already
Hmm.
kept yourself in the run for this tournament. I'd like to see them put up a challenge versus Winter Bear. They've lost already to them before, which was in the first round. And that was a very dominating performance from Winter Bear. They basically crushed Game 2 in 21 minutes
Hmm.
versus Gamax Saudi. So how do you feel like, is there like level disparity between these two teams, or was it just a first day fluff and anything could have happened?
At first, I felt like it's probably a level disparity, but I said it as well when we were casting Gamaxodi and Adonis. Before the lower bracket started, I believe even that these players they can perform much better than we saw on day one. Both of them got
Mm,
0-2'd basically by Winter Bear and Nigma Galaxy to start out the tournament. And Gamaxodi, I think hopefully they will find the ability to play at their higher level because the players definitely have the potential. And yesterday we saw glimpses of that potential, and I hope that today they all will find exactly what they need to, give us the best Dota possible here.
yep.
Likewise for Winter Bear, I just want to see, both the teams battle out. And if that's the case, I'm not sure there's that big of a level disparity necessarily. The individual skills there for Gamak
Yep.
Saudi. I just think Winter Bear are perhaps a little bit more cohesive and better at making quick moves on the map.
Yeah, yeah, like Winter Bear, especially they showed yesterday versus Nigma Galaxy, especially in game number one. If they get to dictate the pace, they could definitely make the right moves, keep up that pace, which I think is really important. That you never let go and continue to find success, like pick off to pick off, objective to
Hmm.
objective. Because there are always these moments where you fail a couple of smoke ganks, you don't find your opponents. It becomes really difficult to find them on the map. And once you go too deep, it might be quickly like Nigma rotates with 4 heroes, gets a successful team fight, and starts to turn the game in their advantage, like in game two, where they understood how Winter Bear is playing the map and how they approach fights. Because Nigma, they played super passive game one, they played defensive game two, and then they got to play aggressive in the final game of that series. So Winter Bear,
Yeah.
we're expecting them to come and hit heavy, and it's just up to Gamax Saudi. How do they match up that tempo? Do they start very fast, or do they play like Nigma did yesterday and just hit their timings and then fight back?
Yeah, interestingly, the game that worked best for Nigma there was game two, where, well, game three was also amazing for them because then they kind of got in the groove. But game two was when they broke the stride of Winter Bears,
Mm,
like you said, by not necessarily taking the steering wheel and ganking before the enemy gank, instead just counter ganking very effectively. They played against, of course, the Clinks and they predicted his moves really
mm.
well. We'll see as well if Gamax Saudi, surely they've been watching the games. Are they going to ban out that Clinks? Do they respect it? Or do they have some plan for it? We saw Sumail playing a Storm Spirit and just kind of punishing the Clinks whenever he showed anywhere on the map.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but the question is, what you want to see from Gamax Saudi, what they're going to run.
Yeah, and Mikey's hero pool, because that has also been under the targets for both
Hmm.
Gamax Saudi in the first series and Nigma also in the second series, where they were like, well, we need to first pick Mikey's hero first. How does Winter Bear adjust their draft? Do they flex pick a potential mid slash support on the first phase and leave Gamax Saudi kind of guessing? Is this going to be a mid hero that we need to counter? Does it get demoted into support and it will kind of waste our hero counters on that? Prime examples of a Batrider, for example, you start picking Nyx Assassins and maybe some Clockworks and stuff like that. And it's like, well, now we have these heroes and Bat's a support, so you don't want to fall prey inside the draft, which can also happen with a lot of teams when they don't anticipate a trick being thrown in the draft. That's why I feel like reading the draft sometimes can be super intriguing, even if it's not like tier one teams, because there are so many avenues that can open up for niche heroes to be picked that aren't being played in the meta. Comfort heroes for players that are like, I love to play this Lone Druid, for example. Lone Druid, which we don't really see in the meta. It's like, wow, what can they do with this hero? Does it feel like a weird pick? Is it a super comfortable pick? Even with yesterday, you talked about the Storm Spirit, they picked it into the puck and still
Yeah.
had great success with it.
Yeah, I mean, Dota has like near infinite constellations and practically infinite drafting potentials, and hopefully we'll see that soon as the players are trying to load in again. Hopefully, no issues this time. as the game is gonna start up.
Yeah.
And yesterday we saw Gamax. They brought some heroes that we both enjoy. The TA came out, and we saw quite a bit of aggression from them with the Primal Beast going at people. I want to see Gamax try to lead the way with aggression, because that's the style that seems to be most successful for them.
And here we are with the drafting scene for all of you people. The lower bracket final can finally begin between Winterbear and Gamax. So now that we're past the phase where we need to make remakes and stuff, we're now fully rolling in with the ban list. And there's an intriguing Life Stealer first phase ban instantly. So that has to be an instant respect ban, because Gamax they did play versus Adonis in game number 1.
Yes.
And that was, it came out with great effect.
Yeah, he played amazing. He was dominating that game. He got his early armlets built into the Radiance, and he just looked pretty annoying. It also takes away some of the potential heroes that you want to run on the offlane currently. That game was a counter to the Centaur. It's a great hero to have against the Centaur, because you get stronger and stronger the higher HP pool your opponent has, and Centaur, one of the biggest ones. So yeah, it's a natural hero to get rid of if you plan on running something like that on the offlane, or if you want that potential.
Yep, and talked about the Batrider a bit. That's actually going to be our first pick here for Winterbear. And Winterbear, I don't think they've actually played this bat. Yeah, this is the first Batrider for them in the tournament. So we kind of talked about this yesterday. Nigma Galaxy is going to be watching this series, at least partially. Some of them are going to be keeping an eye open on the drafts from both of these teams, suspecting what's going to be like the series meta between these two. And if they find success with a hero that hasn't been played before in the course of this tournament, that could strike an eye. It's like, do we need to target this hero? Do we need to keep this in mind, at least in terms of the draft? And does Winterbear, because they are coming in as the favorites, of course, into this series, already played against Nigma, took a map off of them, they could come up with a strat that they could stretch to the grand finals. I think a great example, this is kind of a long stretch, but I think is a great example here, is take Team Liquid, the previous Nigma Galaxy, where they played in TI the Tide TA. Which was their minus armor strat that they played in the lower bracket finals.
Like TA gives you everything.
Yeah, and then they went to the grand finals. They picked it in game 1, and they were never allowed to pick that duo again. It just got banned every single time. The TA didn't go through, or the Tide didn't go through, and the package started to crumble. But it was a strat that they made work earlier in the day and got an instant success with it in the finals. So something that Nigma is also going to be paying attention to.
Yeah, I mean, different things you can find as you get to play. There are even people who say like, oh, if you go lower bracket, you actually get to play more matches total, so you can actually come in better shape in a tournament than the ones who have just been cruising and winning all the way.
Yeah.
You fought for it, and having more three-game series throughout the tournament can also be good for you. Stuff like that, there's some point to it, because
there's two sides of the page.
Valuable. Yeah.
Like, would you rather warm up by playing some pubs going into the official, or do you play a grueling elimination game that gets you hyped up if you can win that series? And can you see the exhaustion kick in at some point? Because officials are so different to pubs. And if you have to play multiple officials during the day, worst case scenario, you play a 3-map series here, and then you go into a BO5, going all the way to 5 maps. That can be very draining at some point.
It can. It's pretty mentally taxing to play competitive games like this at the highest level and be in that hyper-focused state for such a long period of time. So that's the tough part about going through lower bracket. That's the winner bracket advantage nowadays. There used to be a winner bracket advantage of like, one game series, usually, or one game in the series. But honestly, you have enough advantage of not having to play the lower bracket beforehand. And of course, you get to watch this series here and see what your opponents are coming in with, like you said. Let's talk about the heroes a little bit. What are we seeing here, Tipanda? What's coming in?
Well, at least as we're opening up with the Batrider, the Primal Beast, I feel like this is a decent answer already directly to the Batrider. If this ends up being a core, for example, a lot of disruption coming out of the hero, and then lining it up with Rubik's got some great spell steals. I think this is already a very good potential offlane duo that they have at hand. And Winterbear, they're doing something similar as well. They're still keeping that Batrider open for flex, but that Centaur, Was this the team
10
that played
seconds
Cent
remaining.
4? No, that was Nigma, and Matthew was the one who played the 4 Centaur,
Yeah.
actually.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
Centaur could potentially also be a flex here for Winter Bear if they learned anything from Nigma Galaxy in their series, but I feel like there's still quite a lot open. The safe lane duos are, they see their matchups, potentially. But
Mhm.
what do you feel? Like, what kind of a
I
hero really fits? What type of a hero really fits into these drafts?
I mean, I like. I want to go back to what Gamax are drafting here, and I
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
say I
Go ahead.
like
Go
how
ahead.
they're reacting. They're reacting to what the Batrider is giving here and the Centaur initiation. They have the Rubik for the lift, the Venge for the insta swap as well. So they have good reaction to quick initiations here, setting themselves up to be able to be counter aggressive, and they still have Primal Beast to lead the way if they want to make their own moves. Winter Bear picking the Centaur, like you said, it could still be flex, but with the first phase Lifestealer ban, it a little bit telegraphs that he wants to be on the
Radiant
offlane.
team
This
picked.
probably wants to be laning down
Sven
there.
stands ready.
And they pick up a Sven on Gamax Saudi, a hero that we've seen have great success lately. The Aghanims build on Sven is very popular nowadays. So I'm excited to see how that's going to work out for him as well. Quite classic combo, Venge and Sven as well. Minus armor and a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was
10
kind of thinking
seconds
about the
remaining.
Kunkka, if that would have been an idea for Gamax Saudi, but that would already kind of
5
reveal the
seconds
Primal
remaining.
Beast
Radiant team
Kunkka
back.
triple or duo melee, maybe even into a triple melee, since what we've seen against Stampede has been the X mark, because Disruptor really isn't being played in the current meta. You would have like some kind of way to counter initiate on top of a defensive Stampede or even an offensive
10
Stampede. The
seconds
split
remaining.
push potential coming out from X mark helping you with the split push, because
5
Primal
seconds
Beast,
remaining.
even if he does have wave
Dire
clear,
team
he
ban.
still kind of struggles with his long cooldowns to cut them down and be an efficient split pusher. And Gamax Saudi, they have some spells that help them do that, but they can't really leave these heroes by themselves to try and push out a wave. Their split push is very limited, while Winter Bear, I feel like they have
10
very
seconds
efficient
remaining.
split push, which could allow them to play the map more efficiently. And now that we see
5
the
seconds
Husker
remaining.
come out as well, which they have played before, I think this was actually it was Gamax Saudi who played the Husker.
We saw multiple
Yeah.
teams run it as well.
Yeah.
Adonis, I think, ran it, and Gamax
Dire
Saudi
team
ran it.
ban.
I'm not
It
sure.
was versus Winter Bear in game 2, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Huskar is a hero that's risen in popularity lately. He's had a lot of buffs over the last few years. He's been honestly kind of cruising and getting more and more. Recently, we had the buff to a lot of his components
10
as well, the
seconds
Sanj
remaining.
and the Halberd, more value on them.
5
So
seconds remaining.
seeing the Huskar here, it makes me a little bit worried for Gamax, but they do have the last pick for mid, so they can still react to it. And they have Venge and Sven, which is pretty great. You have minus armor, you have tons of damage from the Sven. Sven buys a BKB very
Radiant
naturally.
team ban.
So this doesn't look like a free Huskar game. You even have the BKB piercing disable of the Primal Beast, perhaps grabbing him. And looking over at his support cast on Winter Bear, they don't have much to like help the Huskar if things go south.
True.
There's no Oracle, no Dazzle, no nothing like that. So
10 seconds
it's a
remaining.
bit of a risky Huskar pick, I have to admit.
Yeah, you're right. Like the saves
5
are limited
seconds remaining.
to aggression. So if they want to save the Husker, that would mean that Scent has to go in and stun people. Batrider also needs to disrupt the play. Frostbite can slow somebody down, but it's not going to cancel anything really. So you're absolutely right. The saves are limited on the side of Winter Bear.
Radiant
So maybe
team
aggression
pick.
is the key. They ban out Vipers and DPs as well to make sure that they don't have to take these long drawn out fights. The Viper would also counter the Husker pretty hard. So at least he gets to play the game a bit more freely without his passive being completely broken away by a simple spell.
10
This is where you
seconds
bring in
remaining.
the AA mid. You just, you send it. You got to be ready.
5 seconds remaining.
Honestly, there's not that many great heroes at shutting down the Huskar in laning stage. That's why we see it picked a
Dire
little bit
team
more
pick.
often now. There used to be some that,
Ooh.
did well against him, but now struggle. Omni coming in, so there's your save.
And versus Sven too.
And that's a carry Omni, right? It should be. Or they're doing mid Omni and carry Huskar to curveball it. That's also a possibility.
10
Because,
seconds remaining.
safe lane Huskar, we don't see it as frequently. He's usually mid. He is a bit level
5
dependent.
seconds
And he
remaining.
tends to dominate 1v1 matchups. But if Gamax Saudi pick a good hero against Huskar here, they could throw the Omni mid instead. And Huskar is going to be quite happy against a melee offlaner as well.
Yeah, now there's
Even
like
the Q can stop the charge, I think, from Primal Beast. So yeah, not a bad matchup.
yeah, plenty of options here. A lot of flex in Winter Bear's draft, and we're going to see exactly
Choose your
where they're
hero.
going to lock the heroes in. We're going to get a Wind Ranger last pick from Gamax, and you were right. Omni Knight is going to be the carry for the team. Jeezy playing the support Bat Rider, so everything else is pretty clean on the board. But that is Shushu for the mid Wind Ranger, as we did see the Sven carry pick come out. That kind of locked in the Primal Beast as well for Kurtenkele. We talked about his ping, but he doesn't really mind the ping at all. He's been performing excellent with this Primal Beast, especially in the series yesterday. So, what do you think? What do you think about this? If we still talk a bit more about the Winter Bear draft.
For Winter Bear, I mean, it's a lineup that has a pretty clear purpose and timing. It wants to play around the Roche timings. It wants to play around Huskar being able to push down buildings. They do have pretty good team fight with the Batrider and the Centaur, and now having a bit of protection for the Huskar with that Omni Knight picked up. Their draft does make sense, but there's still BKB piercing stuff. The Primal Beast ulti, the Vengeful swap even, and the Windrunner coming in with the Focus Fire can still do a lot of damage to Huskar even throughout the save attempts from Omni Knight, as he doesn't give any magic resistance increase. So yeah, we'll see how it works out. I think the Wind was a very cerebral pick here towards the end. I think that's a great solution to Huskar in general. It all comes down to skill from here, to be honest, and how the teams are going to play out their drafts.
Yeah, and even with Wind Ranger, we kind of always talk about him being like a one-trick pony that you get to always delete one hero out of the fight. What I see is they have themselves an early carry, and then the Sven can take over, and you'll have two damage dealers fairly early into the early game, mid game, basically. So what I like about this Wind is it somewhat matches up to the damage as long as you get your item timings early on, especially if you get to a Javelin. Even with just a Javelin, you're already effective with Wind Ranger.
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true. And yeah, we'll see exactly how they're gonna get the start to this game. Both teams smoking in and putting wards. None of the wards being revealed here as the smokes were intact. Even though they got very close to each other.
Yeah.
And we see a bit of a wraparound being made here by Winter Bears, taking the enemy jungle position.
Also kind of looking at, there's a lot of potential BKB carriers for Gamax, which makes it difficult for the Omni Knight to actually dish out damage with his full-on combo. So I've been playing this Omni a lot lately. I don't think I've touched Omni Knight since the offlane Omni Knight was basically just an aura provider back in the day. You have a save against physical damage, and that's pretty much it. Now it's like a carry from the offlane position, and this particular Omni Knight now put into the pause 1 role. He struggled versus BKBs, but he has great scalability all the way to level 25. If we take a look, oh, we're looking at Wind Ranger. If we look at his talent build a little bit here, so you get a great talent at level 10. You time it with your shard timing. You usually just have to buy it yourself unless you're extra lucky, and you just get it straight from the Tormentor. But a carry probably will never get to that. The Purity cooldown at level 20, which is also great. And then the 75% extra Hammer of Purity damage, which is great scaling. And if they can get a first blood here for Reality, Kachal's going to take it. Doesn't matter. It's a core kill nevertheless. But that's the way the cookie's going to start to crumble, you know? Winter Bear for the first blood.
Yeah, very nice for them to get that start. Gonna help a little bit in a lane that could otherwise be, you know, perhaps a little bit challenging with the Sven being able to combo quite well with the Venge. Bottom lane, though, a little bit of a better start here for the side of Gamax as they get to start out the lane before Omni and him having to TP down here. I'm gonna keep my eyes pretty peeled on the mid lane, though, and see how Mikey gets to start out here. Having a pretty favorable matchup, not something we're used to seeing from Mikey.
Yeah, you're right about that. Mikey has had the rougher end of these mid matchups so far. So once he finally has the advantage, what does he do with it? Huskar is an interesting hero because you have the chance to actually lose your lead very easily if you overextend and play way too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much about lane control and CSing how you play out this match. And he has to worry about the level 6 timing of Wind Ranger, but until then, he should be pretty fine with Berserker's Blood and Inner Fire just to stay alive here.
Yeah, at least you have a tool versus the Wind Run if the Wind Ranger ends up being a bit too close to exactly get that disarm off. And Because you don't have anything that goes through Windrun. Do you think Husker wants to itemize some way against that?
Oh, he can't really. He's kind of locked into his builds. It's very hard to deviate from it. Maybe very far down the road he can do something. Blade is taking a bit of damage bottom.
He is, and now Lodine actually gets the tank, the full combo off of Kurtenkele, still level 1. Can they get the level 2 in time? The creeps are about to die. There we go, the level 2 is leveled up, but it's going to be a aura for the Crystal Maiden above the Frostbite, because he's completely drained out of mana.
Yeah, no mangoes on this Maiden build. A little bit surprising to me going for the, you know, the double branch instead of adding some mangoes to this starting build, because usually you want to use a lot of mana as a Maiden, and now he's going to rely on that mana regen from the aura. Of course, he's sitting at 4.5, so he'll have something to do at least, but no Frostbite.
Yeah, and as well, like the Omni Knight, he's only got a magic wand with full-on branches in his inventory. He's bringing in the boots already on the courier, but they don't have any regen left, basically, in this lane. So Omni Knight will have to try and sustain the best and try to keep the lane control in his favor. Fighting for the Lotus here. Blade Moose is easily going to beat this matchup, so Lodine is going to show up for the assistance. Kurtenkele can't interrupt. Get some harass here on the Omni Knight here with the trample. And a nice charge in as well, yeah. Oh, the grenade comes about a bit late for Blade Moose.
Yeah, and even if they did get the lift back, still 11 magic stick charges on that Omni, so kind of deceptively looking low and looking like a kill, but he's feeling pretty safe. Actually, they turn it.
Oh, get here. There's the lift coming out from Blade Moose, so Kurtenkele will not drop. Let's see if there's any changes in the mid lane. CS is 17-7 to the 11-3 on the Wind Rangers, so still favoring Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey doing pretty good, and this is expected. I mean, Husker is not necessarily getting hard countered by Wind and lane. Oh, we actually do see Batrider finding the Vengeful Spirit in bottom lane as well. They're striking hard here, Winter Bear.
Well, that's the way to do it. Diving under the tower for killing the top lane, well, at least on the edge of the tower. And of course getting the Rubik on the side as well.
We saw this Batrider plus Centaur combo before. It's really, really strong in laning stage. The Flame Break to set up the Hoof Stomp is really, really nice. You can easily find people out of position. So Venge, he has a very hard job here on QJI to not get out of position.
Yeah, Winter Bear already starting with an I wouldn't say electric beginning, but at least continuing with the same pace they've had before. Kurtenkele almost drops to reality. Hammer of Purity was on cooldown, so that's going to be the savior for the Primal Beast. But sadly for him, it's going to be a walk all the way back home. No regen, and can actually buy the Helm of Iron Will, so next time he shows up in lane, he has some regeneration going his way. But Omni Knight and CM really establishing control in the lane. Meanwhile, Venge is actually getting burned up by Jeezy here. 5 minutes
being
coming
chased
up.
at level 2 Firefly. It hurts. He's ticking down.
Slowly but surely dropping here without the napalm. And just love to see that 0 points napalm. No need for a slow, just burning it up.
Yeah, this is a build that works well in the side lanes, much better than, you know, mid lane we still see Stick and Napalm usually leveled up, but on support you don't give too many stick charges when you go for this build, so it's way more effective in the dual lanes.
Effective and efficient. See the Omni Knight build up is coming up. The Face Boots, Echo Saber, Shard, Blink. Not rushing to the Phylactery. Feel like the Blink is going to give a bit more efficiency out. But there's some great stat items the Omni Knight carry build basically has. Well, in the top lane, okay, I was looking, there was a bit of a dive going on, but not exactly. So you have Harpoon that gives you a lot of extra stats on top of the Echo Saber. You can opt to build into a BKB if you feel like the W is not going to be enough and you need some extra magic resistance in the team. What else did he have? Also Kanda, which also has some pretty decent stats. If we look it up on the shop right now, you can see that it will give +8 all attributes as well. So on top of the Harpoon, with a lot of diadems involved, you get a lot of base HP. You don't really struggle with mana. You deal nice damage. You basically have everything.
Wind with the rotation here, coming in with a nice DD rune and Focus Fire.
Solid kill.
Quick takedown, just a good rotation, and Wind making her way over without being too detected. They don't really have a rune ward over on the side of Winter Bear, so hard to see the rotations from her.
Yeah, Husker was jungling at the same time, so Wind was a bit cautious about his positioning. with that focus fire. Didn't just rush straight onto the tower because of Husker ult.
Yeah, I'm getting 30% back spell, so I'm gonna hit a quick reconnect here because
Sure thing, sure thing. I'll just throw you the, let's see if my stream refuses to work. Yeah, nope, it actually seems to be running this time, so you should be able to get the secondary heal.
very nice,
Doing that
very
while
nice.
we're doing this as Blade Moose is going to get killed by Reality. And Soul is... Wait, Soul is also dead? Oh, Mikey rotated top for a kill. Sure. Yeah, that works.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So looking
Dire's
at
top
looking at the
tower
net
is under
worth, oh
attack.
poor Kurtenkele is he's very far now. 2,100 in net worth, so he's
Dire's
basically
middle tower
behind
is
the
under
support
attack.
Batrider. Who Jeezy has already had a lot of impact this early on, but the Primal just cannot get back into that lane. Meanwhile, top lane, a lot of rotations. TP's coming in as well. We got a 4 and
Dire's
4.
courier has been killed.
Big posturing here, looking for an angle. Venge, first target.
Yep, Husker also gonna get stunned up. Oh, they can kill him. There goes Mikey. Doesn't get anything off, and the focus fire is gonna credit another kill. Shushu will get himself a double. Soul will also force Kachal away, and this is what Gamax also needed. Nice read, getting their
Dire's top
TPs
tower
early
is
in,
under
seeing
attack.
that Winter Bear is looking to pressure that top lane again. Getting the Husker out before he deals any proper damage, and then a secondary for the win. So Shushu, a lot of gold for him.
Yeah, really good start for him. I mean, he's 3-0-0 right now, having nice rotations and getting this stat-heavy build on Wind Ranger, having the Bracer, having the Power Treads already, Magic Stick, and gonna be going for the Gleipnir, very popular
Radiant's
item
middle
to set up a
tower
lot
is
of
under
these
attack.
ganks and get even more disable into their already pretty stacked disable
Yeah.
draft, which will help them with these pickoffs.
Yeah, and that's another thing as well versus the lasso versus the bat. Keeps the bat right, so keeps the centaur at bay. An item to
Dire's
counter
top
the
tower is
stampede
under
too,
attack.
which if you cast it at the
Yes.
right time can be a excellent value of an item.
We see it quite often actually against Centaurs specifically, that teams try and get Gleipnir just to hold them in place during the stampede.
Yep.
So yeah,
There's
that's
the
committed
lasso.
on Venge here.
Dire's
Support
top
on support
tower has
action
fallen.
here. Venge does survive the initial jump from Jeezy. And Soul is there to bring the Warcry, giving that extra movement speed for the Venge, even if he has 5 stacks of napalm.
Oh,
Look
the
at that, the
Stampede, though.
Stampede comes out, Venge is burning. And that's another one for Jeezy, now a killing spree.
Yeah, very good start for the Batrider as well here. Bottom lane we see some aggression coming out by the Primal Beast. Might even dive on the tower here.
Radiant's
He is,
bottom
but
tower
he's
is
not
under
going to get the
attack.
kill. Now he's
Yeah,
all of his
he may
spells
have
are on cooldown,
overextended.
so Reality, he's looking at a free kill for himself here.
Yeah, very nice bait there by Lodine. And this is why Primal Beast, it's a nice hero for aggression, but CM has very good solutions to him. Frostbite is amazing, and Crystal Nova also slows down the mobility.
Every coin
So
helps.
mobility is your damage when you have trample, and it's not that easy for a Primal Beast to bring down even a squishy little CM.
Already at the 10-minute mark, we have a 75 to 25% win probability for Winter Bear with a 3k lead. I think that's mostly because how well that offlane, how well that safe lane has gone for Winter Bear, because Primal Beast is barely keeping above this Batrider support, who already has drums, by the way. So another thing to bring the team together and chase for kills.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job both getting involved in action and also farming non-stop on this Batrider. One of the values of Batrider as a support is that you can do exactly what he's doing right now. He's just farming camps. It's basically a fourth core that you're adding into a draft without taking away farm from your own team, because he's always farming something that nobody else would take anyway at that point in time. So he's finding extra net worth. And with that early drums,
Radiant's
I
middle
love to
tower
see
is under
the
attack.
aggression that they can put on now. And with the Huskar TP, this should be a Roche attempt coming in.
Yeah, it does look like it.
11 minutes.
Also, the Omni Knight is going to be nearby if something happens. His Sven's coming in, but the ult just ran out, so he doesn't have it. But they are going to jump the Omni anyway. And since he has no points in Repel or his ulti, it's going to mean he is going to go down without any interruption. But he got the turnaround with the Stampede going straight to the backline for the Rubik. They ignore the Sven completely and just want to make sure that these two go down. As the Primal falls first, the Rubik after, Sven gets away, and Husker now has the freedom to do that Roche.
Yeah, should be impossible now to contest this Roche as they lost 2 and are backing out. And Omni, of course, respawning soon as well. Kind of solidifies them. Yeah, Roche is going to go the way of Mikey here. Hopefully he doesn't mess up his armor toggle, but it's very safe. This looks scarier than it is. If if you're a Husker player, then this isn't actually that terrifying. You just always toggle after the 2 attacks, and you're gonna be fine. As we can see him doing that. 2 attacks from Roche. Sometimes you can even tank more if you have the Q ready, of course.
Nope, Aegis is secured. That's 12 minutes, and Husker getting a second life. So that also takes away the possibility of Gamax and their quick stun initiations, as if they get a quick kill on the Husker, like they did in the top lane, preventing him from doing anything. You have the chance to just come straight back and ult somebody for a big jump on someone.
Yeah, definitely. And looks like they want to get something more here. Got the Aegis sticking around bottom, thinking about pushing the tower as well. And Contemplar just having a hard time to get into this game. As, like you pointed out before, the Batrider is overtaking him in net worth, and now everybody invading his lane. He's just not finding a good place to build his speed here.
Yeah, this is looking like my offlane yesterday. It's like net worth-wise, not feeling too great. Yeah, Chushu does get the jump off of Mikey, who is building a halberd versus this Sven or even the Wind Ranger. So the moment you see Focus Fire go off and just halberd it up, well, it takes away a lot of that aggression, especially in range heroes. It's a very long disarm. Blade Moose steals the Crystal Nova. It's still level 1, but it is a good slow tool.
Yeah, very long range on that on Rubik as well. CM sitting in a pretty awkward position, but she does have help behind her.
Oh, nicely played. Gets him on the high ground, so they're going to have struggle killing Lodan. And there's the cliff. Oh, Wind Ranger falling for that one. Primal Beast, they went for the charge. Lodan knew exactly what to do. He's just going to place himself on the edge of the stairs like you would against a Pango, get stuck on the high ground cliff, and then actually has the backup of his teammates. And it gets impossible for Gamax to get there, and a nice lasso play.
They just couldn't resist the juicy maiden bait. It's just the Crystal Maiden, we can kill her. But the backup was right behind her, and they get a tower immediately off that bait as well. And now, with a lot of tempo here, Winter Bear is starting to take away more and more of the map control for Gamax.
And that was
it's gonna secure the Wisdom Rune at least.
And that was a lasso play without the blink even ready on the bat. He just ran at the Wind Ranger, lassoed up, and brought him to the team. Jeezy's gonna have that blink up in 600 gold, so more problems presenting themselves for Gamax.
Yeah, it's gonna get tougher and tougher. And I mean, we do have the Centaur ulti and as well the drums to enable some of this lasso usage. Yeah, we see Sven again. Getting to hit creeps a little bit more, but his bottom lane under siege.
Swap is forced out. Soul has TP'd in here as well. They've got that level 2 Sven ulti with Mask of Madness and Echo Saber. So that will deal damage if the Sven gets an opening for himself. But Swap's on cooldown for 35 seconds now, as they had to save the Primal Beast from trouble.
Yeah, also a good ward here for Radiant that they want to protect. Centaur blinking in.
Yep. There's going to be a nice shackle shot into a stun from Venge. The charge in, but there's the Frostbite canceling Curtincule, and they do get the Pulverize off on the Husker, but Husker finally drops. That is going to keep the Sven on the spot, and he is also in not a position he wants to be in. Still in the front line, hacking away, dealing damage, does get a double kill for his efforts. And they also push back the Husker. Jeezy, though, looking for the lasso, but again, he's just 100 gold short from that blink, so he cannot instantly grab the Sven for a kill. There's the shackle shot to keep him at the back, too.
Good defense overall by Gamax there, and Winter Bears, they tried to protect their ward. It's still not dewarded yet, but of course they know about it on the side of Gamax, and they held off the initial aggression here. Killing off the Omni makes the Huskar play a little bit safer.
Yeah.
And we saw the damage Sven can do, but he still needs more items. He needs to keep scaling. This is just... Oh, Wind? Surely she's safe. The Centaur, man, he just wants to kill people.
That should help.
Yeah, nice tempo going up, and he's actually lined up a KNS on the Centaur. Oh, there's the lasso, the fresh blink reveal onto the Wind Ranger, into the Frostbite, and that's a quick deletion.
Yeah, finally they get the pick, and I mean, GC has just been on point in this game. He's 3-0 and 5, always finding the good initiations here.
They're going for the Venge here in the bottom. There's another blink coming out from Kachal. The Vengeful Spirit doesn't have much to do. Throws his stun straight to the Blade Mail. Takes even more damage out of that. QJY to fall as well.
That's the big difference in the teams right now, is that they have the initiation power. Even without the Centaur ulti, they have the double blinks right now. And Huskar can jump in, kind of simulates a blink as well. Whereas on the side of Gamax, it's a bit tougher. Wynn doesn't have her big item buildups yet. Doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have Gleipnir. Sven also doesn't have his BKB yet. And of course, the Primal Beast playing the roughest game of them all. He's going back for an Aghanims next, so looking for a break for Huskar.
Yeah, I feel like the Primal Beast Axe is the right call to go for here.
It will be great against Huskar for sure. Gonna give them some great way to sort of mitigate his damage or even enable killing him.
Yeah, they're kind of lacking some of that frontline presence because Sven just can't stand his ground all by himself. He's gonna need some more bodies thrown in there. So I think like if they do get that break off of the Primal Beast, that will be very handy for Sven to also hit some targets. Like we can see here, the Stampede, the fourth, that's a defensive one. Soul will still get the kill. Oh no, he won't actually.
Nice
Guardian Angel comes out just in time, and Soul will drop instead. And Lodine, that should be. Oh, he's gonna give him the tip. Reality for especially for him. Just thanks for the save, buddy.
That was nice. The first attack landed from Sven, and the Echo Saber trigger for the second attack was blocked by Reality's timing on the ulti. That's a very clutch moment to get the ulti out there. And they're just looking to turn up the tempo even more, so with this kill, going straight towards more towers, tier 2 tower mid sure to fall. And this is just time that they desperately need to scramble to get the key items finished up on the side of Gamax. Blade moves again, desperately trying to defend top a little bit here, trying to get towards his 4-staff, but they're all over this. Winter Bear's just attacking.
Yeah, the aggression is definitely coming to them, and now it starts to hurt Gamax a bit. In terms of how this lineup works out, because the Sven, he has to play from behind a bit. Great turnaround ability, sure, but it really has to come down to that. Aghanims on the Primal Beast, and the Wind Ranger not getting to her item timings, as he talked about that a moment ago. It really hurts them with that sustained damage. They don't even have enough to delete a hero, because with all these blinks coming up on Winter Bear, Wind Ranger's positioning gets harder and harder by the minute.
Yeah, looking for the Primal Beast. He's gonna TP out just in time.
Cutting the wave.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think you're right that they need to get, you know, the damage, the continued damage from the Wind Ranger available. They do have the BKB on Sven, and he's working to complete the Echo Saber once again, as he disassembled it to make the BKB.
Yep.
And Wind is pretty close. She's at 2.4k gold, so not too far away. She needs 3k total, so only 600 to go for this BKB as well.
It's a pretty risky positioning here. Winter Bear is probably thinking that there's more activity in the bottom lane than they think, because mid's pushed out, the top lane is quite far, the creeps aren't really showing there. And there was a Sven nearby.
Yeah, they're doing a good job trying to put the pressure onto these cores, the POS 1 and POS 2 of Gamax, but at the same time, they're dodging quite well. Soul gonna go over to the Ancient, quickly farming that while he surely is feeling the looming threat of the people chasing him. The entire lineup of Winter Bears is down bottom, and you can see him run away. They're coming for the Tormentor. This is Omni Knight is an amazing Tormentor taker, so they're quickly just gonna snag this one.
He can solo it pretty much at this point. I mean, it's a level 12 Omni Knight, but he has the shard, and he also has the phylactery now, so that goes down really, really quickly. And as we saw, he did have that blink lined up pretty early on, but he did finish the phylactery in between, so some extra stats, some bonus damage, and an extra slow on top of the Echo Saber slow.
Yeah. Blade moves again, trying to finish up this 4-staff, but he's gonna get chased. He does get the recipe though, and seems like he might even get out. Unless they want to commit the Stampede here to keep chasing.
Teleport. Can they see him in time? Yeah, with a quick voice line. So he sees that he's being chased and they won't be able to catch him. But they found a bigger target. Sven's all by himself. There's nobody around to help him.
Oh no.
Absolutely no one around the area.
Yeah, that's the massive target. Staying on track there, ignoring the Rubik perhaps. He actually did a good job staying outside of the ward vision, but yeah, they get the bigger payoff, and maybe they can do something with this timing.
Yeah, you got this deep ward placed down there. Yeah, they're suspecting there's got to be a lane ward because they got to the Sven that easily and that quickly. Centaur has the, you know, the utility. With the Blade Mail, the Gem, the Blink, the Halberd now available versus the Wind Ranger, or even versus the Sven if he isn't BKB'd up. A lot of
This
tools.
is getting very annoying, yeah, for the Gamax lineup. The double Halberd plus the disarm from the Q of Huskar, and then you have the BKB piercing disable of the Batrider Lasso.
Yep.
It's gonna be hard to get... Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna get really hard to play against that. Too many items.
He's under a ward trying to finish his Aghanim Scepter. And we will find out that they see him. Look at that damage from Omni.
Yeah, and you have Frostbite there for a particular reason, to prevent him from going away. In reality, will make short work of that Primal Beast, and now 200 gold short from a Blink Dagger. So I'd be very afraid if I was a Rubik or Avenged this game, because this Omni could just appear next to you and just hack you down in a one-shot.
It's a tough game for Gamax in the sense that they're all waiting for just key timings right now. There's a Batrider here, but he's under a ward, so he's probably gonna stay safe. He does get spotted for a moment by the Vengeful. Meanwhile, they're just sitting at the...
Probably not.
He has a BKB. He's completely safe, but that also, look at this way he's playing on GC. He actually scared away 5 enemies by being here alone, because all of his team is down on bottom lane. So maybe now Gamax with an incorrect read, they thought that perhaps there's more than just a Batrider top. They're going towards bottom, and that could prove devastating. If Batrider just goes through the gates, they could run into some real issue down there.
Yeah, Roche is spawning right now, so Mikey's just been waiting for Roche to come back home. He's finally there, so the team is there to protect him. And like you talked about GG's positioning as well, Batrider is the hero that Gamax has majorly targeted with this draft, so that they prevent him from using that lasso. They need to be nearby with multiple heroes to be able to prevent that, so I think you're absolutely right. If they see a Batrider somewhere, Gamax needs to have multiple heroes around.
I think they should try and just, bait it when they see the Batrider, like with the Vengeful Terror there. Just try and wave a Terror there. Just try and move forward and let the Rubik aim for that telekinesis. It's still not that easy though, only level 2 telekinesis, and he's missing an Ether Lens to have that range, or even the blink for the instant reactions. So you can't really blame him for struggling to catch the bat so far. And we see the banner get dropped very aggressively bottom. They want to push with this Aegis. This is the high ground Aegis, and doesn't look like they're wasting any time. They're going straight for the high ground.
Yeah, you got Mikey already preparing with the team right behind him for the siege. Has that BKB as well, so if he does end up getting disrupted, but GZ, he does get interrupted with the lasso, but they will delete QJY right away. The Venge will have to come with a buyback, and there's the BKB popped as well. Kurtenkali does have that axe, and he would like to break Mikey, and there we go. They got themselves the Husker out from play. 6 seconds for Pulverize to be back up again. Mikey trying to make a run for it with that BKB, fighting back against Soul Kachal. Look at that beautiful stun, connecting onto 2, the disarm onto 3 as well. That's going to be 2 heroes out of play, and the Primal Beast only gets a bit of a Pulverize. It's enough for Shushu to help him out, but reality is still the big carry here. Even if the Husker is down, you have this massive damage dealer still to deal with, and you only got 2 people left.
I think the problem was that as well. They didn't target the Husker enough, respecting his Aegis, in my opinion, too much. The Wind Ranger ulted into the lasso committed already Batrider. Like, what's he gonna do? It's a support bat without lasso. That's not really the hero you wanna spend your focus fire on. Wind Ranger has to focus on killing down the Husker, because the focus fire even persists through the Aegis respawn.
Yep.
So you can just try and kill him twice. He's now gonna go and finish the job though on the Batrider. Does get that kill, 1,000 gold.
What?
Killing off the support.
That's a lot of money for a support bat. Holy.
I mean, he's the same level as Wind Ranger is after solo killing him.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's, I think he was a level ahead of the Wind before that kill happened.
The funny thing, GZ is actually the highest level hero on this Winter Bear lineup.
That is crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, he's having a very, very impressive performance here. Looking at the Winter Bears, they don't really want to slow down the tempo, it looks like. They're sticking around bottom. Maybe gonna push again the moment they have Batrider back.
Yeah, round 2. Probably not for now, but at least sticking around in the area for the time being. They still have that banner for 2.5 minutes, so somebody has to protect the bottom lane. Kurtenkali is the one defending it. While Gamax is playing the top half of the map, they've got themselves some deep wards placed down. 1 for the triangle, 1 also still 3 minutes up in the mid lane, or at least near the mid lane.
Yep. Wind Ranger does have enough gold to buy out the Aghanim Scepter, by the way. But
they're going to see GZ here. He's going to go straight under the wards. This is a great chance to jump and get another 1,000 gold off of the support Batrider. What? Did he try to shackle the golem?
I don't know. I think he tried for a fancy shackle attempt there, but didn't really catch him. Didn't have the vision at first on the Batrider, and then yeah, missed connection. They didn't have level 2 swap as well, so even though the Wave of Terror connected, he couldn't reach for the swap on
Radiant are
Vengeful.
scanning.
Oh, Sven could be in trouble here.
Yeah, this would be
Catch
the
all
worst
season.
if they just tried to set up for a kill and lose a hero instead, because the BKB has to be forced out from Soul. They're going to go all in with the Stampede. The jump comes out from Mikey. He's going to get hit by the Shackle shot, but the slows are real. Look at that. Reality deletes the Sven from the game, and QJY will drop as well. And now onto the Rubik. Blade Moose will be another casualty of war as Reality continues to slice them down. Well, that
Fantastic.
hurts for Gamax. I mean, they used that ward for a kill, which they failed to get. Instant reaction from Winterbear with the smoke across the map. They were at the bottom lane, remember? And they crossed the map to get all these kills. Man, that hurts for them.
Yeah, Winterbear with a good cut-off move there to prevent their retreat back to base and getting some really big kills. Not only that, Sven used BKB before he died. So even though he respawns in 20 seconds, maybe in time to defend, that's still 40 seconds until he has his BKB again, and without it, he's just gonna be halberded again, inner fire.
Yep.
You're not hitting anything without being a golden boy. So yeah, this is gonna be tough to defend.
Ah, you've got a total of like 9 seconds of disarm, basically, here.
Yeah, you can basically chain cycle it, because only 11-second cooldown on
Yeah.
inner fire, and
Pretty much.
even the halberds, you know, get enough of them. If they get one more, you could buy one on Omni Knight too. It's not a bad item,
Not at all.
but he's got his eyes set on a BKB for himself. Has the full Kanda. Also, we didn't mention, but he got the Whisper of Dread for tier 2 item. Very nice item for him. The 10% spell damage is amazing on Omni.
Does that buff up his pure damage?
Oh yeah, it does.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, anything that counts as like spell.
Radiant's bottom
spell
tower
damage,
is
basically.
under attack.
Jeezy. There we go. Perfect target for it as well. Quick swap save there from QJY. That will save
That's
the day.
really on point. So 2 ultis on cooldown for the cost of 1. Using only the Venge swap here, and Centaur and Batrider not having ultis. That's all their catch abilities,
Dire
really.
are scanning.
So right now, maybe possible to make a move here on the map. Shushu looking bottom.
Aghanim's a Wind Ranger. They do have that gem we talked about. It is on the Centaur, so if he's nearby, that's the one. They can see Shushu. The Shackle shot goes into the Repel, so no stun today.
I would love to see him commit to fight out there, because right now, no Aegis and 2 ultis missing, no lasso. I feel like that was their chance, but after the repel, they get a little bit anxious to take the fight. Of course, they would be into enemy vision. Very easy to say, just go for us, right? But they had no vision on the high ground. Hard to take a fight when you don't see your opponents.
Yeah, I guess that's how much they value the Repel as well, because even if it is a basic ability, it's a 30-second cooldown even at level 4.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more, you know, I wish we could have seen Gamax just explode onto the high ground there. But Winter Bears, they hold a good position. They're waiting, patiently waiting for the next Roche potential. Probably don't want to crack high ground without it. Also, we haven't talked too much about it, but the Huskar finished up his Aghanim Scepter, so he now has that disable as well. Effectively adding one more lasso to the team. You got that. Great disable here.
Extra taunt into the mix. You can land that on a Sven, you could just pull him all the way to the low ground.
Yeah, I mean, if you jump to Sven, he just doesn't have a choice. He has to stand and fight you, and that's not always what he wants to do.
Oh, geez, he's going to be the target of attraction here. The Focus Fire will be spent for that kill. Meanwhile, the buyback comes out from Jeezy. He will return to the fight. QJY already going down. Blade Moose trying to go for the teleport away. The Stampede is there. They've got no TP to cancel. That Husker doesn't get close enough. And a lasso with the buyback on Shushu. So the Wind Ranger does get caught. 70 seconds out of play.
Yeah, Mikey also TP'd to try and catch the Primal Beast. He correctly read where he was, but Primal Beast gets out of there. Tenkele could tell that there was, you know, someone coming for him. But losing that Wind Ranger, it's a tough kill. And she does have buyback, 50 seconds. It's a long respawn. Huskar is coming for your base. And this is no tier 3 tower here, so Midrax is definitely in danger. I don't even know if you want to buy back for that as well. You need your item progression quite badly.
They're going to lose a lane of racks at least. Reality. Leaves the repel on him.
Sven's TPing back now. Maybe they're trying to defend the melee racks here. Possible. Sven's going for the Aghanim Scepter. He has the entire thing now.
Well, Kachal sieging the top lane at the same time. The lasso does come out. It's onto the Vengeful Spirit. And he is gone for 40 seconds.
Dire's middle barracks.
And no buyback on this Venge. Cannot join again.
15 seconds, actually. But yeah, I can also afford. So maybe this Glyph might do the trick. He knows 10 seconds and he'll be able to buy back in. Is that going to be the call to jump?
Yeah, I think so. That has to be the timing. No lasso available now,
2,
at least.
1. It's up now.
They gotta go on Huskar. They gotta focus him. And somehow Omni needs to be stopped. Ping them in the tree line.
Yeah, and he actually blinks out from high ground now, but still, Shushu just can't get close enough. The gem is on the Centaur, so they can always see the wind moving in. And they're just going to lose the range racks and the mid racks completely, and Venge has now respawned, so no buyback coming out.
I like this choice by Winter Bears to back out now. There is a Roshan, you know, spawning. We know that he will spawn in 40 seconds. That's actually a pretty late spawn. He could have spawned way earlier. But they should make their way down there, control the Rosh area. And quickly we see a smoke out here from Gamax. And this feels almost like a desperation smoke at this point. This has to work. They're 18,000 gold behind. If this Rosh falls into the hands of the Huskar, then the game might just be over.
Yeah, it could be. And as you can see, Sven basically bought out completely here. No Echo Saber, just Crystallis, Ags, BKB. And he hasn't really gotten to hit anybody really during the course of this game. Only the early
Coming in
games.
from a nice angle though. The wraparound here, if they could get good connection onto the right targets. Oh, they may have heard Primal Beast.
Yeah, he's cutting down the trees as well. They're pinging their locations around the area they might be in because they don't see anybody around. That courier is also going to fly in right next to the creep wave. And now I think the Rubik might have been spotted.
Smoke ran out, so this is very awkward for them. They can't really make it onto the high ground
now
position.
They know them.
Yeah, they have a fresh smoke on the side of Winter Bears too, so they're just holding the high ground safely here.
Radiant's courier.
And stack Lowdown's courier. It might be the bait. There's also a Centaur
in.
courier. That's another kill. Oh, what a beautiful jump coming out there. That's Shushu, QJY, both going down at the same as Kachal. He tried to... he just set themselves up for success, and that's 4 heroes gone in an instance, a blink of an eye, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they just called it here because that just dismantled them.
That was the most perfect timing to initiate. Right when TP out call comes out from Gamax saying, you know what, we can't stay here, we can't fight this. Right when they start TPing out on Wind Ranger, she gets jumped by everybody. And that's the advantage we saw there from Winter Bear still being in smoke, having that smoke popped a little bit later. We actually see GC just chasing after Sven here. Not a care in the world, as he knows completely alone. Sven is not even a threat to this Batrider with all the farm he has for himself.
At the same time as they're taking Roshan, Kashal has already finished off the bottom tier 3 tower and working on the final lane of racks. There is still the melee in top. In reality, look at that.
Oh god.
Yep, that is Omni carry for you. Oh, they swap Centaur into the fountain actually.
He's pretty big though. I don't think he dies.
He doesn't really. And the lasso is onto the Sven, into the taunt from Mikey. Soul will get nothing out. Gone for 70 seconds. And that's going to be pretty much the end of the game unless a miracle happens here. Kritekale trying to hold the front line. Already popped the break. There's the also the Aghanim's coming into play. Mikey low on HP still. BKB in 5 seconds and has the Aegis. Shushu in the low ground. Trying to finish off the Omni Knight but can't quite get the kill. And he's rooted on the spot by Lowdown. And they will finish off the Wind Ranger. QJY is down as well. Blade moves to fall inside his own base to GZ and Kachal. And there is your GG tap out. Winter Bear still undefeated versus Gamax.
Yeah, dominant fashion here in game 1. Doing very well. Coming in with the Omni Huskar. Unexpected, you know. We didn't expect them to play the safe lane Omni. We were mentioning early in the draft they were lacking kind of saves for the Huskar to really make it pop off. But we saw not only the saves for the Huskar, but reality, he was absolutely dominating in these fights. He was doing so much damage. Look at the amount of kills he has.
Oh man, 18-2-7. And not to even talk about how big of an impact this Batrider got this game. This was a +4 Batrider, and his net worth at the end of the game was bigger than almost anyone on Gamax Saudi's side. Just 500 gold short off of the Sven. So just stonks, just absolute stonks on this guy.
Yeah, finally, I would say, like, the unsung heroes in the team. You know, CM kind of doing the workhorse part of the game here. Just, you know, very good position, often baiting the enemy. And Centaur, Kachal was just feeling pretty, untouched in this game because
Yeah.
you have so much emphasis on Omni Knight and Huskar and trying to stop the Batrider. Everybody kind of forgets about Centaur existing. He died only once this game, and he was very much on the front line all of these fights, so he had a very free game as well.
And it seems like it's just continuing on the same pattern as day number 1, where Winterbear and Gamax Saudi played against each other the last time. Winterbear dominating this game number 1, and it's going to require a lot from Gamax to come back into this one. So we'll take a tiny break, and we'll be back for the next game of this best of 3 finals. And the winner, of course, going into the grand finals. We'll be back in a bit. And off we go once again, ladies and gents. We're back for game number 2 here at the lower bracket final, where Winterbear is now one step closer to getting that rematch possibility versus Nigma Galaxy. Of course, this time it would be a best of 5. So Gamax Saudi, they've lost 3 maps in a row versus Winterbear. They lost in the upper bracket the first round, and now have to play this lower bracket finals from a 1-game deficit. And you can't afford another loss, otherwise it's the end of the road for you. So there has to be a new team, a new draft, a new idea. You know, I keep repeating myself like a broken record, but you're in a very impossible situation, but it's doable. As long as the game's still going, it's still doable.
It is doable. I think there were, like last game looked very despair for Gamax Saudi, and it was, but there were things that could have made it, different. There were some moments when the rotations were really nice too. They had a good start on their mid laner, but the execution is really good from Winterbear. And this is what we also, if we take a look from Winterbear's perspective, they know that they need to play at their best today. Not only if they want to win this series, but if they want to go through this series and win against Nigma Galaxy, then they cannot mess around today at all. So, both these teams, this is really do or die moment to just show your absolute best. And we'll see what the teams favor in the draft here, as we see quick pickup on the Mars for Winterbear and Doom coming out for Gamax Saudi.
Yeah, let's see how many comfort heroes they're able to land for themselves, because when you are in a situation like that, of course you get a bit of extra focus knowing that this might just be the last game that we play, so it's easy to just set ourselves fully focused on the situation at hand. But then again, you don't always get the best game of your day or even the best game of your month or year or career ever when you need it to happen at that moment. So you just got to hope that the stars align and everything clicks together. But it does help getting that comfort hero for yourself as Winterbear, the Mars, you mentioned the Doom coming out from Max Saudi, so something different. And they want to try out the Batrider themselves.
Yeah, they're getting themselves protection against the Huskar last pick as well, because the Doom is very, very effective. You do not pick Huskar into Doom at all. And they're getting themselves Batrider as well, so they have these great ultimates for just kind of securing team fights. It is very single target though, and there are ways to deal with this single target type of focus. Itemizations, Lotus Orb becomes very strong, Linkage becomes very strong, and certain saving heroes can still be very good against this. We'll see what Winterbear's reaction is going to be. Their first pick is pretty general. Just a Mars can be played into so many different things.
Curious. Oracle.
Like I said, those saving heroes, right?
Yeah,
it's against Batrider, it's against Doom. Because I think I haven't tested the Oracle and the Doom no healing interaction, but I think you can still heal during False Promise as long as the healing, as long as the False Promise comes out after the Doom has ended.
Yeah.
I believe it works.
I think it could work that way, or just pump mass heals as soon as the Doom ends and the False Promise is still there. Holy Lockets and stuff like that. Just get that maximum out there. Okay, probably not that. I'm just reaching here, Waga. Don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an Oracle spammer nor a Doom spammer, so I haven't seen, Oracle is so out of meta anyway, so I haven't really seen this interaction. But it's a very good pick against the Doom either way. Being able to extend life with the False Promise can often be enough to protect you. And the Batrider as well gets hard countered. And even more save, the Tusk. Damn, they go with the double saving supports here.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, the moment you see a Batrider, we always talk about saves, and we don't really see Oracles getting picked, and then you have this Doom coming out, so it's like double abilities that your hero is already good against. Why I was a bit amazed that, okay, we actually do get an Oracle this time, because now the situation weighs so heavy that this hero really starts to shine. And you said a double save now with this Tusk that can just solely focus on an early Blink Dagger and just keep snowball saving people away from that lasso, or maybe even a target Doom, for example, if he's chasing a target that's about to die. So you have great ways of keeping your team alive, and all you really need to do is just, are we going glass cannons here on Winterbear? Can they just freely deal damage now?
I mean, maybe the bigger question for me here that arises from this draft, we saw this in last game too. The Batrider was attempted counter pick by the Rubik and the Venge to double support reactive picks into it. We'll see if it works better for Winterbear, as I think their save is way easier to execute here. The Oracle and the Tusk are pretty straightforward in how they save people, especially into the Doom. But what I see from Winterbear is Tusk Mars, quite likely to lane together. That's a double melee lane. And if you look at Gamax Saudi, they still have their entire safe lane to pick. So they can really pick something that should punish this, that can lane well against it. At the same time, Winterbear, you know, they have Oracle and can pick their carry into the probably Doom plus Batrider lane. So similarly, quite good for them. But Doom Batrider is pretty general. They can do a lot of stuff. Tusk Mars, you can't really go jungle on a Tusk, and you know pulling
Dire
lanes can be
team
hard. So
Mirana.
some Gamax Saudi, I think they have a better chance to counterpick that lane.
Well, they're going to bring out the Mirana here, so something to connect with your preliminary stuns here. You could also get another
Not
hero
only
that works
that,
together.
it gives the Moonlight Shadow for the Batrider to initiate with, so he can
10
find those
seconds
angles
remaining.
to go in.
Very helpful hero.
5 seconds remaining.
And of course, like the itemization on Mirana, extra sustain for the team, usually going for the Guardian Greaves, a very good support to build it on. Get that mobility, get yourself close to the team with leaps, get those extra heals out. I wonder if they want to pair it up with something, because what we've seen this Mirana being paired up with, we saw the Sumail Storm Spirit, the Vortex into Arrow combo, which was brilliant by them.
I mean, Lasso works very well. You pull in a direction, right? You always have battlers jump in, and then you kind of know which way he's gonna pull them, and then Mirana just need to line up with that. But yeah, you do want one more hero into that, and it's not gonna be a Kunkka, not gonna be a Puck, as we saw those control heroes banned out on mid, and also not a DK, which would have been very straightforward. But like you said, maybe some hero who can jump the backline. You know,
Radiant
Oracle and
team
enemy
pick.
team Storm wouldn't be a bad hero.
Phantom
They
Assassin.
go with a carry hero who can jump the backline.
Yeah, lock in that safe lane duo here for Gamax Saudi. And since you do see the PA coming out into action, that is a very squishy safe laner that can be easily punished. Winterbear, are we going to see a hard
10
counter
seconds
towards this PA?
remaining.
There's a lot of options in the pool.
Yeah, they still do have the
5
time with
seconds
both their
remaining.
mid and the carry pick. I mean, there's a lot of heroes that do really well against Batrider, Mirana, and PA for me. Like, if there was ever a time to bust out something crazy like the Bloodseeker, this would be a time to do it.
Radiant
And Winterbear have
team
shown they
back.
play these weird, unorthodox carries as well. It's gonna be a very straightforward one, but TB into PA? Dude, I still have trauma from the TB being deleted by Ame.
Yeah, these are the
I'm
matchups
still
we've been
not over
watching
the
a couple times.
3.5k full HP TB dying at like 60-minute game.
10
Yeah.
seconds remaining. Team ban.
I also just watched the clip last night of the TB versus Weaver with Brooch.
Yeah, Weaver with Brooch can also absolutely delete you. And, you know, looking at this game, we have Mars and PA in the same game. I'm predicting 2 Brooches and
10 seconds
1
remaining.
Rapier this game. That's
One
my
rapier.
prediction for
Okay.
Yeah, 1 Rapier will exist in this game,
5
at least.
seconds remaining.
Well, it wouldn't be a
Dire
finals without a
team
rapier,
ban.
surely. But is it going to be on the team that's playing from behind, or the one that's playing from ahead? You know, because it is always interesting when you have like a 20k lead and the leading team buys a rapier, because it's like it's nice to have it. Mars is a great hero to have it. Can delete those heroes away. But
10
there's a
seconds
chance with Gamax Saudi and their lockdown that they could be able to take it away from the
5
Mars
seconds
potentially
remaining.
with Dooms and Lassos.
Radiant
And then, of course, if
team
PA
ban.
picks it up, you didn't know what happens. But
It's risky, yeah. It's risky to purchase it against a hero who would so happily take it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see how it goes. He does have double save on his team, so Mars could still think about getting it. The God's Rebuke has True Strike. You know, you can delete the PA really
10
fast as well.
seconds
So
remaining.
it's a double-edged sword. It can, help you or it can hurt you.
5 seconds remaining.
Mikey's hero, by the looks of it, open for Winterbear, as his Necrophos and the Pango have both been banned out. His Invoker, his Puck, most likely his DK. You know, there's already like 5 targeted bans towards Mikey, but he'll still find a hero for himself to play. Let's just see what it is. They already banned out the Viper.
Radiant
And the
team
OD.
Curious what he's gonna go with.
Dire team pick.
Oh, Primal Beast.
Primal Beast.
We didn't see him play that yet, right? In our games?
I don't think we did.
Yeah. I mean, it still works very well into their draft here. It's high tempo. It's a hero that doesn't care too much about being doomed or lassoed, as
10
he's
seconds
pretty big.
remaining.
He can stand his ground.
Yeah.
And very natural blade mill buyer as well, which is
5
nice to have
seconds
against
remaining.
the PA.
And the Ags that you can also build this game.
Yeah, the break can be
You may
great.
now select
But
your
you
Queen
are-
of Pain
heroes.
comes out for the side of Gamax Saudi. Hero that typically lanes pretty well against the Primal Beast. The Shadow Strike is very good. and the massive amount of magic damage and pure damage against TB can be really good for bursting him.
Yeah, pretty handy here for Gamax Saudi again to have themselves a good laning matchup towards that mid lane. Shushu, he had a lot of impact with the Wind Ranger. I like to see the moves he made. He also shut down Mikey's
5
Husker
seconds
a couple
remaining.
times when Mikey made the rotation. We saw that one play where in the top lane, Husker just got blown up right away, and he didn't have Aegis in that fight, so helped them turn around and recover. But, you know, Kurtenkele, he needs to have a better game this time. That Primal
He
Beast that
does.
we saw was bad. It didn't really find its place. It was behind on item timings. But with Doom, a hero that naturally farms pretty fast, you get to item timings pretty quickly. But now he really needs to be there with the team and show why he's playing here, because that last series he had versus Adonis was a great one.
Yeah, Kurtenkele looked absolutely amazing there. And then last game that we saw here against Winterbear did a great job of shutting him down early on in laning stage and then focusing his lane with a ton of heroes. We'll see if he gets off to a better start. He isn't up against a very oppressive lane. The Oracle plus TB is mainly aiming to get the TB to grow big. So he might find some decent farm for himself. Doom is generally pretty hard to shut down for an Oracle, I feel.
Yeah, we'll see how this one rolls out. I mean, Reality has been playing really good so far in the laning stage. Hasn't really been killed that many times, unless he's been playing those carry heroes that aren't really able to protect themselves. Now he has the Metamorph to work around with on TB. Plus, Oracle +1 is usually a kill setup, but not necessarily with a TB.
They also got two
Prepare
comfort
for
picks here,
battle.
right? They have the Grandmaster Mars for Kachal, and they have Grandmaster tier on DTB for Reality as well. So they're playing on heroes that they know their way around. You know, it's funny, Dota plus levels, you don't always want to put all your stock into it, but when you see someone Grandmaster on it, it's safe to say they played it a bit.
Yeah, they've played it definitely a bit as well. I mean, I'm also like, I'm level 29 on Enigma with 500 games, so it's like I'm not even 30. So yeah.
Takes a while to get there if you don't do the quests quickly. We see a little bit of a run into each other here, but a leap away. Level 1 leap for Mirana can be a little bit of a downside for him, not having the arrow available to pick off the range creep or kill the big creeps. So perhaps,
Yeah,
you know,
or
perhaps he
even
would want to have
poke with
the-
Starstorm. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, leap
30
isn't terrible
seconds
to
to
have
battle.
still. You do get the attack speed bonus, but it's so long cooldown, it feels really bad to use it aggressively at all.
Yeah, we talked about the full set of leaps, 156 seconds of cooldowns.
Yeah, it's very long, honestly. It's
I don't think I'm good.
it's, you know, to the point that you really want to put levels into it, but as a support Mirana, those levels are so precious, and you need your damage increase as well.
Precious points as
battle
game 2 is
begins.
going to be underway. Gamax Saudi need to tie this series up, or else it's going to be Winterbear heading over to grand finals and get a rematch versus Nigma Galaxy. That
You can't
series.
deny.
Oh, actually, yeah, denies the bounty there, thanks to the not thanks to the leap, I guess. You didn't have to
No,
use one.
he didn't even need to leap, actually. It was Reality making a bit of a mistake. He went up towards the other rune, trying to, you know, stay nearby in case there was something happening onto the Doom. There we see that leap value again. Oh yeah, they're looking like they're doing some work here, putting the Tusk together with a TB. So Tusk against Mirana. Then the leap makes even more sense for him.
Yeah, now that you have the Oracle Mars, you have a way to set up from the root into the spear, actually get use out of Kachal's Q. It will take a couple levels, but at least they have a combo that they can utilize in this lane. Maybe push the PA away, keep the Bat Rider at bay as well. I feel like this is a great zoning lane on the Radiant side. They shouldn't die that much because they have the abilities to keep the opponents away.
Yeah, they should, but at the same time, the PA, I think she should have a pretty easy time being able to get CS here. Mars doesn't have the biggest damage, and they have great kill potential onto the Oracle later on as well. When you get some points in Firefly, PA can always join in.
Yeah, has plenty of armor to work against the bonk, so that's not gonna hurt a lot. There are heroes like some of the carries and supports that actually suffer versus the Mars because of the bonk spam. He doesn't mind pushing the lane if he deals heavy damage to the carry, but since it is an agi carry with a decent amount of base armor and having that lane in front of his tower, getting that extra +3, Mars doesn't feel like that much of a threat.
Yeah, they do
Yet,
get
at
to level
least.
2 first on the side of Winter Bear, so they have a bit of an advantage there, can use their spells. And looking at the CS across the board, pretty good start here for the side of Radiant. As mid, we have 8 and 5 here, last hits for the Primal Beast, using that E to give himself extra damage against the Queen of Pain last hits too.
Yeah, handy that little uproar. 10 bonus damage per stack. Let's do a right click. Actually, it's pretty sizably hard. And then you also have that movement speed slow, so if you do pop it at the right time, you might even force the Quap to blink away. Who does not actually have any points in Shadow Strike. Why is this?
I don't know. I think this is just the incorrect way to skill against the Primal Beast, in my opinion. I've seen a lot of Primal Beast versus Queen of Pain matchups. Usually Shadow Strike is not skipped, but oh, bottom lane.
Yeah,
Mirana.
I'm looking at the same here. Blade Moose, one hit from Dying Reality will get it. And if did I see correctly, Mirana tried to place a branch in front.
He tried to branch, yeah, and hide, I think.
Yeah, quick Quelling Blade there from TV though, or did he eat it with a tango? Not entirely sure, but doesn't work out for the Mirana. That's a first blood for the carry on Winter Bear.
Yeah, that's a fantastic start for them, and recognizing that they have the kill potential. All that because they kept forcing away the leaps on this Mirana. Tusk has been doing the prep job for that, you know, repeatedly going on him, casting some ice shards, just forcing out the leap, so that she didn't have enough charges to stay alive.
TV is being focused quite a lot here in bottom. They do have 3 versus 2. They could get 2 kills
they have
here.
overextended.
Well, that's gonna bite them in the ass, you know, losing their 2 heroes right away. That just got first blood, so TB is not gonna be feeling too happy about that. Also, he went with her. Did he mention this already?
That is very, very interesting.
Support
Ern?
TB in the end. Tusk carry. Hog.
It's all a bait. It's actually a support. We thought it was a carry. That's super interesting to see that he went Earn here. I would love to know the reasoning on a carry TB to go Earn. I feel like, you know, if anything, Reality is a very aggressive player.
Yeah.
But TB is not really like a Spectre. He can't join all the fights all the time, but we'll see what he can do with it. Actually, he does get to take 1 more kill here, so Earn charges are gonna come in. And one thing about it is that TB has incredibly good armor, right? So any bit of HP that you can heal yourself up is gonna be very valuable compared to a lower armor hero.
EHP, yeah. Very effective here in the top lane. At the same time, PA might actually go down to Kachal, a couple more hits away from getting the Phantom Assassin out of the way, and actually gets him. Jeezy will die to Blade Moose, and Mikey is here to back up as well. There's a leap charge now, just coming off cooldown for Blade Moose, but Mikey might still actually get the kill. QJY with the Flame Break, and Kachal with the Spear. Bat comes in between, protects Blade Moose.
What a god. The Batrider comes in and saves him. Nicely positioned there. Good heads-up play.
Yeah.
But yeah, still pretty painful. You used up your leap charges, and he does get a salve delivered that he bought in base, and PA brings it with a TP out. But still, this Mirana, level 3, no point arrow. I think...
Oh, look at top. Mikey actually was thinking about going away, but will return because the Phantom Assassin has just come back to the lane and into the spear, and there's your Phantom Assassin going down. He just teleported back. So Mikey's patience pays off.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough start for PA now. Having to do Walk of Shame. He already purchased the smoke. He knows. This is, you know, it's only 15% bonus movement speed, but when you Walk of Shaming in the early game, you want to get back to the lane as soon as possible. So smoke it is. Back to the lane he goes. And he doesn't have boots yet, so this is all more painful.
Yeah, it is literally a Walk of Shame. Not the hurdle or the run.
Checking for the top rune. We see both supports coming in to check the runes from the side of Winter Bears. It is going to spawn top.
Yeah, regen rune is going to be picked up in the bottle for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, deny attempt by Oracle, but didn't really get the attack in time.
You can purge off rune effects with the Q, right? On Oracle?
Yes, you can. Yeah, you can dispel the regen.
Yeah,
which is very important in this patch since the regen persists through damage nowadays. Yeah. The regen is so crazy good nowadays. It's really nice.
Oh yeah. Oh, Mass TP's bottom as there was an attempt to potentially dive for Tenkale. QJY is here, and so is Blade Moose, who's been very active from top to bottom. But that also leaves the PA alone in the lane, who has the least CS.
Yeah, PA is... I
Radiant's
think
top
maybe
tower
you
is
need to
under
do this
attack.
though, because I don't know if he can protect the PA anyway if he goes up there. Not if Primal Beast comes in with the rotation. So you're better off just trying to get some advantage. He's gonna go and
Radiant
stack
are
for PA
scanning.
for later. You know, it's a pipe dream. The Battle Fury will one day farm this ancient camp. Get the Wisdom Rune. Meanwhile, Batrider is gonna go top. I think he's better at protecting PA. With the Flame Break, he can get the Primal Beast away from him if the rotation comes in.
Also, he placed down a ward at the bottom gate, so we'll have the vision for any potential moves still happening as we're about to end the laning phase with triple net worth lead here for Winter Bear, with PA being 1,400 gold behind his counterpart, the Terrorblade.
Regeneration.
Yeah, TB having a fantastic start. In reality, you know, he's showing us it's an interesting build. I don't think I've ever seen a carry TB earn before. Like, this is surely the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, it's kind of like Spectre shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a gold component if you think about it. And he's using it aggressively here again.
Tenkale gonna be hit under the tower. Mass debuffs on him. Shushu coming in as well, but the snowball's gonna finish off the
Sunder?
Doom. The Sonic Wave there, but the Sunder comes out. QJY dropping low as well. Another kill with the Urn, and still having to fight all the way to the end. But reality, I think he's running out of tools now. The leaps are going out from Blade Moose, and he won't be able to chase him. Shushu has another blink available. Big E, still 0 points in Q, so TB's running at full speed, healing up with the Urn again, but now
Arrow
finally
available?
they break the Urn. Arrow flying in. Look at the jukes on this man. Still kiting this Queen of Pain. Is there anybody coming to the rescue
Oh
for
my
this
God, he's gonna
Terrorblade?
go for the
And he
kill.
gets the goal, he gets the kill as well. It is post-mortem as he dies to Blade Moose first, but that would have been a situation where they just kill off the TB. We're like, hey, we killed the enemy carry. But that took forever for Shushu, and still gets a kill in the end on the TB with that reflection. Man.
Took forever, and like you said, that takedown on the at the end there, getting the Mirana as well, really nice. We see a smoke or an Invis rune mid here for Primal Beast.
On the
looking
edge of
for
vision.
PA.
Has pulverized too, but he doesn't even need it.
Yeah, that damage is just absurd. He's gonna just trample her down. She has no real HP to speak of, so quickly goes down.
Canceling out the pulverize as the arrow was flying in. Mikey just gonna charge away.
Mikey having a very good start here in this game. Always shining, you know, when you look towards Winter Bears, we speak a lot about Mikey and what he's doing in this team. Very, very strong player for sure. And he's going for that Blade Mail rush, by the way, against Queen, against PA, even against Doom. You can activate the Blade Mail during the Doom to do some damage back. It's pretty handy.
Worthy tribute.
I didn't think about that. That's actually true.
It's so funny, the Doom interactions nowadays. You know, there's new stuff to think about and learn. You can use items.
Kachal has Arena available. Is going for Yule's first item, basically. So we talked about the spear setup once again.
Yeah, good against Queen. Similarly, it's good against Puck. Last time we
Radiant's
had it,
middle
and also good for
tower
PA.
is under
You know,
attack.
pretty elusive hero.
Yeah. This time, GZ actually gets to deny Shushu's action rune, which would have been a haste. That will protect the Terrorblade a bit more.
Yeah, aiming to keep him safe. We have some big spells that we'll see if we can get use of here. Doom available, Arena available. You know, Queen still has the Sonic Wave again. I think Gamax really need to make a move down towards bottom and start to take over the map. It's actually gonna be TV though, winging up top first.
Let's see what they can do here. The Urn charges are empty for reality. Hunting for the Phantom Assassin, actually going straight for the Batrider. They'll take anything that they can get. They'll get a kill with this. Vertinkale is here. He dooms the Tusk. So Tusk won't be able to snowball save anybody here. Reality, he'll actually take the portal and move away completely. Actually, doesn't take the portal to the bottom lane. Just going for a bit of a wraparound. And now they find Murata out of position.
Oh, Miranda dies fast. Oh god. Yeah, the damage walking into the TV and the Mars there. A little bit overextending as the Doom was already used. His team wasn't really with him.
Also the Batrider coming back into action. Kachal is like hoping to get another instant spear into the Batrider, so he just teleported and he's dead again. Sunder's available. Vertinkale gets pushed away. Queen of Pain is coming in and might just go for the full combo. They know that TB could quickly turn around. Root comes out, pushes the Queen of Pain. Oh, the shards don't actually quite connect by Lowdown. Looking for the snowball, but Shushu's already moved away. Another spear. Kurtenkale is constantly
Urn,
speared on the
the
wall.
TB Urn.
But the Urn, indeed, doing work here. Kurtenkale left all by himself under the tower, and They just can't fight back.
Dire's top tower
They're completely defenseless here. They're trying to go aggressively in, and all they do is to spend time walking out and out and out, and they've lost the Batrider already twice, and now the Doom, he got speared twice under the tower, and the third time he gets killed.
Yeah, and this is so active gameplay from Winter Bears. I,
Dire's top
questioned the
tower
urn at first. I just kind of confused as I haven't seen it used at all before like this. But the tempo he's playing with, he's been involved in 9 out of 12 kills on the TB. Making the move up towards top lane here. Very natural move to TB to try and join in and push down tower. Also the skill build. This is not the skill build of most carry TBs.
Nope.
Normally you max Conjure Image, you max out the Metamorphosis quite early. But he's going full reflection build here, playing towards the patch, playing towards what was buffed.
I mean, I was actually looking and showing to the viewers there. I was comparing Urn and Falcon Blade for the 0.4 mana regen difference. Is it really just the mana farming, basically? But he's not spamming his W that much, which it does increase every level by 10, but still. It's not like he's using his spells a massive amount, but still that Urn, you always need some kind of mana regen item on a Terror Blade. Oh, he got caught by the arrow, by the way. That could be the chance.
Still has Magic Stick and Sunder though, so they need another disable here. They don't have level 6 on Batrider yet. I think they have to get that 30 minutes into the game.
Mikey patiently waits for the Flame Break to come out first and then charges after. Shushu goes down. Could have been an interrupted Primal Beast. Easy. Just have the root on Mirana. Mikey's continuing to go. Has that Arcane Rune. Blade Moose. All of the leaves have been used. Casts the root onto the Primal Beast, but no connection. 20 seconds. Primal Beast is still going and now finally gives up the chase.
Does have the Q again.
Oh, but they got
bottom
PA.
lane, there's a bigger target.
Yep, exactly. They're going straight for the PA. Kachal's there with the spear, and they will collapse on top of Soul.
Uh-oh. 10 seconds for the Wisdom Rune. Blade Moose wants it, but I don't think you're getting it, buddy. They're coming in. Unless he gets his friends there in time. All of Gamax are running, but I don't think they can get there in time.
Yeah, maybe he'll throw an arrow, but that won't really do any good. So Jeezy secures the Wisdom Rune. But they are looking to fight. 4-man smoke towards the bottom lane. Blade Mail, Veil's Doom. Batrider has Lasso. And they found Kachal. Multi-duels, yeah, he could duels himself while the Doom comes out, but still, it's not going to buy enough time for the rest to get there in time. Maybe they can still retaliate. Root is flying onto Lowdine. Blade Moose is already dead. Doom is taking a lot of damage from Mikey with the Blade Mail in action as well. Cortecular is going to go down. QJ is going to drop as well. Shushu, can he get some kills here? PA going to get caught by the Pulverize as well. They're low on HP, and they cannot quite get them down. Mikey is getting popped up by heals, and Mikey will live. A triple for reality, and Shushu has Blink available. He'll be able to jump out from the action, but that was a Gamax smoke, and they will lose pretty much everyone with it.
Yeah, you may have gone the Mars there, but 4 heroes revealing themselves, and all of Winter Bears, their eyes just went red. They're like, okay, we got you now. You're in position for just being destroyed. The Primal Beast came in like a wrecking ball, killing everything, and Queen aggressively blinking mid. It is a max level blink, but I don't think it matters.
Nope, not at that point when the root connects as well. Oh.
Also, we misspoke earlier. I misspoke rather. They don't have 2 saving heroes. They have 3. The Sunder from the carry TB is obviously a saving. It is looking more and more like a support TB.
It is definitely, but the supports are winning the game right now, and Mikey.
And it's a rich support. 9.5k net worth topping the game. He's not poor by any means. This is definitely working out. And I think Winter Bears, they're just showing us. They are looking like the way stronger team here between the 2 of them. They are playing with ferocious tempo, utilizing all their, advantages as much as they can. Even PA trying to find whatever farm she can top. Kachala is just hunting her.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, and he gets it again. Soul.
This is the spear at least.
Just the spear, and Bat is coming in, but here comes Mikey, full speed ahead, straight to the Batrider. Gets slowed up by the dagger, so he won't be quite able to do any extra damage to the Batrider. While Kachal is hunting for Soul, Soul is going to be able to teleport out from that top lane. So because that spear missed, the PA gets to live another day.
This poor Batrider being chased by illusions is only level 6 at 16 minutes. It's a tough time.
But what I have to say about this TB, what I really like about the Reflection Max and having that Urn, it allows this TB just to play with the team the whole time. This is not an AFK, RTZ style TB where you just come out of the jungle when you have your big items. This guy's with the team the whole time.
Oh, we go down as well. He does get denied to the Ancients at least, so I feel miserable. coming up by Shushu. At least he didn't feed away a kill to the Primal Beast this time. But no, I'm completely with you. This, at least if you know your team is capable of playing high tempo, this build works really well. I wouldn't advise it in your random pub game perhaps, because, you know, there's the chance your team just doesn't play the way Winter Bears are doing now. Coming in with this type of tempo is not usual for a team, but they have the confidence from the last game's win and the previous, you know, matchups against them as well.
Yeah, and the 2 Grandmasters on Winter Bear, so they're fully comfortable with executing this. Just love to see something different, and it works out fine.
Yeah. Already full Eternal Shroud for this Primal Beast as well, by the way. So Blade Mail, Eternal Shroud, he is insanely tanky.
But honestly, when I go... Okay, I'll have to go back to my point in a bit, as they will just delete QJY.
Oh, that's a sad Doom. Doesn't really do anything. Primal Beast taking a bit of damage.
Oh, they got Shushu as well. Link's out at 80 HP. The urn is ticking, but the bottle refills in between is going to help him keep alive. But honestly, what I wanted to say about my previous point, still back going to that TV and them having Grandmasters and the way that this draft is working out, if you can make builds like this work, you deserve to be in the Grand Finals for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, this just makes me more excited as well for the upcoming series here. Looking like Winter Bears, they're really wanting to get their rematch against Nigma. So trying to farm whatever he can here on bottom lane, but, you know, the TV is here. Collects even more urn charges. I think this guy has had more urn charges than your average urn game at 18 minutes already. You know, he's involved in everything.
17 out of the 22 kills on a TB. That is quite phenomenal.
Yeah, he's just running. He's not spending any time farming. And to his credit, TB can just run from fight to fight and leave the illusions to farm and fix the lanes, while the hero himself runs towards the action. So it's not like TB doesn't have the tool to be played this way. This is a very interesting take on the hero. You will set up mid on this Stat Rider.
Bit of an attempted split push or cut waves on QJY, while Mikey is now alone to hit the tier 3 tower.
They're all in desperation mode, trying to fix lanes however they can.
Kurtenkele throwing siege shots.
Yeah, and high fives.
This is my high ground defense. High fives and siege shots.
Sounds like your average pub defense.
Yeah. Arrow flies in. It will stun Mikey, but Kurtenkele is already down. Morana ulti is also popped. Stay hidden.
They know how strong they are. They're just sieging up here. They have the TB meta going as well for quite a while longer. Or at least it's gonna go down.
There goes the tier 3 tower, opening up the melee racks. Meanwhile, Kachal's been hunting Soul 24/7, and we can see this PA is going to get bullied to death once again. Can the Wolves deny him this time? No, and Kachal, bonk is ready. Misses the bonk.
Misses, but the Tusk is there as well with the backup.
And the high ground siege is still yet ongoing. The melee racks is at 90 HP. A couple more hits should do it, but there's Kurtenkele coming in with the Doom. Ulti available.
So hard though. You have to go on Oracle, and Oracle has such a safe positioning here. You don't have any mobility tools. No blink on that, no blink on Doom. How do you ever go on Oracle?
Yeah, siege shot, siege shot. He's trying to time the Doom here on the Primal Beast, but
yeah, he's pump faking it. He knows he can't throw it when Oracle is ready.
Shusu still providing with that bit of poke. Has the ulti, crossed swords in his inventory. That's pretty much all he has. There's the siege shot.
Siege shot is out once again.
Siege shot hype. Oh, the Bat Rider. Well, the stun on Primal Beast actually gives him a couple extra seconds, but the situation is what it is. EA looking for a jump on the side. Never finished that battle Fury. Would have hoped to have it. Doom on the Primal Beast just gets a dagger onto the Oracle. Now TV in the front line. Does get ulted, but the Sunder comes out at the same time. And there's the turnaround from Winter Bear. Instant double kill.
Down.
And GG.
And GG gets called. Such a quick and easy finish here. 21 minutes for Winter Bears. Very, very dominant. Nice little bit of sportsmanship here going out by the team Gamax. They're giving some good luck next, and thanks for the game. Real sportsmanship behavior coming out from them. As you know, they've been fun to watch, but I think Winter Bears, they were just one step ahead here, and I think, you know, they're giving their energy for them to give the best they can in the upcoming series as well.
Oh, definitely. Like, this has been it has been a joy to watch Winter Bear like play throughout all of these series. Even versus Nigma, when they lost, they showed that they have the readiness to go into the grand finals. They showed they were better than Adonis. They basically just beat Gamax Saudi in the same way they did in the first round. So nothing has been stopping this team from performing. And as I said, and I will repeat myself, if you can make builds like this work in a lower bracket final, I think you've earned your spot at the grand finals. If you're able to flex your builds and your heroes in slightly untraditional ways and still make it work, you're welcome.
Yeah, for sure. Not only that, I mean, they've earned the right to go to the grand finals, previously in their matchup as well against the Nigma Galaxy, where they did take a game very convincingly against them, absolutely crushed them in game one. So, if anything, this is the worthy challenger and opponent. But, our respect to Gamax Saudi as well. They put up their best fight, but Winter Bear, I think they're just a little bit ahead. And I'm very excited to see what they can do in the upcoming series as well.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gamax Saudi, left without any money because that will go for the runner-up of the grand finals. But I hope we hear more from Blade Moose. That nickname has stuck with us, and we've been talking with the lad. He seems like a very nice guy. Kurtenkele and the boys, of course, from the European side, joining in the Gamax Saudi lineup. I feel like they have promise, they have potential, but it's back to the training grounds. But here, we are done with training. We are going to take a bit of a break. This might be a bit of a longer one, 30 to 40-ish minutes. I'm not entirely sure. I'll show you the timer on the screen so you'll be able to check out when the grand finals begins. A bit of a prep break for Winter Bear and, of course, for Nigma Galaxy to challenge them in this best of 5 grand final for the spot in the league. So we will be back in a while. And guys, don't miss out on this one. It's going to be fun. And we're back, ladies and gents. It is time for the final of the. What can you call it? You know, it's not the king-making Sunday or Saturday, but it is time for the final matchup, and a winner will go to join Falcons and PSG Quest to represent MENA in the Elite League Swiss stage. And of course, here with T-Panda and Waga, we are ready for this one. It's a BO5. It's the two great teams of this region fighting neck and neck. Have already battled against each other before in a 2-1, and now one will take in a best of 5 in the first time between these two teams. They get to play a BO5 together.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Best of 5, you really get to see who's going to come out on top. You know, 4 teams went into this qualifier, but only 2 remain, and we will battle out to see who's going to win here. Both of them have done some damage to each other in the previous series. It was Nigma coming out on top. Seemed like they kind of figured out Winterbear last time. They kind of solved the approach that Winterbear had. So we'll see. I think it was a great strategic win last time for Nigma. We'll see how much Winterbear have had time to adapt to that, how much they have prepped for today. I mean, it was only yesterday that it happened, right? So it's not too much time between. But
still a fresh memory.
Nigma showed some good experience and understanding of how to, kind of break down and simplify a game.
Well, as the draft is live, we're going to jump straight into it for the first matchup between the two teams, as Winterbear are just coming out of a 2-0 victory from the lower bracket finals, and Nigma has most likely been keeping an eye open on what's been happening in that particular series, because there is a Terrorblade ban. So they saw how active that hero can be early on with that changed itemization and skill build. So taking away one of the strongest weapons Winterbear had, and with that draft prep, that definitely was something that Nigma paid attention to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a pretty fast series that Winterbear put on against Gamax there, so it wouldn't take too long to see what they did, because both games finished up real quick, and reality on his Terrorblade looked really, really impressive. He obviously Grandmaster, and showed us some really new stuff. Never saw the Earn Terrorblade carry before. That's definitely a memorable thing to have seen. Kind of want to try it, but you need an entire team that can play around you in the active way that they did. We'll see. Are Winterbear going to be allowed to play their high tempo, high octane style against Nigma? Because last time they did, Nigma went heavy on counter ganking. What will be the approach for this game 1 in this series here?
Yeah, very counter initiation heavy, just waiting for Winterbear to make the moves on the map, and then Nigma would reply, but they didn't rush themselves into early push. I'd be surprised if Nigma take a change of pace and set the tempo themselves by playing overly aggressive early on, because you'd love to see Sumail just truly pop off. Those are the highlight moments throughout his career, is when you see Sumail go absolutely ham on his opponents. So if Nigma gets to play around that, or do they play it more calm and play around Miracle's timings? Because the roles have changed a bit during the course of these last few months, or maybe even the last year, that it's not necessarily just the mid setting up the tempo, and it could be the carry that tunes in early on to fight, and maybe the offlane is something a bit more greedier that comes up with these big items to tune in for team fights.
Yeah, depends a lot what kind of carry we're going to see Miracle decide to play in this game. We've seen him in Gyrocopter, a hero that he can come online pretty early with as well before. He already will know his lane matchup quite likely here, going up against the Magnus. They also got themselves the Batrider on Nigma Galaxy here, so it's going to be a nice laning hero. We've seen POS 4 Batriders turn themselves into cores with how much this hero can do across the map, farming, ganking. Just a great opening pick, really.
Yeah, the Bat and the Magnus both brought up, and of course the Omni Knight is now banned out by Nigma, and still have another ban to go until leading over the turn for Winterbear. They got rid of the Morphling Skunkas. Of course, the Chen kind of expected that this Chen is going to be banned, even if there isn't a player in the particular series. But
so definitely they watched the previous series, because that's the other carry.
Yeah.
So they banned both the carries that Reality played from the previous series. The Omni Knight allowed them to do some last pick Huskar, and of course Winterbear have the ultimate last pick in this game. So it would be big for them to be able to pull out some cheesy stuff like that. Nigma have to prepare for that, of course. It's always something that can be worrisome. Cheese picks.
Also, now that you do have that Magnus, there's a plenty of melee cores you'd love to pair up with the Magnus to gain benefit from the Empower naturally, get those item timings a bit faster, even if the laning stage would look a bit difficult for the other lanes. Magnus in general is just a really strong laner, very difficult to match up against because of the mixed damage that he has, the range that he has, the regen, the HP. It's just a really hard hero to deal with in the side lane, especially if that's a 3 Magnus. Same for the mid lane too. Could be very hard to poke.
I mean, PA is probably the biggest here to look towards for Winter Bear to be a possibility. But also, I'm still a big fan of Faces Void together with Magnus. Just having that reliable lockdown, you have both an RP and a Chrono, so annoying to play against. Hard to itemize to solve as well. But I think PA is probably even more threatening as we've seen what she can do in this patch.
Yeah, like the Faces Void, I feel like it's been a couple months already, but when I see Faces Void and Magnus in the draft and they're forced to use early Chronos where they only have the Chrono itself to use, I think since then the meta has changed a lot where the Chrono isn't necessarily used for killing, but more for zoning and disrupting, and you have something that goes along the side. Say you have a Pango in your draft, he's able to take a secondary fight while the Chrono is going on at the same time. So you're not solely reliant on early Chronos to landing you those kills, even with the Empower buff, because sometimes it's just not enough on the early levels. And early Maelstrom can't necessarily guarantee that you're going to kill people in the Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, usually the big thing is that you want your Magnus to also have like Blink Harpoon so he can set up things, and then the Chrono is just a secondary thing that will follow up. You don't want it to be the main thing to lead with. As we see, the Rubik picked up by Winter Bear, a good reaction to the Batrider. We've seen it before, and interesting stuff coming out from Nigma here.
All
right. This is strategic. So they're saying, okay, Winter Bear, you like playing aggressive games. You like to fight. We've seen you. 60 kills, minute 20 in some of your previous series. Let's take a hero that absolutely thrives in action. And this is a favorite of mine. I'm also a Grandmaster Bounty Hunter. When you play against a team like this, you're happy. Because Bounty Hunter track can really make, those team fights so beneficial for you.
And every even trade is a win for the Bounty team.
Yeah. And also, it's very good with both the Gyrocopter and the Batrider. You allow yourself to get vision so the Batrider can jump people. And if this ever would be, some flexibility or get the shard going for the Gyrocopter, the track allows you to keep the shard damage coming out of Gyro's missiles. You can't just hide behind a tree.
Yeah, and you get your Phantom Assassin you were hoping for. Winter Bear is going to lock it in. So you can look at maybe some earlier timings. I mean, I think the way we saw this PA being played before was just a Desolator above the Battle Fury, because you kind of need to match up the tempo versus that Nigma Galaxy has. But it's also kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because if you fail those trades, as mentioned, the Bounty Hunter is going to grant that extra gold for the team. So every even trade is a win for the Dire team. But do you want to take that risk that if we don't succeed with the Desolator, is the Battle Fury still going to be the option to go for, even with the Empower from Magnus?
I think even though you have Magnus, you might still go Battle Fury here, and then just go Battle Fury, BKB, and then Brooch and be ready for Rapier, or even get Aghanims early so you can dispel the Bounty Hunter track, like third item Aghanims, to have track dispel, and dispel against the Napalm is nice too. Because Blur can be really, really useful to prevent yourself from getting grabbed by the Batrider.
I'd be very curious if I do see that early Aghanims come out, because indeed, this could be a game where you might have to actually prioritize an item that is considered a luxury item for PA.
Yeah, I mean, I don't envision that, he's going to go for it super early, but third item, I think we could see it. BKB probably still going to be a big priority for him because, he has built-in damage from Empower. He just needs one farm steroid item, the BKB, and then after that, he could go for the Aghanims. Grimstroke comes out from Winter Bear, so they get themselves a little bit of combo there. The Inkswell, very good with PA or Magnus, and they can also now use the Bind, but they don't have the craziest stuff to throw into it until level 25 PA. Yep. That's when you delete everything. If you throw the dagger on a bound target, that's 6 daggers flying, and when people start dying, you throw more daggers. It's very nasty for late game.
Oh, indeed, yes. Mass daggers flying all about. And of course, when you mention the Brooch, when there's 2 edgy heroes already on the board, it's going to be a lot of value to build that Brooch at some point. But with the Grimstroke, you have another tool to dispel tracks when you pick up that shard as well from the Inkswell, which can be also handy.
Yeah.
And
Also,
even
a
at the
great
hard
save against the
lockdown. Yeah.
Batrider too. Now that you pointed
Radiant
out the
team
the
ban.
shard, yeah. I mean, the shard on Grimstroke, even though it was nerfed a little bit, it was still like meta defining before it was nerfed. It was just always there, and it's still a priority for Grimstroke players. It's still very, very strong.
Oh yeah.
Um,
I mean,
Enigma, they're
yeah,
gonna go with what worked
10
yesterday, right? We
Yeah.
see the
seconds
Sumail Storm coming out. That's how they solved Winter Bear really greatly
5 seconds
before
remaining.
with the counter ganks. And Sumail, I mean, he's just a star of the show when he plays Storm. I feel
Oh, yeah,
every
yeah.
game, all the attention is on him. Everyone knows that Sumail Storm, he can really take over a game.
Yeah, let's get some bat chest in chat for this Sumail Storm Spirit. Let's go.
Done it. The bat chesters are out.
Dire
Yeah, the
team
bat chest
ban.
in bio, guys. It's time to bust it out. You got the a lot of offlane bans coming out as well. The Husker taken away from Mikey. Mikey still having to tank a couple bans versus Sumail Storm. He did play the Primal Beast, but probably not looking like the best matchup necessarily. You also have the Pulverize to go with
seconds
Grimstroke
remaining.
if you would like to bring it up. But
I think
it's rough for a
5
Primal
seconds
Beast this game. It's
remaining.
not that easy looking.
I think you might still just go for Puck here. Not banned out yet. I mean, yes, last time didn't work out, but I don't think Puck was the problem or the, pick of the hero was the problem. Maybe his item build, we harped on that a little bit last time, going very defensive items, but
Dire
it
team
looks
pick.
pretty nice here.
Yeah.
Nigma are going to ban it out
Ban it
as
for
the
a
final
reason.
ban, though. Just kind of dangling it in front of them. Oh, yeah, you can get your Puck. Never mind, you can't. Psych. It's
Yeah.
gone.
It's a good approach for them, making sure that if you get a lead in this series, if you win the first game, you get a bit of breathing room as well, so you can really start
10
to
seconds
discover
remaining.
the pace of this series. Looking at Mikey's hero
5
pool as well while we are
remaining.
waiting for FBZ's offlane pick. There is a Mars still in the pool, even as this has gone this far. The hero is still available
Radiant
to be
team
picked up,
pick.
but he's going to go for the Tidehunter instead.
Okay, so Tidehunter comes in, securing the team fights. That was really what we were lacking so far in Nigma's draft. Nigma's draft looks really great. I think this is tailored a bit towards Winter Bear's playstyle with the Storm and the
10
Bounty,
seconds
but it's still
remaining.
super well rounded. You have the team fight of the Gyro ulti, Tide ulti, you have great
5
initiation, you have the
seconds
stuns
remaining.
there, Batrider for a single target. I think this is a very solid draft.
It
We'll
is, it
see
is.
what Winter Bear add as their final solution here.
Right, I'll throw it quickly out there. I'd like Coddle or Lesh. He's actually going to go for the
Choose
Pango.
your hero.
Yeah, I mean, Pango makes a lot of sense. Get the mana burn from the diffusal.
Yep.
It's not the best lane against the Storm. It's okay. Storm generally does pretty well against melee heroes ever since the buff to the Q. But yeah, we'll see if he can play the tempo that we've seen him do before on Pango. Mikey, he's been all over the place with his action, but that's really where I'm curious. How much is the Bounty Hunter gonna have impact in this game? Will he be able to deter some of that early fighting? Risking feeding away gold to the opponents.
Yeah, and then there's the Rubik. If Rubik is able to steal, that's also going to help PA jump into targets in the fog later on in this game. Enables Pango for the vision too. The Tidehunter naturally can purge off the track if he takes any excessive damage. But still, Jeezy has a lot of good spells to play with in this game. But like the way you brought out this Pango for the mana burn, I like it's a hero that focuses on killing above farming, allowing this PA to get maybe a bit more room to get the items that she needs and get a really big Phantom Assassin while Pango creates space for the time being. But it's a Miracle Gyrocopter again. He had one rough game. He had one really good game on it. So I'm excited to see what comes out of this one.
Yeah, I think overall, like, Miracle is very stable in what he's gonna do and how he's gonna perform. The rough game he had was like a product of the entire game being rough. It wasn't necessarily that he even performed poorly, I think, overall. But it's a comfort hero. I think it brings a lot of magic damage as well against stuff like the PA, who can be quite hard to deal physical damage to early on. Both teams smoking out quickly here towards their ward spots.
Yep, the grand finals is
Right,
underway. Best of 5, 3 wins to lock
You're
your
not
spot
cut out
in
for
for the
this.
Elite League Swiss round. There's, as already mentioned, PSG Quest as the other representative from MENA already there. And for the second parts of the tournament, which is going to be the official round-robin stage, we do have Team Falcons that has been dominating the Dota scene right now. The last few months has really been MENA favored, so there's a lot of hype riding on this series to see if MENA has more promise.
Mikey, with a quick little check on mid lane, by the way, a little detail, went in and did the tower aggro check, and he did see that there is
30
vision on mid.
seconds to battle.
So both teams smoked out to place wards. Mikey is aware that Dire have vision on the mid lane.
Also, I think that courier just spoiled the party, so he knows exactly where the enemy team is as well because of the mid vision. So
Yep.
bit of a
But he
tip
doesn't
there.
want to reveal anything about that, of course, as well.
Yeah, just with this casual tip for Sumail, you know. And actually, I like the way that Mikey still walks back into mid when he
Right.
has the information, because Nigma
battle
doesn't know that.
begins.
Does he know? Mind games.
Yeah, exactly. He walked in pretending that he doesn't have any clue that they're up there, and he was like, "Oh, wow, I didn't know you were there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna back away." Yeah, nice little theater by Mikey here. We do see a rune advantage going the way of Nigma.
Yeah, it's 3 for 1 to start things off.
Yeah, Matthew is looking to cancel a TP here from the Grimstroke, but he is gonna get spotted by the tower.
Reality gets the teleport. Lowdown also gets the TP to the bottom
Triple
lane now.
TPs. Yeah, 3 heroes using up their gold. Minus 300 gold already.
Yep.
The economy.
Yeah, Nigma with the network lead. Very minor as it is. Sumail has already pretty much locked in that first wave on the Storm Spirit.
Lowdown is in trouble. He's just dead.
Oh dear.
Not respecting. I mean, that was without Gush skill up, by the way. He died to Anchor Smash, so he definitely overstepped there. Had he skilled Gush, he would have been even more secured as dead. Just out of position there. And he doesn't have TP, so this is walk of shame from the start.
Ruh-roh.
This is horrible to
Ruh-roh. Oh, that's not the way you wanted to start this laning stage off at all. Going to
More
happen with-
solo experience from the PA. She's gonna be fine.
Yeah, she's gonna enjoy it, at least for a bit. You know, Matthew and FBZ, of course, a bit level reliant with their poke, but when they recognize the situation as it is, they could opt to go for a bit of a more pokey build. Same with the Tidehunter. Of course, FBZ would love to farm, but if they can get an XP advantage, you could even opt for that early Gush point, even at level 2. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's holding it for now. He probably will skill it up. But yeah, he has Janata already now on Bounty Hunter as well. Level 2 versus the flat, pretty much level 1 of the Grim top lane. Meanwhile, they tried for Miracle, but it didn't work out.
And now GC getting burnt by the support Batrider Kuro. So 2 kills for Nigma, both coming out from both lanes. So side lanes are looking really hot to start things off with. Also the mid lane, Sumail already doubling the CS versus the Pango.
Yeah, very good start here for Sumail. Showing
Skewer
that he
play.
knows.
Can they get Kuro with the tower damage? 2 extra hits to help him out. Big stick heal. And has the flame break to push them away. So the stick is the difference maker there.
Such a tanky hero as well. I mean, he has 33 strength. The Batrider, it's very, very difficult to bring him down, especially when he has level 2 already. They do get the pull. Miracle was over there and managed to get the pull secured.
Yeah, hitting their level 2s already. And PA with that solo XP actually hits level 3 already. Despite Matthew and FBC having a good start for the lane with that early kill in the Grim. Grim missing out for a bit, so 2 points
Honestly,
in Dagger.
if you're gonna have a carry be alone in the start, PA is probably one of the best of them. Because
Yeah.
she has Stifling Dagger, she can still get CS. His CS is great for being alone 1v2. 15 and 1? That's not
Yeah.
bad.
And who gets the Lotus? Yeah. Odds are 2 to
So
1.
funny, all players just clicking. In top lane, it was secured by Nigma, and it's put on Miracle on his Gyrocopter.
An attempt again on Kachal. Miracle with the 2 points rocket barrage that takes about 30% off of Mag's HP. Same for the Rubik. Getting blocked a bit by Miracle. The lift comes out. Flat cannon pops as well. And the damage is enough, but they might lose some heroes here. Might be Miracle. He has
going on
nothing
the
to
top.
really spread off the aggro. He finally does get the aggro off, and he continues to poke. Now Kuro is the one tanking the tower. Mag is low to 70 HP. Shockwave goes out. Miracle gets the kill. Kuro lives.
Radiant's
Miracle
top tower
lives.
is under
And it
attack.
is a great success for Nigma.
Yeah, fantastic for them. And meanwhile, as well, bottom, we see PA actually finding this Bounty Hunter. She is taking a lot of damage from this Tide, but should be able to get away before the Anchor Smash connects.
Yeah, the distance is there, so won't be able to finish off the kill for FBC. So Also, Winterberg getting on the board with that first kill for the PA.
Thank you.
Much
Yeah,
needed.
that was big for them. And Nigma just, you know, doing really, really great here on the top lane. That Lotus on the gyrocopter as well, allowing him to go so aggressive in the tower dive. Meanwhile, we haven't talked too much about mid, but Sumail has barely missed any CS at all. He's 27 CS minute 4.
Clean.
This is very, very good.
Yeah, bat chest for a reason. Just a clean laning stage for the first 4.5 minutes.
What does it, Jensen?
Also getting closer to that level 6. Mikey has a tiny XP advantage over Sumail.
Yeah, a little bit of an advantage, but not too much. He also never got the D ward on mid, even though he did scout the enemy vision. He never got in a position to D ward the mid ward because it's hard against Storm. Storm can just push the wave all the time.
Reality having all of his money stolen here for the pickpocket. Matthew, nice combo coming out there with the Inkswell, dropping bounty to half, but so did the PA drop fairly low. Has to use that stick for the big heal. Out of regen at the moment, so neither the Grim or the PA has anything. Let's see what's on the Courier. Boots and gloves, and a set of tangos for Lowdown. And he also brought in some raindrops and a dust, so they could potentially look for a kill in bottom in the minutes to come.
Yeah, they could try. And probably we're going to see more aggression open up once the level 6 has come up on the mid heroes as well. Very close now to finishing up that ball lightning and getting the Pango roll as well. There we go. Storm level 6 already. Pango going to get it as well with this creep.
There we go. Both ultis are up, and meanwhile in the river, Jeezy getting hunted by Miracle and Kuro, getting the lane for the moment for Kachal, although he is farming it behind his tower,
Radiant
so allows
are
Nigma
scanning.
Galaxy to do something else in the meantime, which is a kill. Mikey getting poked a bit. Batrider is also moving in. 5 seconds for Flame Break, trying to stay out of vision. Will contest for the rune, and this is full-on Nigma-controlled mid-territory, so Mikey has no chance to get to the rune.
Yeah, TP bottle refill from the dead Rubik though. He comes back mid and helps get a bottle refill towards his Pango, so at least you can do something useful. But yeah, the rune going the way of Sumail. He's going to use it to farm up jungle a bit. The illusions can help him tank, and of course a little bit of damage.
Reality, hopefully he'll get a better PA Battle Fury timing compared to the previous PA that he played against, first with the Terrorblade. That was well, we didn't. I'm not sure if we even actually saw a Battle Fury because
Dyer's
it was
turret
like
No,
20,
he
21 minutes and it was still being built.
No, yeah, he never got to that point. It was a very rough one. I mean, he's not having a fantastic lane here, but it's not completely shut down either. The PA is still getting some item progression, but Tide is leading the way. All
Radiant
of the
are
Nigma cores
scanning.
are enjoying their lanes quite a lot right now. The CS is looking fantastic across the board.
Also, this is a rumor, and I can't entirely verify it, but there's word on the streets, Waga, that Reality has been improving in MMR quite massively in the last 2 weeks. So at least a couple hundred increase all the way to 136. So very high. I think like that also helps the player motivate to a series like this when you're on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, it
If
shows
that's
that
the
you're
case.
putting in the work. We see a nice combo with the ball here and the Inkswell. As Kuroki tried to go into the enemy territory here a little bit. He, didn't get too much for it. He did get a D ward, but ultimately gets taken down.
Yeah, PA could use some help here. He's got nowhere to jump at the moment, but Bounty Hunter's barely just, without the Janata, just technically tickling this PA with 15 armor at the moment.
There's this looming threat of FPZ though, just chasing. He has the Vladimir's with sustainability, and he's keeping this catapult alive. Lift to stop him from lifestealing.
They are going to try their best here with the bug connected onto the Tide Hunter. Drops to half HP, gushes away, has Ravage
That was
available.
keeping down.
TP is coming in as well. The Pango will tune in with low mana, but has the damage for it. But here comes Miracle setting up for Mikey to die, and FBZ goes down to the tower. Lowdine should be dropping as well here as Miracle gets the tower and a double kill. And that's the
What a
way you
rotation.
love to see a carry rotate.
Oh, that was such a foresight move right there. He knew exactly what was going to
Radiant's
happen,
middle
came
tower
down
is
in the
under
right
attack.
place perfectly, just, lining up with the Pango as he jumps in. And Pango didn't have ulti. They expanded that to kill a support previously, right? So even though he came down
Dyer's
bottom
top
as this
tower
big,
is
strong
under
mid laner,
attack.
Pango, that ulti is not that intimidating. Not
can
before
see.
the diffusal is finished.
Yeah, and you can see how far that pushes Miracle, topping net worth now with 4,600, with Sumail, who played that clean laning stage right behind him. Tidehunter also having a great time with what went on in that bottom lane, not really being threatened at all. So Nigma, very healthy lead here.
Yeah. They are going to clean up some stacks here with Mikey in the jungle. Over on the side of Winter Bears, they have prepped a lot on the Ancients. So utilizing the Empower here as well, giving Mikey some speed to farm it up, finish up his Diffusal perhaps. He still needs 400 gold. Ancients would be enough for it.
Swashbuckling and Fate bolting away. Decent right-click damage there for the Pango to get it up. So I'm pretty sure that this is going to be the Diffusal coming out from this pack.
Just going to finish it up. PA, meanwhile,
Dire's
trying to get
top
what
tower
farm she
is
can.
under
I love the
attack.
switch they made, by the way, on Nigma. The move down bottom by the Arcopter, it allowed him to take the tower and get the kills, but also they now solidify top lane by putting a Vladimir's Tide on that lane. Now that tier 1 tower is very well protected by Tide's existence. So it makes it hard for Winterbear to say, where are we gonna go? You see them kind of moving around the map. They're gonna control Rune a bit, but unlucky for them, Sumail gets the regen on his Storm.
Yeah, what a great rune now with the upgraded regen.
Oh yeah.
Very different to the
Super.
old one.
Yeah,
Radiant's
super
top
efficient for
tower
Storm in
is
a team
under
fight. Even
attack.
if you do get a hit on him, he's still regenning, and he can easily just get out of the fight for 5 seconds and get the regen back to full
Dire's
value.
turret has been killed.
I didn't know that at first, but it does work like that.
Yeah. Small cancel.
Yeah.
Just back to action.
I'm getting a
Sort of like
second
Tranquil Boost.
wind.
Bottom lane, Reality in danger here as Miracle is lining up together with Matthew.
Matthew, if they get this kill, that's going to be level 6 guaranteed for Matthew pretty much. PA trying to fight for his life, and there we go. The kill goes through for Miracle on a mega kill streak, and that's level 6 now
Kill?
secured.
Maybe?
Meanwhile, Sumail, regen rune. They can't quite catch him, and he's back to full.
Yeah, the regen rune was helping him throughout that fight. They did get him with a soul bind, but it just kept him alive. Tons of mana and HP just coming in, even while you're getting attacked. I can't believe, you know, how much stronger it is now than the old rune.
Yeah. And they actually got the Batrider kill before he got Lasso off, so I'm guessing they did get the full Soulbind Silence combo through before he could cast
Yeah.
any spells.
Yeah, they got Soulbind combo, and then they focused on the Batrider first, which is probably the best move as well in that situation. Had they gone for the Storm, then the Bat could easily have disrupted it with his ulti. But good targeting by them.
So, as we're in a bit of a pause, 11 minutes into this first game of the best of 5 grand finals, a 5k lead for Nigma. As you can see, the PA and the Magnus are lagging behind a bit of the rest of the lead, and Nigma, they're definitely getting away with it at the moment. They've played this laning stage pretty much with great success. I wouldn't say this mid lane was a stomp. It's still looking good for the Pango to recover, but technically, Nigma won 3 lanes.
No, he's just
Yeah, I would say that they did. They definitely won all 3 lanes, even though the Pango, you know, gets what he wants. You were a last pick into the Storm. Ideally, you want to shut down the Storm as well. The fact that you picked the Pango, which doesn't shut down Storm that easily, means you need to get a lot out of this Pango to compensate.
And that's the first track kill.
Yeah.
And
There's the
stolen
tower.
track. So,
Okay.
it's a good reaction from GC.
Could be a way back into the game if you manage to get some track kills for yourselves, because right now 6k behind you need to organize some moves. But look at the vision they have as well. The
They
deep
might,
vision
they
here
might
by,
even lose this track pretty early on because they're going to go for the dive here. Semi-soft initiation. They're forcing out the swashbuckle there from Mikey. Going to fully commit to it. They recognize that power of the diffusal blade, even if there is no ulti up on the Pango.
Yeah, tracking up the bounty, pretty useful to get that vision on him. Right now, they would probably love to use a smoke up, but both Storm and bounty tracked means Kuroki can't really pop this smoke, so just gonna let them keep farming a bit, stack up camps perhaps. And status quo is working out really well for Team Nigma as well, as all their cores are getting so big.
FBZ is also joining in, so now they're bringing in the numbers towards the mid lane. Everybody else except for Miracle's Gyrocopter, who is happy just farming it out, but
Dire's
as you
top
can see,
tower
they're
is
not
under
really
attack.
committing. Not really necessary for them to just stick around and wait for something to happen. You got to spread out and farm. And the same reaction from Winter Bear, but they're actually going to now move from the safety of that tower. Soulbind is there, connected on 2. Rolling Thunder will pop as well. Bounty is low on HP, and that could be a kill for them. They got Sumail, and another for Reality. Double kill for the PA. Chance to bounce back in. Kuro's going to drop as well, and make it 3 for Winter Bear, bringing in everybody to secure that fight, because if that didn't go their way when the Soulbind went off, it could have been just more and more trouble for this team, but this was much needed.
Outnumbered and outgunned. They bring 5 heroes to that fight. Winter Bears, they did really play it nicely as well. Quickly bringing 5 heroes paid off big time for them. Not only did they get 3 kills, they even got a track kill, as Rubik still got track onto the final takedown there over on Kuroki. And he did steal Lasso and use that as well. So just really nicely played by them. A little bit lucky. Reality got the crit that finished off the Sumail Storm there before he could zip away. But still, it paid off, and that's what they needed.
Great combination of spells now in use with the Stolen Lasso with the Soulbind. You have 2 heroes that you can pull in.
Middle tower is
They're going to play behind Kachal. They never used the RP on Mag, by the way, so you have to keep that also in mind, that Nigma, if they end up taking a fight, they can't cluster up.
Yeah. Love to see, you know, just watching FPCs kind of farming happily. Is using the bit of boat as his weapon. One of my favorite cosmetics in the game. Good one.
Tower is under attack.
Rotation towards mid here. We see them defending. The smoke is not really going to connect with anything for Winter Bears, it looks like. Power Rune. It's going to spawn bottom, man. It's Sumail getting all these power runes. Mikey has to feel starved, not getting any refills for his bottle.
Yeah, just the regular refills in the laning stage, but outside of that, yeah, you're not going to have supports TPing in to help you in your laning stage. It's 14 minutes into the game, so yeah, feeling bad. He's just going to like, well, time to back the bottle.
Yeah, and Matthew with this deep vision by Bounty Hunter, just running in, planting wards. Even Batry doing the same type of gameplay, running in. The 2 supports are really providing a lot of info.
I think they have an idea about this bounty hunter. They don't know exactly where he's moving because they don't have a sentry placed down in the area he's moving about in.
Yeah, they haven't quite spotted him. Would love to see some between tower sentry wards, you know, just to prevent this gameplay that he's doing right now.
Nice deep ward placed down, and he'll teleport for the Wisdom Rune.
Well, he's working on Pavis for his team. Just gonna go for the buff up build for the Gyrocopter. He's gonna go Solar Crest and spam that on him.
Yeah, talking about the Gyrocopter, he's 1 piece away from Ags. So that's Crystallis, Falcon Blade, Aghanims in 15 minutes.
1 piece of Ags? Sounds pretty good for the Gyro. Gonna go for the... His build-up is all lined up here as well. The BKB is next, and an MKB. He's against the PA after all. He knows he wants that True Strike.
Look at the Ags progress for Pango. He's 1 extra item behind, so he's halfway. Meanwhile, PA with the Battle Fury, farming happily with Empower.
This is all the time that's progressing right now is time Nigma are getting better piece of the cake, though. They're farming more efficiently on the map because of holding this top part. Yeah. Having cracked the bottom tier 1 tower, whereas Winter Bears have yet to take a tier 1 tower, it's allowing them more control. So they're going towards mid. They're thinking about where they can open up the map here with a blink of Mag.
There's the track on Kachal, but he will get the chance to jump onto Sumail into the Rolling Thunder with the Soulbind, and a beautiful combo it is with the Gyrocopter. Now dropped to half HP, but here comes FBC, full speed, straight towards Jeezy. He gets lassoed, and that's a track kill. 1 for 1, but a bounty kill will give them the extras, and that enables them to straight up push to that T1.
It gives them the extras, but at the same time, it's a storm kill right before he finishes Orchid as well. Delays his Orchid, he was just about to purchase it, so I still think you're very happy here if you are Winter Bears. You will lose your mid tower, sadly. So yeah, about an even trade at the end of the day, perhaps, but even is better than what was going on before this trade.
Yeah, and also Reality did get to sneak in that top T1 tower while that was happening, so it's not a tower lost for nothing.
Very true. And he's getting valuable time to farm with this Battle Fury. Orchid is now complete for Storm, so Kaya plus Orchid.
They see Miracle's position. They don't see FBZ, though. He still has that Ravage.
Lodine is also spotted, though. This deep ward planted by Matthew.
Oh, big hits from Miracle already flying in. Mikey gets the Inkswell. He can't quite jump in on this Gyrocopter. That's 2.3k HP have to go through. Meanwhile, the Magnus getting jumped up by 3 here. Nigma making a separate play happen at the same time. As they got info in the triangle, that allowed Sumaila and Matthew to really make an opening there into the mag.
Yeah, this is the kill potential they have playing with the Storm and Bounty as well. It's so aggressive on the side lanes, and they
Radiant's
weren't
bottom
really
tower
confident
is
to go
under
into the
attack.
Gyrocopter because the Tide's sitting behind. He had that Ravage ready, had the Yule Scepter ready as well, so it could be really disruptive if you try and combo him. Importantly, he can like dispel the Inkswell from Pango as well with that Yule, so not that easy to go into.
Yeah, and now he has a blink as well on FBZ. So, so far, he's just been playing as a protector and just standing at the back. If only the enemy jumps in, he will retaliate. Now they can actually play the initiative gameplay on Nigma.
Yeah, I think that's big for him. I think that's really, really quite key. He's had a very clean game so far, but not very flashy, perhaps. Kachal looking for maybe going on FBC, but they need Grimstroke to silence him up.
Yeah,
The Inkswell or the
They know about the
Phantom's
blink now.
Embrace.
Radiant
Yeah.
are scanning.
so at least a bit of information given.
Radiant's
He's still
bottom
going into
tower
the
is
jungle to
under
farm some
attack.
stacks. Cheesy. Well, still an anchor smash on the Rubik. Not exactly the biggest spell to get. Gush would be nice.
More damage reduction. What do you mean?
Yeah.
He's got all the damage reduction now. That's 95% damage reduction. You just gotta walk up next to your opponent.
Yep. Walk up to the gyro and then get hit by something that's not physical damage.
Nah, he's gonna be fine. Rubik is tanky boy.
Sadly, no Morphling in this game.
Rune again for the Storm as well, having the amplified
Dire's
damage. I
top
mean,
tower
this is
under attack.
some really scary kill potential he has now. Even getting the D ward to mid as well. FBC.
He just
and
picked up a
smack
Grove
away.
Bow straight up from the tier 2 token.
Oh boy, the damage is getting out of hands on him right now. He could just shred through Pango's HP pool even.
A lot of caution required here for Winter Bear. And it's kind of funny. In the best of 3 in the winter bracket finals, it was Winter Bear in exactly the same position Nigma's in right now.
Yeah, I mean,
How turned the
Winter
tables?
Bear. Oh, the grab on top. They got him.
That's it, yeah. It just shreds through him.
Whining now.
He thought he could get away, but sadly the Storm using all his mana pool and just chasing after there, and you see the damage. The right clicks are insane with DD Rune as well as this Grove Bow and Kaya. And now looking at bottom, they're really looking to shrink the map here as much as possible for Winter Bear, using Tide as this, you know, immovable or was it unstoppable force basically,
Yep.
sending him towards top, and then the rest of them make a move together.
I guess you could technically say he's an immovable object of some sort.
Radiant's
Yeah, at
top
least
tower
Winter Bear
is
can't
under
really move
attack.
him. You know, they can try, but can be tough.
Calculated Tormentor, 20 HP remaining on Lowdown as it finishes. So Kachal will actually get the shard.
Yeah, also feels pretty good for Nigma though, because when you see the enemy just took Tormentor and you're doing Roche at the same time, you're like, yeah, they're probably not coming over here to steal our Roche then. So you can quite safely just take this Roche.
Yeah, you can take your hands off your keyboard and say, Mom, look, no hands.
Yeah, easy. Building quite a bit of advantage here, getting the Aegis. Of course, Sumail finding himself the Illusion Rune as well.
Right.
And he's had like every single power rune, I feel, this game.
He has. We can say 100% sure that he has taken every single rune so far. So now
Yeah.
that they have the Aegis, they have the chance to really push for objectives. I'm looking at this Phantom Assassin. He's going for the Conda build-up as he has the Battle Fury and the BKB. Is this the way to go?
I honestly think
Radiant's
that's
bottom tower
better if
is
the game
under
was more
attack.
even. This game is falling out of control. I think he has to go for the Brooch already. Like, I know it's desperate, but you don't have that much time here. Already 8k gold lead. If you take the time to go Kanda, you might not have time to go for the Brooch plus Rapier play that PAs do nowadays. And how are you going to turn the tide of this game?
Is under attack.
Yeah, and also the fact that
Radiant
there's no
structures
blade
are
mails to go up
fortified.
against, so the PA would not really feel that threatened about just maxing out her damage output on a target that she wants to kill.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower.
And maybe
has fallen.
he doesn't feel as stressed as, you know, I do watching this from the server's
From the
perspective.
back seat position. As Magnus is going to get jumped on here, but the RP goes through Stormspirit. Can they get a quick kill? Maybe. Yes, they can, but can they get out is the next question, because everybody from Nigma is coming in, and there's the Ravage coming out. They're going to take down the Grimstroke. PA needs to get the hell out of there. Might be able to poke Kuro a bit, but Kuro does have the lasso available. Kachal looking for the TP out. Mikey's going to be able to get away, but reality, no creep wave to jump at. Has the BKB teleport away, and Kuro...
Could
could have
Reach
actually
Dire's
lassoed,
middle
but
tower
didn't
has
want
I
to
think
go
he
for it.
could reach that, right?
It looked like it for sure, but
Radiant's top
He
tower
turned
is
around
under
immediately. I
attack.
feel like, you know, he has light
Dire's
collector, the
middle
10%
tower
movement
is
speed
under
increase. I don't know. I thought he had the range for that one, but maybe I miscalculated it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
maybe they're saving it for somebody
Dire's
else.
middle tower
At least
is
try,
under
you know. It
attack.
was very, very close if
Yeah.
he wouldn't get it. It would be like, you know, a
Radiant's
tenth of a
top
second
tower is under
at
attack.
most.
So it could also be that Nigma, that this is how much we value your PA. It's not worth our lasso.
It's the disrespect, is what you're saying.
Yeah, disrespect. Yes, thank you, Waga.
Yeah, we'll see.
Get Charles
we'll see
going
how-
bottom. Matthew's going to spot him instantly, and there comes the Storm Spirit. It takes half a second for Sumail to react to this one.
This time, there's no Grimstroke around with that pesky shard, which saved him last time, because that was Lodine, you know, turning the gank around. But he was way too far this time to save the Magnus.
FBZ. The Ghouls onto the Grimstroke. We'll get to poke this Grim a bit, but the bug comes in between.
Yeah. Good silence. Not a bug, that's his wife, man.
Okay. Okay. I
It
know.
is.
It is. I know it is.
You can't call her a
It's
bug.
just the level of correction. I just feel like a dummy here.
From bug. The disrespect, man.
Okay, so I'll just keep calling Grimstroke sends her wife in.
Yeah.
I'll just do that from now on.
I mean, that's better. We just had International Women's Day recently, man. You can't go around calling her a bug, man.
You're right.
But yeah, that
You're right.
silence, one of the better tools against the Tide. Tide was happy to use his dead in the water, otherwise he has that shard available. So if you got the dead in the water on him, you know, the anchor, you're not going anywhere.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Miracle gonna get to
Nice.
poke this tier 2 tower for free. Winter Bear, however, just trying to scramble around the map. He checked if they have the
Radiant's
triangle
top
to take
tower is
over.
under
Still the
attack.
T1 in bottom.
Yeah,
This
nice
T2
push
is
here, uncontested, getting the tier 2, and that's going to be them
Radiant's
taking
top
very
tower
large
has
control
fallen.
on the map here.
And the mass TP's bottom as they see Mikey. Matthew gonna be going up front. Give the track first. Sumail coming in with the silence, and they're not gonna make it in time to help Mikey out. He will die to the Orchid, and the rest of Winter Bear, well, they are in the cover of darkness for the time being, so Nigma doesn't know about their position. They're gonna stick to stay.
Dire are scanning.
Dire
they
scan
scan
is
right
on
to
the
the right
edge.
of
If
them.
they move 1 pixel to the right, loading, stay there. Stay there.
It's a good scan, but it was just a little bit off. FBC might
Oh,
walk
this
into
one
them
this one
randomly.
connects. This one connects. It's another one. They know now. They found themselves low down with the Lowdown's wife thrown onto the Tide Hunter. Meanwhile, Reality going for the wraparound. Sumail has just picked up yet again another power rune. It's the amp damage this time as the Grimstroke is killed.
Take you.
You're calling it the player's life? No, it's even worse, man. This is so funny. Okay, bottom, they're chasing after Reality. They have the lasso going after, so even BKB TP out would not save you.
Yep, and has to go for the fight against Kuro. Has to force out the
Nicely done.
lasso, but here comes the rest of the people. There's no tier 2 to save him, but TPA
Radiant's
could be able to
middle
teleport
tower
out. No, the Vortex.
That was clutch by Kuro. He held that lasso just long enough that he could last second lasso it, and because of that, the BKB runs out in time for the electric vortex. That was some real balls of steel just waiting for the last second there.
clutch.
A few crits and he would have died.
Radiant's
clutch.
middle tower is under attack.
And now there's no PA for 30 seconds without a BKB. Sumail diving in deep to the backline, pushes the defense away, and allows Miracles to start hitting the tier 3 tower.
Gives away the high ground ward a little bit, so they probably know that they have vision there as he jumped in an insta-silence.
Mag is not here, and he's got a 12-second cooldown on TP.
Oh yeah, he cannot join. And on top of that, there's a bounty who tracked him up, and bounty is stalking him. So even if he had TP, would have to, you know, do some probably blink and skewer stuff to TP even. We'll see if he can get back to base safely here, as the bounty hunter whipped himself up with a bullwhip and is chasing after him.
Yep, Matthew's a man on a mission now. Prevent this Mag from getting back.
He's also a man of a mission in terms of his next item. He's going for an Aghanim Scepter on the bounty. He wants to take that cash away. I love what I see.
Yeah.
Not always the best build, but it's definitely the most fun way to play bounty hunter for bounty hunter players.
He's a true investment banker.
Yeah. Now all you would need is to swap teams so you can have Grimstroke soulbind something. Then you can steal a lot of money.
That would be a lot.
Yeah. This game, 13,000 lead now. Nigma with a very good start here. As we have a little bit of pause, we can do an update on items here. Of course, we got the gyrocopter with the MKB, BKB, building towards the Satanic next item, and then finishing up the Daedalus is his plan. As we can see the total item progression here. The PA, you know, as we previously mentioned, going for that phylactery into Kanda, hoping for some damage on the dagger.
Yeah, I was looking at the gyrocopter. Like, you have already 3,000 HP. You also have the debuff immunity. About the damage output is coming out really quickly with some extra procs. You have Tidehunter that's buffing you up as well for the Vladimir's aura. Then also the minus armor from the Gush. There's just, and then they have the Solar Crest on the Bounty, who isn't here right now, but it doesn't matter. That's still going to help him out with all these things thrown into the gyrocopter. But he's not the only source of damage, which is really the core thing here, because you have Storm Spirit having such a good game.
True. Storm is having a fantastic game, and I also want to go back to, you know, the Batrider getting that Greaves build. Not always what we see on Batriders. A lot of Batriders will go for the Blink, go for the Travels perhaps even, but Kuroki going for a different build here. I think it's a smart build against the lineup that they're playing against, because Greaves gives you that extra armor when you start going low. So if he doesn't get the Brooch on PA, he's locked into that physical damage. And the armor from the lineup here, you know, the Shivas is almost complete on Tide, Vladimir's, Greaves. There's a lot of armor stacking. So PA will struggle to do any big damage.
Now with the PA coming back in, we're going to get the ghost sign. So remember, Matthew is hunting the Magnus with a 12-second cooldown on the TP. Glyph has already been forced out. He's going to be straight on top of him here, so he's just going to keep poking Kachal. And now we take the fight in the bottom lane as they get the full information. Sumail already takes down Lodi, and Mikey is dropped so low that he has to almost fountain up with that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, he can't go in against the gyrocopter with the Aghanim Scepter. He would just take way too much damage the moment he gets close to him. So this is a tough order to defend this.
Mag is here.
He's trapped up. You can see him.
Flat cannon. Oh my, yeah, you can see. How do you RP? How do you RP when a flat cannon track is interrupting you from making any plays? They're out.
Good thing he canceled that there. That could easily have been a missed RP because, you know, he was thinking about blinking in, trying to get the gyro. I'm not even sure they could kill the gyro though without the Rolling Thunder. I think probably better for him not to fight, but that means they lost their bottom melee racks. The job is done here for Nigma. They're gonna back up reset and get some next wave of items before they take another fight. And of course, more runes. Region rune again for Storm. Sumail using this one to ramp up his farm, going for that Aghanim Scepter next.
But now with the Aegis expired 1.5 minutes ago, Winter Bear smoking up outside of their base. They'll spot Reality pushing the wave in the mid lane. And they know that he is blurred up, but does he know the rest of the team is smoked up as well? Kachal's smoke's already popped. Kuro is the one tanking the front here, and he's going to get jumped on, and that's going to be a quick kill. They're all stacked up though. Where's the Ravage man? It's coming from the left. FBC won't be there in time for the quick reinitiation, and a second smoke. They're not done yet.
Oh, they don't know about the Aghanims on Storm. They haven't seen any component from it, and he has it ready. The resmoke here could be a good move, but nobody showing on side lanes does tell all of Nigma that, okay, maybe something is up. They're gonna go for a safe play here. Go over, take the Tormentor. You know, that's a different part of the map that isn't being controlled right now by Winter Bears. So they're making the most of it and wasting the smoke time for Winter Bears.
There you have it. Matthew pick up the shard. He has the,
he can now make his friends invis as well. You can actually chain stun people with that, but it's very weird to execute. But if you do go invis and invis someone else, you can chain stun someone for quite a while.
Yep. Bounce it back and forth.
And it's like a 6-second stun almost if you do it correctly. But it's not very useful like that. More useful to invis the Batrider perhaps, so he can get angles for initiation. Still kind of needs his blink dagger though. He has 700 gold to go.
All about this playing a bounty hunter lineup. It's always about him getting ags and nobody caring about the shard, even though how good it can actually be in terms of vision. When vision is really the key component of these competitive games. Jeezy, there's the dust coming out. He only stole a rocket barrage, so he's defenseless here. Nuked up. RP does connect onto 2. Pushed behind the tier 2 and tier 3 tower. They're stacked up with the soulbind as well. Can they take down the gyro? Yes, they can. Kachal's going to be getting the kill. FBC with the Ravage available, but won't be able to get it. Reality only snipes down the backline, and Nigma will lose 3, and this is where Winter Bear gets the fight back. Beautiful connections on their spells with the RP, pushing them back into the Soulbind and stun locked.
Hot Damn, man, what a fight by Winter Bears. They strike out into a lead of like 15 or 16,000 gold there, I think, before the fight, but they just catch them by surprise. They dive a little bit too deep, show their cards on the Rubik there, and
Dire's
the
middle
punishment.
tower is under
Kachal
attack.
again. We've been talking about this guy when we talk about Winter Bears. He has been so on point on these disablers. That hasn't been the most impressive performance so far this match, but he gets a really nice catch right there.
And in the bottom lane as well, I mean, Matthew is around. He'll reveal himself to the Magnus, but here comes
as we say
Sumail. This
that.
time he does get the skewer off, but Sumail, Orchid's available. Won't be using it just quite yet.
He doesn't know if he has friends behind him. They could probably finish the job.
Oh,
if they
that is a
kept
fast
committing.
Roche, by the way. It's already
Yeah,
up.
exactly. That's the thing. He didn't know that they are over and doing Roche right now.
Oh,
Roche is
no.
moving bottom though,
Oh,
and
no.
they're right there.
Oh no, the portal. They're going to be like, wait, why is a half HP Roshan coming through the portal?
Oh, why are the others coming through the
This is
portal?
coming in as well. There's everybody here. Sumail's going to be right in front. Lowdown goes down, comes in with the buyback. They got the lasso onto the PA, pushing her down to the low ground, but not enough for the kill. Sumail will go down as the PA snipes him away. The Ravage is applied as well. At the same time, Reality will go down to FBZ and to Kuro. Mikey, here comes the Soulbind from Lowdown. He goes for the Rolling Thunder, and Mikey rolling back in. PA with the buyback as well. Gyro coming into the action. Mikey is stuck at the cliff, still gets away for the time being, but the cooldown's not going to be connecting onto anybody. Meanwhile, at the behind the Roshan pit, there is a Rubik trying to track them as much as possible. Roche is low, 2,200 HP remaining. Kachal coming in, gets the Harpoon, pushes him back. Reality looking for the kill. Can he take him down? Yes, he can. Now FBZ in the middle as well. Kuro's still holding onto the high ground. Mikey's going to jump him, and they're going to take another kill. And that's Kuro out for the count. Kachal going to run away from FBZ. Reality is chasing Matthew at the same time. FBZ gets Kachal and takes the Magnus away. But Reality and Mikey, 2v2. Roche is so low, he's gonna go for it. Is there anything Nigma can do about this?
They're gonna try and
Matthew?
walk in and just pick it, but he's too late to do it. Not
Well,
gonna get there in time. No protection on these guys, so he can be pretty annoying to them here on the bounty.
Yeah, FBC, he's still here now, poking away. No more mana left for the Tidehunter. This is going to take some time, but Matthew, he is throwing in the shurikens, and he's going to take all that extra money away. Heavy damage applied as well. There is the cheese, though, on the Pango,
He's
but
in danger.
Reality, he doesn't want to lose the the Aegis here. And here comes Sumail, snipes one with the ball lightning, takes down Mikey, and nobody to save this Reality. PA won't even go for a proper fight, doesn't even do any damage, won't be able to hit anyone. And there goes the Roche advantage as Nigma, in the end, pull off the long straw. Man, what a fight and what a follow-up.
What a brawl, and that's PA dead for 100 seconds now. No buyback, and they're in the enemy base already here. Nigma, they know they need to push the advantage, so just going straight down. Their carry is respawning soon. He doesn't have enough gold to buy any travels, but he's going to make his way over as the outpost is theirs. He's going to be there in just a second.
Harpoon play, pushing Bounty almost to the fountain. So Matthew will give his life away for the greater good. While the push is happening, he's still alive. FBC actually gets to help him out. They're not getting this Bounty kill. Kachal with the BKB, finally with the Rolling Thunder, they're able to do so. RP, can Kachal skewer them? No! The Rolling Thunder disrupts them, and the Yule's coming out from FBC, so they both don't actually get pushed into the fountain. Could have been horrible for Nigma, but they survive with a bit of luck going their way and some good timing.
Minning buyback as well on Bounty. They want to keep pushing here. They have the Satanic on Miracle, so he's going to be hard to kill this time.
And BKB.
Yeah, and with RP on cooldown and no PA, this mid-rack surely is gone. They want to hold top, but the top tower is going to fall quickly here.
Yeah, they have 30 seconds until the PA is going to be back up, and they could just have Mega Creeps by the time that is up, because Miracle, he is dishing out some heavy damage here. The tier 3s are going to fall, and that only took 10 seconds. Now they're onto the racks. It's going to be Mega Creeps in a second, but they can't do anything to stop this.
I don't think they have anything to fight this. They have to just let it go. You want to try and defend with Magnus, but it's too difficult
That
to
is
force
so
into it.
demoralizing for Winter Bear.
Yeah, the comeback there of the Storm catching people on bottom after they got the Roche. The PA being caught by the Bounty Hunter and Tide just staying on him. It was a really good play by Nigma to actually make the best out of a, sort of questionable fight at first.
We have a Rapier lined up.
Even though Miracle has been bursted really fast before, he has the Satanic now. He's hard to burst.
Yeah, he definitely is, and that's why the Rapier lined up for the Phantom Assassin in desperation time. The Shard is also needed for a bit of an extra poke and a bit of a break needed too, but that Rapier and the Ags now lined up, which you wanted to see, but no Brooch.
Problem is, he's a Rapier away from having a Rapier. He has a long way to farm before he gets it, and you're already fighting into Mega Creeps at this point. Actually, I have the stolen invis here on GC, so he's taking the time to get out on the map, pick some bounty runes, get some courier
That
snipes,
should help.
trying to keep his team in the game here.
Yeah, Nigma are quite spread at the moment, playing multiple areas of the map at the same time, trying to look for opportunities to both jump and protect their lanes.
Funnily enough, Kachal went back for a Midas, by the way, on his Magnus.
Well,
If you're gonna win, you're gonna win a long game, I guess.
I guess that's the case. Well, there goes Easy.
He's been spotted.
Radiant's
Full Wind
middle
Waker
tower
up on
is under
FBZ, by
attack.
the way, so he's ready for the next Soulbind to get out of it. You can use the Wind Waker to disjoint it.
Yep. Very handy.
It can also be a great way to save someone who's getting targeted, not only for himself, but against these RPs, the combos. As well.
Charles gonna go in. The Inks, well, the RP's there. They're just gonna fight them where they are, but there's the Wind Waker. Gets away. Mikey hitting the backline. Sumail with the jump onto Reality. The Vortex Eggs! And that's gonna be the end for game one, surely, as the GG tap out comes out from Winter Bear. And Nigma, what a game from start to finish. They came prepared.
Definitely came prepared. Great strategic approach with their heroes. I also think they generally outplay them overall in this game. I mean, we said it at start. Every single lane, the cores were very happy on the side of Nigma, so they set up great success for themselves. A little bit you can go back and question, could Winter Bears have picked something else for the mid lane to try and shut down Maelstrom? I don't know how many times I've seen people try and shut down Maelstrom with counter picks and focus. It just doesn't work. This guy on Storm, it's his own turf, you know? I
Yeah.
think you ban this hero.
Yeah, you got to look at that, man. But, man, that was such a smart approach as well, all the way from the drafting phase, taking away Winter Bear's best weapons, which have been when they get to dictate the pace of the game. We looked at the Omni Knights, the TB bans, for example, away from Reality. They put them on a hero that is highly susceptible to so many different situations. And they get themselves a draft they are super comfortable with. Great plays. And of course, you were highlighting this bounty hunter a lot, and a lot of this wouldn't have been possible without Matthew getting this hero.
Yeah, I think so. Both him and Kuroki on the Batrider, you know, the two of them went in for deep vision all the time, which allows for the initiation from the Maelstrom. He got so many easy jumps because he always saw where the enemy was at first. And, you know, to Winter Bear's credit, though, there were moments where that game looked like they could turn it around. But I think the Bounty Hunter, that track money, was doing so much work in a game with 32 kills for Nigma in 35 minutes. You're very happy to have the track going.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is already shaping up to be a great hype grand finals, but tiny break now, and we'll be back for game number 2, so stay tuned. So it is time to head over to the second game of this best of 5, and Waga, Nigma, they came to play. They came ready, they came prepared, and they took that first game very convincingly. Even though Winter Bear, they had a couple of good moments. You looked at that Roche fight stretching out so far. That was a small glimmer of hope, but I think it came a little bit too late.
Yeah, they had a lot of times when, they surprised both me and Nigma, I think, with their kill potential, with the RP and the PA bursting during it.
Yeah.
But overall, Nigma, they probably don't underestimate Winter Bear after, previous matchups that they've had against each other, yesterday included. They know that they need to take it serious, and they do really well, I think, overall, strategically, and, all the way from the get-go. The lanes really helped them out a lot in this game that we just had.
Yeah, and as we head over to the draft itself, let's see if there's any changes in the game plan. At least Miracle's Gyrocopter is
10
going to end up
seconds
getting
remaining.
banned. And
his Morphling, they're targeting him a lot.
They are.
5
Very
seconds
different to what they had in game number 1. Of course, the Morphling was banned previously, the Chen and the Kunkka and the DK, when the first pick was for Nigma. This time, first pick is for Winter Bear, so there's basically swapping around a couple bans here and there.
Yeah, exactly. It changes up a little bit, so that means possibly Nigma don't need to worry as much about the cheese heroes, as well as they have the last pick finally to try and solve something, as well as they banned out the Huskar previously against Winter. We'll see if they do it again.
Yeah. Also, there was the Centaur was one of the first phase bans, basically for the team that has first pick. So that would be
10 seconds remaining.
That would be for Winter Bear.
Winter
if they want to
Bear,
ban it out.
yeah.
5
So
seconds
Nigma Galaxy
remaining.
had first pick. They banned Centaur themselves, but they have still. There's the Kunkka. What else?
The ban out the Batrider, so taking out one of those flexible heroes. I still think we could see Nigma look for like an early Mirana, something that they played before, or Kuroki. Winter Bear, if they do get the first pick here, between TB not being banned out as well, Nigma just insisting you're not getting your TB again.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see what they prioritize on the side of Winter Bear here.
Because I'm
5
curious about two
seconds
things. Obviously, the Batrider got picked, and then Nigma banned it out themselves. But the Timbersaw, which is untouched, really.
Yeah, he
Not
kind of
banned,
just
not picked.
wasn't prioritized. I mean, last time
Radiant's
Nigma
team
played the Timbersaw, it just didn't work out at all for them. And it was against Winter Bear. It was when they were, they were the ones who seemed to be in hibernation, as Winter Bear just took over the game.
Yep.
But we'll see if it's a hero that they want to go back for. It is good against Dragonite on paper, but Dragonite also
10
comes with a high
seconds
tempo.
remaining.
A good starting hero for Winter Bear.
Yeah, and with the SD ban,
5 seconds
DK feels a bit
remaining.
more secured now.
And a TB ban as well. No reflection against you, no disruption. So, the Dragon's Breath and the Corrosive Breath is really going to be applied to the opponents primarily.
All right, Kuro, pick the Pause 5 Viper. Let's go. Zone out the DK in the laning stage.
First phase Bounty Hunter.
Okay. Bounty Hunter first phase. Okay. It worked
That's
out
what
well.
I'm calling for. Yeah, I think, it proved to be very effective against Winter Bear in the
Dire
previous
team
game.
back.
You don't have to do it, though. You can go for something else. There's the Timber that we were talking about. Good against Dragonite, and makes a lot of sense to take. Good to see that they're not too scared to take the hero just because it didn't work out
Dire
last time.
team
It's still
back.
good on paper in this situation, and good on paper against an aggressive team.
Yeah, and I feel like game 2, if you win game 1, is the kind of breathing space to try something slightly different. Obviously, they're not picking it because they're not comfortable or they're not sure. I'm not saying it that way
10
because obviously they
seconds
trust in
remaining.
their picks. They
Radiant
they draft
team
with the
back.
ideas they're comfortable with. So Timbersaw obviously is a piece of that. But a hero that hasn't worked in a previous series, you can definitely bring it here when you're in a leading position.
Yeah, we'll see what the priority is gonna be. Nigma, they have their next ban into pick here to consider.
10 seconds
You already know
remaining.
there's gonna be Dragon Knight, so possible high tempo coming out from
5 seconds
Winter
remaining.
Bear's team. As he sets up usually a lot of initiations and a lot of push. Maybe you want something to slow down that tempo to remove here.
Yeah, on Winter Bear, they got rid of the Hoodwink basically from the break on DK and a laning matchup with that Lifestealer. So now
Yeah.
Nigma Galaxy, what do they think they're going to pair this DK up with? Because they banned out Reality's heroes. They banned out Miracle's heroes on Winter Bear's side. Still a lot of direction you can go with this.
I mean, you gotta go for support heroes now, and keep some information for later. You're revealing one core hero each here, so really dig into time. Is Nigma thinking deep and hard about this ban right here and this pick, of course?
Yeah. I had to
You
double
could
check
just do
chat
the
for
ban right now
disconnects.
and then
Radiant
use some
team
time
pick.
for the pick, because they have the normal time now as well.
Dire
I had to
team
double
pick.
check all chat for potential disconnects because it's
Same.
always like, is there a remake going on here? But nope, they did definitely think about that Husker for a very long time. And here comes out the techies, and I'm pretty sure Matthew will be the one to play this. So potentially your offlane duo, unless Sumail wants to timber himself.
10 seconds
Inefficient
remaining.
use of your time
Dire
there,
team
T-Panda.
pick.
They went deep into the reserve time, only to insta-pick after the ban. Could have at least done the ban first, if you're sure about the ban, and then just go with it. But yeah, the techies, a nice fighting hero, long range, good lane support. Lanes were key to how Nigma set themselves up for success in the previous game.
10
And
seconds
Winterbear
remaining.
gonna go with the Lion. Hero that's, very useful against both techies and Timber,
5 seconds
but he's
remaining.
kind of fallen off. Recently had the patch of just Lion dominating everyone and being absolutely absurd, but he has received a few nerfs since then. The drain isn't as insane, the shard isn't as crazy anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it was broken, and I think it's still strong.
Yes. Someone at Valve's headquarters definitely wanted to play some Lion, is what it felt like. When the patch came out, people were like posting memes like,
Yeah.
oh, it's too OP, and Valve were like, yeah, we'll
Yeah.
buff him. Make him even better.
Yeah, make him even better. And also like even without proper huge buffs, the Crystal Maiden, all the CM enjoyers out there have been happy that this hero that was very occasionally picked by players like Kuro,
10
for example,
seconds
he'd be
remaining.
or Puppy even, they'd be happy to bring out a Crystal Maiden when it was not in the meta,
5
but now this
seconds
hero has
remaining.
kind of made it stay. So
Yep.
all the CM fans out there are happy.
She's in a very good spot, which is funny. I remember having conversation with some high ranked player like just a month ago or something. He was like, "CM, no CM, you can't play CM current patch." And I'm like, "Really?" And
Radiant
now the
team
CM is
pick.
just everywhere,
Luna.
and I think it's a very solid hero. Gives you a lot of different stuff.
Dire
And
team
Nigma,
pick.
don't think too long here. Just go
Enchantress.
straight into a Luna and Enchantress. It's not
Okay.
really as strong as the S tier Luna Chen, but it is the budget version.
Budget
This is the
Chen, yeah.
Wish.com. Yeah. Enchantress still
I mean-
helps Luna get that push going.
If there's something similar with the
10
Enchantress and the
seconds
Chen,
remaining.
is that technically the same letters, just more letters. So
5
basically, it's the
seconds
Chentress.
Chen
remaining.
and Ench. Yeah.
Or Chenantress.
Or Chentrantress.
Chentantress?
We also have so going back
Dire
to
team
the
ban.
Ench pick, we've seen this
Keeper
before against
of the light.
Dragon Knight, by the way, used to take the illusions of the Dragon Knight and
Yeah.
turn them back on him. So there's a little bit extra synergy here.
Yeah, the turncoat
Um,
Manta.
And now Winterbear going for the Caudle with Lion and CM picked up
Radiant
already.
team
So this is
ban.
looking like a mid Caudle coming out from Mikey here.
Yep.
I've been praising the mid Caudle, but we haven't seen it at all
Yeah.
in this qualifier.
And I was hoping it last game when I was calling for Caudle or Lesh for Mikey when his hero pool was being targeted a lot towards the last phase. So now that they don't have the last pick, they will secure their
10
mid pick
seconds
now
remaining.
above 2 more bans versus Mikey. So getting the Caudle through in a matchup
5
like this,
seconds
he is great
remaining.
versus the Timber. He is very good versus Enchantress and the Techies. Most importantly,
Radiant
just this
team
Timber
ban.
is going to hurt a lot with this Caudle in the game. Just that
Yes.
magical burst early on amplifies with the Lion, amplifies with the CM. Great early
team
kill
ban.
potential when Caudle hits 6.
Yes, I mean the Solar Bind is very, very good against Timbersaw too, because when he jumps in with Timber Chain, he gets super slowed immediately and
yeah.
takes tons of damage from magic. One downside I see to Winterbear's draft right now, they are so susceptible to reflecting stuff
10
like Lotus.
seconds remaining.
Lotus Orb looks very good here, and if Lotus Orb looks good, that almost leads me to
5
think,
seconds remaining.
couldn't they, couldn't they think to build that a little bit early on
Dire
Timbersaw?
team pick.
You've seen it on Techies before as well. So there's potential to shut down this type of build as well, or draft as well.
Well, let's see what they come up with. They've got a lot of reserve time above Nigma's 10 seconds, so they can still think about their options here.
10 seconds remaining.
What does Reality feel like playing this time? He's played the Gyrocopter,
5
the Luna,
seconds remaining.
the Clinks,
is
which
he
is
gonna-
also banned.
He has a lot of time, even though they showed they can deal with the Clinks very well. I think they don't have the draft for it here, so smart by Nigma to ban it out. Reality is a very good Klinks player for sure. Not sure what his hero is going to be into this. I mean, you almost need something that goes in a bit. You can't really go for a range type carry, I feel, when you have Lion, CM, and
Radiant
Keeper
team
already.
pick.
Monkey King.
I mean, it's gonna be going in. It's gonna be Monkey King coming in.
All right, so another answer to the Timbersaw, but
May
hello,
I select
Arc
your hero?
Warden,
Oh, boy.
enter the stage, and that is gonna go for Sumail.
Yeah, Warden coming in. That is a dirty last pick type hero, and not an easy time for Caudle. It's one of the best counters actually for mid Caudle is the Arc Warden. Been used quite a lot due to the fact that Caudle has to sit back and cast his spells. Arc Warden just sees an isolated target, puts down the ghost on it, and maybe even throw down the clone forward as it has the cast range now as well. Very tough to play for the Keeper of the Light.
Well, the question lies, Waga, is this an Arc Warden or an Orc Warden?
Yeah, Arc Warden. This is an Arc Warden.
This is a true
This-
Arc
Yeah,
Warden.
he's here to arc, man.
Yeah, it's at least in terms of how they can open up this game, the buffs that they have on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Really, the itemization choices I'm going to be most curious about because I've seen Arc Wardens also go. I'm not sure, was it with you when we were casting, when we saw that Vessel Warden that never
Yeah,
paid off at
Vessel.
all?
I've seen it a lot in the past as well. It's an aggressive style. You can go Vessel first item, then back into Midas, and then go for the Gleipnir travels, get the stuff then. It is a very high tempo style of play. Or you can just go for the solid build up, get the Midas first item, even go for the Maelstrom and the travels, and just build regular into the Gleipnir. Gleipnir will be amazing here though once he gets it. He's against the Monkey King, against the Caudle. The additional catch will be really useful because they're a little bit low in lockdown on Nigma Galaxy's draft.
Yeah.
You have the, Timbersaw doesn't really provide much, Luna doesn't do that much. So yeah, definitely that item timing is going to be big.
Yeah, it will be, and of course, timing is of the essence. You could basically say because they're also looking somewhat, I wouldn't say greedy on the side of Nigma, but you're not going to get this Luna active for a bit. You basically need to capitalize on that laning stage again. They won the last 3 lanes in the previous game, but now if you start to lag behind a bit. Playing an Arc Warden Luna lineup, that map shrinks pretty fast. There's a Monkey King to play against. There's a Caudle that also likes high tempo.
Yeah, ideally you don't really want to fall behind. We see them smoke into each other a bit here. Neither ward was spotted though as it was placed. And FBC also going to ping out that his smoke breaks on the high ground here. So both teams kind of playing the same side. Could lead to some aggression. He's going to throw down his Observer Ward here on the top rune as well.
All right, so a Cliff Ward placed and a Lane Ward in the middle area. That will leave bottom pretty much open. But at least you will then suspect if you do not see the
30
Caudle
seconds to
moving
battle.
top and you don't see him in mid, Caudle is either jungling these 2 camps at the back here, basically this area right here. Very ugly drawing, but you get the idea. Or then he's rotating towards bottom.
Yeah. We see totally normal tree here. Nothing suspicious about the one in the north in this little tree line.
Tree trauma.
It's very, you got to remember how many trees there are in different locations. He actually cut one down and stood right on top
The
of it.
battle begins.
Line connects there. DZ will secure the rune here for Winter Bear in the river. And it's going to be 2 for 2. So no 3 for 1 like last game for Nigma Galaxy. And obviously what we need to remind here is the first blood. Nigma opened up with 2 kills in both of their side lanes to kick off that laning stage. So now Winter Bear got to be awake from the early seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to keep close eye. And mid lane, we already see Sumail doing what the Arc Wardens love to do. Kill that range creep and then pull the melee creeps back onto your own range creep. And now Caudle is left with having to tank the melee creeps while also getting these ghosts on him. So very tough lane to play. It will only get harder as well with levels. We'll see how... we'll keep a little eye on that, but I think side lanes are where we have true kill potential.
Yeah, side lanes are something that we have to keep an eye open for. Middle is always kind of easy to track in a sense because they're both very burst damage heavy. So if they start to drop low, we can take a look at what's going on there. Monkey King versus Timbersaw though. FBZ, he's got a great support to back him up here, so I don't think he necessarily even needs points in his reactive armor. Can't just opt to go for the 4-4-0.
Yeah, I think 440 might be the best here, just to have the high burst damage to try and bring down the Monkey King before, you know, he gets to stay alive too long. That lifesteal.
No money.
Also in the bot lane, applying the pressure to that level 1 DK. Forced to always go for the Breathe Fire to at least have some trading potential versus the 2. But they also understand Kuro. Enchantress very annoying to deal with here. But the Lion struggles to battle with the Enchantress from time to time. Such a good laner this is. Miracle already up 7 CS in the lane. So Kachal, he's also getting the farm that he requires. You know, the DK shouldn't lag behind too much against these two. And in the top lane already is going to be First Blood again for Nigma Galaxy. This time it goes for Matthew. Oh, and it looks like I might have actually lost my co-caster momentarily there. So hopefully we'll get Waga back online in just a moment as a second kill. It's the same theme as the last game, even if we... apologies for missing both kills there. Can we get some T-Tors for T-Panda missing some kills? I mean, I'm... trying my best. I'm just wondering where's my co-caster and not looking at the screen where the action is happening. They get the same theme as the last game. A kill on both lanes. So Nigma Galaxy putting themselves ahead already. They do have the level 2 timing now for the Crystal Maiden and the Monkey King, but no Frostbite yet. As Sumail takes the full-on battle to Mikey. Make sure that he's going to get himself the first kill in the mid matchup. Drops very low. He's able to get at least 1 or maybe 2 of the water runes here. That will be 1 picked up and maybe the second, but he's still going to stay low on HP. So has to be careful as this Coddle is going to be instantly teleporting back, setting himself straight in the middle of the lane. Male looks like this time he is going to be done for. And also Jeezy in the bottom lane is able to take down the Enchantress. So not sure if that was some kind of a gentleman's agreement there. That Mikey's able to get the kill on Sumail, but as the voice line says, he probably should have seen that coming, and he probably did see that one coming. That maybe there was a bit of a mistake extending that far. I'll have to check up on Waga.
I am
there we go.
Into the fray here, and quite a bit of action there in a few seconds. At least Dota didn't crash for me, but...
Yep, so as we watch this fight in bottom, I have a question for you. But Jeezy gonna get hunted down by Miracle, so he will get the kill, and Kachal won't have much to say about that. So I want to talk about the 2 kills that just happened down in the mid lane. You saw the Arc Warden take the first kill off of Mikey, and Nigma starting off game 2 just like game 1, getting both kills on their side lanes, now also 1 in mid. But he was so low on regen, picks up a water rune, and Mikey gets a free kill on Sumail. Was that all intended by Sumail?
I don't know. I think maybe, you know, it could be better to immediately after it to just go for the death. But it's, yeah, like after he gets the kill, if he's so low resources, he's gonna die to the Coddle coming back. Usually we see them, you know, suicide to tower perhaps, just get the quick reset and come back. Ultimately, it puts the Coddle in a very good spot, though. He comes back, and like the lane is still going the way of the Arc Warden, but Coddle is not as unhappy as I expected, to be honest.
Yeah, like even if he's a couple CS behind and multiple denies picked up by the Arc Warden, he does hit that level 5. Don't really see an indicator yet towards the builds, but it is the Vessel into the Midas for the Arc Warden, so he wants to be active. And I actually like that Sumail is taking this path above the traditional Arc Warden, considering there's a Luna in the team that also needs a lot of farm and time.
Yeah, here we see the problem as well of the, you know, Coddle mid. It's not really what it used to be with the no talismans. You can't just burst the creep wave as fast. Even the range creep getting denied still. 14 denies from this Arc Warden on mid lane already.
Mikey has to opt for the jungle farm for now, and also the Dire Coddle not as great as the Radiant Coddle. Meanwhile, Lowdown just gets blown up by FBZ. 2 points in Whirling Death right next to the tree line, so that's a massive nuke.
Yeah, so much damage, and you have that range to set up as well. The Sticky Bomb from Techies kind of slows you down, sets up for the Timbersaw to find that jump on you. So CM already slow enough to begin with. No boots makes it even worse. Sticky Bomb makes it impossible to juke anything.
And a real kill setup lane here for Nigma, looking at both Timber, Techies. Such a great duo for constant battling and looking for actual kills without that much of an effort. When I say that, there are a lot of offlane duos that require a lot of setting up and an opponent making a positional mistake. And as you said, they have so much range on these abilities, it makes it so easy and almost effortless to find kills.
Yeah, Matthew getting pretty aggressive here. Very low HP, but fortunately for him, Mikey wasn't close enough to pop the ulti and start bursting him, because he would have gone down pretty fast to just then illuminate there.
And of course, we are continuing with the classic pauses. Not the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it's the cursed server
Yep.
over and over for the Nigma games. Actually, now it's on the side of Winter Bears though, but they've had a lot of pauses haunting them here.
Yep, good moment to take a nice sip of coffee here at 12 a.m. in the morning. I think it's 11, or actually 12 p.m. To be completely accurate. 11 for you.
I always find it confusing when it's 12, if it's AM or PM, because it's 12,
It's
like,
just 12. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really do AM, PM so much. It confuses me. I'm used to military time. I just say 15, 16.
1500, 1600.
Yeah, exactly.
You went
Makes
to the
more
army?
sense to me.
Lights
Yeah.
out for
Yeah,
you.
so we both have. What's your military rank, if I may ask?
I mean, I'm.
Is there an English equivalent to it?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the English one is right now. Just Furir in Swedish, so I'm not sure what would translate. But no high rank. I only did basic military service,
okay, all right.
330 days. So,
Yeah.
but-
I mean, I also had 347 days, but I did go through officer training. I'm actually having a connection problem.
Oh, I'm still in the game.
I got
so
kicked out.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, also got kicked out now.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Hopefully the server is still
Well-
good on us here.
Back to the studio it is then for the time being.
Yeah.
I can't get back in.
I
Hopefully-
also am not able to reconnect yet. Oh, maybe. Nope.
Is
The
the
server's unhappy. Is the least we can say here. T-Panda, this is not
Yep.
holding very well.
throwing a bit of a baby tantrum? I mean, we were complaining about the server, so now the server has something to say
Oh,
to
we shouldn't
us.
have cursed. I'm sorry, server.
Caster
You're a great
cursed.
server. My favorite region.
Caster cursed again. We never catch a break off of this. But actually, now that I look at it, my trusty website to always look this up, also for all of you viewers, steamstat.us, which is the unofficial Steam
Is it
status
Dutch?
page, says Dubai server is under medium capacity right now. So I have a feeling that maybe something did happen on the main server.
Yeah, maybe. It could be, I mean, medium capacity, you'd think that normally it would kind of work, but I guess that's why some of us are getting disconnected bit by bit here. Now I understand why the players had disconnect issues as well. We've been fortunate until now, but we're just stuck outside of the game, cannot reconnect.
Yeah, we're dead in the water here, Waga. No radio cast for you people either, because we don't know what's going on.
I mean, yeah, if we do get to the point of all the players being in, can we hijack one of the other streams? Can we get visuals at least? Need
Restream.
something.
Restream.
I
an
don't want to
existing
miss the
stream.
game, man.
Well, I mean, I am the observer and the producer and the caster, so
So
I'll
you
I
are
will
the
try.
judge and jury here.
I
You
will
have
try to
executive
figure
power.
out. I'm gonna try and figure out a bootleg setup here. I'm just gonna need a bit of time to see if we can actually find an alternate source of video. Obviously, the
sounds-
problem is all of those streams as well would be delayed by X minutes. So
Yeah.
wait, am I getting back
Yeah.
in? Oh, I'm back in.
Oh, it
Bro-
worked?
I'm getting back in. I'm stuck with a black screen. Hey, we're back in action. I'm going to throw
And
in you into
so
the
are the
in-game
players.
picture, and Waga will soon join us. But we're at 7.5 minutes. CM has died.
Well, nothing else is new then. Yeah, seems fine. Yeah, the players are understandably making progress here as we see top lane. Monkey King trying to catch a Timber, but going low.
And actually all the way down to Matthew and FBZ set up the kill before Sumail has arrived. But as they see the ghosts appearing, Jeezy understands that I am in danger.
Quickly goes down, and this is the rotation here with the urn as well. Sumail's gonna pass some love over to FBZ here, let him heal up a bit.
Radiant's
Bottom
middle
lane
tower
Luna
is under
in
attack.
danger as the smoke rotation is coming in with the urn from the Caudal. Both mid laners with the
Mikey
urn.
decides to snipe the
Radiant's
courier
courier
out of the
has
way
been
first, so
killed.
Miracle might just have the head start to run away.
Yeah, that may have been a mistake. Then again, if he ran in, the night vision of the
Radiant's
Luna
bottom
might have still
tower
given
is
him
under attack.
information when the smoke breaks, but he's not gonna find that kill. And Luna
Dire's
making the
top
best of it.
tower is
TP's
under
top
attack.
to join her team for a full push up top.
Radiant structures are fortified.
FBC chanting for his carry to get out of that situation right there as Miracle.
Radiant's bottom
Made it
tower
out.
is under attack.
I had to give some space for that Timber voice line. You know, you see it so long.
Radiant's
Talking about
bottom tower
long
has fallen.
voice lines and stuff. I
Radiant's
talked about
middle
this with
tower
Kips a
is
couple
under
days
attack.
ago, but
Dire's
have you
top
ever
tower
seen
has
Hoodwink
fallen.
voice lines or Hoodwink's responses?
Not too much, a little bit.
I
but,
would recommend to go check out the Hoodwink stories because there are voice lines that Hoodwink might activate at a random moment, and those things are like 12 lines long. Those are like
Oh.
1-minute monologues.
Sumail, very close to getting caught out here.
Jeezy's
They're
loading
trying
up
to
the
wrap
stun
around on
here.
him.
There we go. There's the slow coming out. And the extra damage. The Illuminate Blast is almost enough. And there we go. The Bat will finish him off. Reality for the kill. Nice blast up from Matthew. Will disarm. But they also got the ulti from the Monkey King. He's on the edge of it. He's still got it up and running. The Chakram's right on top of the Monkey King as well. Matthew's already low. And there goes Reality. And that's going to be 3 gone from Winter Bear. And Nigma make it look too easy. Miracle survives. Even if they lose the arc, they take 4.
Yeah, beautiful sacrifice by Matthew there, jumping in, getting a beautiful connection with the blast off, getting a double stun, and then Timbersaw
bottom
just coming
tower
through,
is under
doing
attack.
tons of damage as well. So
Dire's
yeah,
middle
you lost
tower
your mid,
is under
but I think
attack.
Sumail is not too worried about that. He's happily going down if his entire team comes in like that.
Yeah, that's gonna push Winter Bear back by a lot. Even if that didn't really give much of a net worth lead for Nigma, it still hurts to lose these early fights like that because you're looking at these early item timings. The Monkey King has a diffusal lined up. You want to get that blink off of the DK so you have some playmaking capability. And Coddle, who absolutely thrives on early kills to get those vessel charges up,
Dire's
does
bottom
not like to
tower
die
is
them
under
like this.
attack.
No, he doesn't. Definitely not. And they're trying to play tempo, right? Winter Bear,
Yeah.
they always try to play a tempo lineup, and seeing that diffusal build from Monkey King. Some monkeys would go for, you know, a Battle Fury build-up or something that farms a bit more. But they need to win early with this diffy build, because you're playing against the Luna, playing against an Arc Warden. They're going to get absolutely enormous with time here.
Sumail also has that vessel ready, and now just a Midas recipe away. He also got pushed back a bit in that previous fight, as he was the one to die first. Meanwhile, the top lane
On the
jumping
monkey.
straight onto Reality. Mines are placed down. He's disarmed, so he can't hit them, and that Mischief will do nothing. They're not bamboozled by this MK.
Reactive Taser, such an annoying spell when you're completely isolated. Nobody there to help you to get rid of those mines. Good play by Matthew. He basically had that kill solo, I think, even.
Yeah. And they would really love to get their 6s up on board for Winter Bear because they already got their ults on the side of Nigma, but no Finger and no Freezing Field. Well, more the Finger than the Freezing Field, to be completely honest, unless it's a long drawn-out fight and CM somehow survives.
Yeah, at least getting some ultimates to work with. You
Yeah,
need it
yeah.
from your support so you can start doing stuff because, you know, that's what we see from the side of Enigma right now. Making moves with this tech is almost level 8 at this point. So level disparity is huge.
It is. Sadly, we didn't actually see the Wisdom Runes being picked up because we reconnected after, so we didn't see if they took both of them, but it does feel like it. Jeezy gets hunted down, and Sumail's Illusion will pick up the kill. So Sumail will also get another one on the board. He's now up to 5 kills, and that Midas recipe, it's coming along swellingly.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower
you're getting
is
your
under
Midas
attack.
a bit later than if you rush it first item, but look at the value you get from this vessel. He's been in so many kills already, helping himself and just healing up people as well. It makes you a little bit less vulnerable to punishment as an Arc Warden, because usually people try to shut you down early game.
Yep. You can see how sad this DK is. You can't even kill an Enchantress because of the untouchable.
Probably blocking him, trolling him at this point.
Yeah. Oh, FBZ, you know, throwing that Timber Chain at the Dragon Knight is kind of like a, you know, waving a quick middle finger in front of their face, trying to taunt him a bit. But that's just going to taunt them into killing Kuroki.
Yeah, Kuro doesn't have any real healing going on with the Spirit Vessel from the Caudal, denying a lot of the regeneration there. Both teams are countered so hard by Spirit Vessel, by the way. You got Monkey King, Dragon Knight, Enge, you got Timbersaw. All this healing being denied.
Oh, look what you've done, Waga. Like, I'm
Dire's
reading the
middle
Twitch
tower
chat on
is under
delay, and you
attack.
got them all excited about patch now. they just broke.
Well, you know, it's T-Gov. You gotta blame T-Gov. If you don't get the patches because T-Gov is
It always is. It always is. You know, the summoning ritual is still somewhere out there. Odine will drop there as he does get to channel the freezing field in front of multiple hostiles. Nice stun from Kachal, preventing the Timber Chain going off from the Timber Saw, and FBC will drop. GC will secure that streak, still has Finger available. There's the Enchantress Satyr Tormentor in between, getting all the information that they need. No Boundless Strike for 12 seconds. Kuro slowed up the Illuminate Blast with the Vessel. Monkey King ulti is going to be there as well. They're going to secure another kill.
Blasting back as well. Easy takedown, and now posturing from mid tower, but doesn't look like Nigma want to give it up as well. They want to keep contesting. Quick respawns. Maybe they can make a move to defend. Not the easiest order though. 15-second cooldown on the Arc Ward and Clone makes it hard to defend this.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now then amplify damage from Miracle to fast a bit farmer, but he's not going to tune in with the team just quite yet, even if this Luna is doing pretty healthy to go to start things off with. Kachal will get to defend the bottom lane, and you know, things are fine. You know, that small calm, I guess that gave Winter Bear that moment to kind of stack up and get their composure back.
Yeah, Winter Bear, you know, they're falling behind a little bit here to Nigma in the game 2, but not as bad as in game 1. Still within striking distance of taking over the game at any moment's notice here, if they just get a good team fight going. We see a smoke out from Nigma though, looking for the DK. They know he TP down bottom. They also know he has cooldown on ulti. And they saw the Blink Dagger reveal as well.
Yeah, Kachal, he's still making progress towards that Mantis style. GC smoke will pop and Kuro will find him. He's popped the enchant already. Seeds of Serenity, the Verdurous something, whatever it is. Lion will get the Hex and the Finger off on the Techies. That might just lead a kill for Mikey. He'll get it.
Yeah, just say Verdurous Dale 10 times fast.
Verdurous Dale.
Nice reaction though by Winter Bears, getting something out of that. So it was smoke rotation for Nigma, but ultimately just 1-for-1 support trade and less investment used for Winter Bears as they were mostly farming during it.
Kachal hunting for Kuro here, a bit too far away for the DK to catch him up with his stun.
Dire's
Don't get a
middle
safe
tower is
distance.
under attack.
Yeah, DK feeling pretty strong overall right now. Of course, with the Blink and Yasha building towards that Manta style. We know exactly what he's going to be doing. The Aghanims is definitely on the menu for this guy later on.
Dire's top tower is under
This is the
attack.
type of game where you could go back for a Mage Slayer if you want as well against the Timbersaw. Could be very good, but it feels like it's a speed bump in your item progression. That's why people don't go for it anymore now.
What was I doing?
Radiant's
Some good
middle
nice
tower
bottom
is
by the
under
Enchantress, microing his creep here.
Solid
Definitely
work.
gonna feed away the creep though.
Kachal will keep the pressure in bottom while they are pressuring mid, looking for that mid tier 1 tower. 450
Dire's
HP.
top tower is under attack.
Would be a pretty easy swipe if they
Radiant's
can get
middle
it, but they'd
tower
like to
is
get a
under
pick off
attack.
first. They see Matthew. Lowdine's coming in from the back. Kachal coming with the blink stun. They're going to get the techies locked in, and there's the silence from the Orchid. Freshly picked up there by Mikey, and there goes the tower. So a kill and an
Radiant's middle
objective
tower has
secured.
fallen.
And the push
Bit
is
of
going.
misclick by Sumail, using the Vessel on his clone instead of aggressively. As the swing bottom now. Look at this Monkey King just diving in.
Reality right on top of FBZ prevents the Timber Chain from going off, and just in time for the Orchid to land.
Dire's top tower
So there's nowhere FBZ can go.
You know that the Yules kind of looked like he had a Yules on Monkey King because that like perfectly synergized with him casting ulti and then stunning afterwards.
Yeah.
I think if you use the Monkey King, more likely to survive there, but a little bit of a misclick perhaps.
Yeah. Two
Good kill,
misclicks in
though.
a row, both Sumail and FBZ.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate situation there.
Dubai server, you know, doing tricks.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, he had to very
tower is
quickly
under
react
attack.
and, you know, perhaps made the wrong of the two choices. He got jumped very quickly there. The aggression coming out from Reality. He really does thrive on playing these type of heroes. The Clinks,
And look at top.
the Monkey.
Like, Jeezy is like, he's overlooking a level 15 Luna as a level 7 Lion, hoping he had a friend here.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of experience he would get if he was to be part of killing her would be absolutely amazing for him. But yeah, he's going to soak up some experience on the top lane, at least for now.
Yep. At least make sure that this tower is protected and going to be ready for a quick answer if somebody TPs in, say, example, Kachal. But,
He's also happy to kill the illusions, right? He wants, or they baiting him with the illusions.
Yeah.
Look at the micro by Miracle and Sumail.
Oh, Sumail's illusion, chasing the Lion. Long range stun on Pixel. Perfect connection with the Arc Warden, but oh, jeez, he's just dead. I'm pretty sure he's going to
Radiant's
die.
bottom
I think he's
tower
dead
Nine
is
here.
HP,
No way
another
out.
ghost comes in and he's got it.
Bottom lane, they're sieging up now though with the DK.
Dire's top
No
tower
two heroes
is
are
under
top.
attack.
But they lost their protection for the
Radiant's bottom
tower now, so it
tower
could
is
be a
under
tier 2
attack.
trade. Unless Winter Bear is going to be fast enough with the... Okay, actually, Nigma's backing away.
Dire's
I
top
don't
they
think
thinking
they can actually
Roche?
push
under
it.
attack.
Are they thinking Roche here?
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, they're
is under
considering it,
attack.
but they don't have clone yet, so I don't think they can. They're gonna try it anyway.
Radiant's
They're gonna go
bottom
for it,
tower
okay.
has fallen.
We'll see. I think this is
Dire's
within
top
Winterbear's
tower is
possibility
under
to
attack.
contest, but maybe they don't expect them to do Roach. This could work out for them.
Yeah, expect the unexpected.
Yeah, no clone, but still the DPS is decent. With Kuro helping out, tanking with the Untouchable here,
And the
they're
Alpha
actually
Wolf.
taking it down. They have no idea about this.
I'm wondering why they're not protecting, why they're not pushing bottom. Why is nobody moving around that tower except for the Timber Saw?
Well, they don't know about the Roche, right? That's why they don't feel the urgency. They think that it's just Arc Warden and Luna farming jungle right now, because they're showing on the other heroes. They're showing with Timber mid before, and they showed with Techies for a little bit. And suddenly, just like that, you have Aegis over on the Luna.
19 minutes in, so those 5 minutes, even if they spend farming it, 24, 25, 26 minutes is kind of like Luna's timer.
Yeah, this is a
Radiant's
great
middle
thing
tower
to
is
have,
under
and he almost has his BKB as well, so then Miracle is gonna feel really safe and able to lead the way. Perhaps then they will start to aim to take down some towers as well. We do have Blink Dagger on FBZ, by the way. Blink, Yules, and Kaya complete on the Timbersaw, so he can be rather aggressive now. Other timings coming up. We have
Dire's top tower
BKB being
is
built
under
by
attack.
Monkey King. Still has a way to go, 600 gold to go.
Well, Matthews holding the defense here versus the Manta Illusions, hitting the tier 3 towers. So at least Winter Bear are not falling prey to this Aegis. I'm feeling afraid because they might think they might want a team fight. They know
Dire's
the
top
Luna
tower
timings
is
and
under attack.
just playing the map for the time being.
Yeah, keep progressing towards what you need. Basically, you just need Reality to be confident enough that he can go first and lead the way, because they have so many backliners. So Monkey King needs this BKB desperately so he can actually go in. Dragon Knight, meanwhile, he's pretty happy already. Blink Manta is all he needs. The Aghanim is going to be extremely useful when he gets it, but he doesn't have a timing he's waiting for.
Yeah, and also, like, if he finishes that Axe before level 18, before he gets his third ulti, he's just gonna be a Frost Dragon.
Yeah, it's not that impressive anyway.
Yeah.
He probably
It's all about
will.
the fourth form.
Yeah, he will at this point, but Frost Dragon, it's a minor upgrade, but when you're really wishing to be the Black Dragon, it's
Yeah.
it's
This
a
is
small
not even my
consolation.
final form.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We see Tormentor being lined up here for Nigma. Going for it. Gonna get themselves Shard here. Is it gonna be Techies or Enchantress? Gotta be Enchantress Shard. So it gets the Sprunk. Honestly, a very useful ability, especially against some of these initiators.
Yeah, and the start of the true carry Enchantress.
Yeah, he has the Dragonlance, so Kuro, he has big dreams this game. He wants to get that damage going.
I love how, oh, the mid lane actually jumping onto the techies. Dropped very low on HP with the Frostbite, and just making sure with the Orchid so he doesn't get a turnaround jump.
Yeah, of course, the Caudle there, ready to help. He also has finished up a BKB for
Yep,
himself.
he
A
has.
lot of BKBs. Timings.
Nigma's still 6,000 gold ahead. Working into a very nice timing with their Luna, still holding that Aegis. 2 minutes until expiration. Game's
Big
gonna
thing
have-
they need is the Gleipnir, right? The Arc Warden is not quite ready to fight. 400 gold, and then I think everything is lined up. The Aegis is still gonna be up, and Arc Warden is ready.
Yep, soon TM. GZ. 5 seconds cooldown still. He's gonna try and TP out, but in vain.
Nice kill. Kuroki is gonna take that bit of gold and also gets the D-ward, so a lot of money for him. Smoking now towards mid as well. The Techies and Timber looking to maybe wrap around and
Dire's
find the
middle tower
Caudle
is
here.
under attack.
You see them draw on the minimap.
Dire's middle tower
Cooldown is also
has
being
fallen.
quite heavily pinged here. The Crystal Maiden with the drums. 10 seconds for the Lion to be up, and FBC jumps in. Yo throws the Yules first, allows his teammates to get closer, and that's the 9-second BKB forced out from the Caudle. It's either death or life for him, so Nigma's happy with this. They know exactly what to do in that situation. So now back to pushing out the lanes.
Always so painful to have to use a BKB like that. Like, yeah, you need to do it, but it doesn't feel good not getting any real value aggressively out of your first usage, the 9 seconds
Yeah.
duration.
Pick your poison.
Later on, it's not so bad. If it's already down to minimum duration of 6, then yeah, whatever, you click it. But the 9, you really want it in a long team fight.
Yeah.
Dire's
The
top
real
tower is
mental
under
game
attack.
is not thinking about the duration, actually. You start to think about it more, that these precious seconds, you start to hold on to the item even longer and you never get to use them, or if you don't want to use them because you're
Dire's top
fearful.
tower is under attack.
Sure. Yeah, better to live than to die
Dire's
for sure.
structures
Exactly,
are
exactly.
fortified.
Make it simple.
Radiant's middle
But
tower
basically,
is
yeah,
under attack.
choosing between two poisons. Either you give your life and we take the tower, or you pop your BKB. But they're still going to get the tier 2 in the top lane, as they got the wave to push in after that BKB pop. So defenseless, and another objective taken. Now 8k lead for Nigma.
I'm not going to be able to force a big fight with the Aegis, though. 22 seconds now left on Aegis for Luna, so this was really a farming Aegis. Feels good, though. I mean, it was or completely protected farming time, so Miracle, he is first in net worth. He is getting huge. He's building towards Kanda, and this Luna can really take off when the Kanda comes online.
Yeah.
The Lucent Beam hurts so badly.
And the big factor is they spent a farming Aegis on a Luna who farms fantastically fast versus an MK with a Diffusal Blade who's supposed to be looking for kills.
Yeah.
So
and he's
that's
only
6,000,
4 and
almost
3.
7,000 gold now between the two carries.
Yeah, the disparity is quite large there, and between the rest of them, it's quite even. The mids are very close to each other in net worth, and same for the offlaners.
Yeah.
We see very, very similar net worths. So the difference is really that, out of the 10k lead, most of it is on the carry to carry matchup, and then the rest is support difference. Some of the support gold, though, you could say is because they never took the Tormentor on Winter Bears. So they did get the extra net worth there over on the Ench, 6.8k. Most of it is 1.4 is coming from that shard.
Yeah, and the Lion also had to buy his own shard because it's just too good. You just have to have that magic immunity versus all of the spells that they have, especially Arc Warden, who's very magic damage reliant above the right clicks because the build requires items. So getting that protection versus ghosts, always nice to have. We can take a quick glimpse on the full itemization here for all of you people to see what's going on, as we are sitting in a pause right now. Luna getting closer to the Kanda. We can see some of those, you can see the recipe has already been bought and is most likely being delivered in a matter of seconds. And also, we do see those BKBs up on the side of a Winter Bear. And the Ags ready for the DK with Grove Bow. So very nice extra range. Also for the Manto Illusions to siege those tier 3s.
Yeah, it's always nice to have. And the magic resistance reduction does work on buildings. So the extra damage from the Dragon form actually increases onto buildings with the Grove Bow. So it's a nice little bonus for him for sure. Otherwise, Dragon Scale is also a good find for him, but the Grove Bow is probably even better as it's better for fighting.
So let's see what's going to come out of this one. Of course, Nigma already one game ahead in this grand finals of this best of 5. So Winter Bear is going to have to, at least try to make this second game competitive as possible. Still have chances of coming back into this one, especially with the scaling they have of the DK. The problem is maybe the Caudle might start to fall off a bit because his heavy damage output early on will diminish a bit in the face of a Luna and an Arc Warden, and especially when we talk about the Timbersaw getting to that level 25. I feel like their scaling is so much heavier compared to just a singular DK.
Two of their cores really suffer from this, right? The Monkey King with his itemization, wanting to take fights non-stop, not really getting it with this Diffusal build. He's not allowed to fight because of how Nigma have controlled the game. And also, like you mentioned, the Caudle is going to struggle when more and more Dispels comes out, more immunity. At some point, we might even see a BKB on Arc Warden potentially being added up later on. And it's going to get very difficult for him to have the same impact. You can get some power spikes in the future as well, though. The Hex on Caudle can be massive because of his cast range.
There's still a lot of things for Nigma to go, so they're taking their time. And I feel like they have been taking their time versus Winter Bear. Like, every game that they've played against them has been very, very methodical, very well structured.
Yeah, it's a bit about just holding the game to be in their control, because they're playing very stable and secure heroes, and they recognize, I think, that Winter Bears are just a ridiculously aggressive team. And they're reacting appropriately to it. So far, it's working out. The little bit of greed that they have with the protection of, the Timbersaw being so strong in the early game here as well.
Well, looks like we're finally getting the goal signs here. We are back into the game with the same 24-minute 10k lead for Nigma. And oh goodness, yeah, that's a 90 to 10 win probability also given by, you know, Gaben to their... Is it Gaben's favorite son playing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, beautiful. They use the freezing field. They're quite low in HP there on a lot of heroes, but they do get the shard over on the Monkey King. That's interesting to get it onto your carry. We'll see how used he is to using the Monkey King shard, because the Bundle Strike, this is an ability that you need to be very used to, but he's a Grandmaster Monkey. This should be in his wheelhouse for sure. It gives you a lot of mobility, a bit of extra bursts, and a way to either initiate or get out of situations really well.
Yeah, I'd like to see it used appropriately for disengaging, but do you ever use it like for engaging? Can you ever use that to jump in, get deep behind the enemy line, pop BKB and ult?
Yeah, for catching the Arc Warden, for instance, who's going to be far away a lot of the time, it can be useful. They're going to try and go on the clone, I think, bottom. Maybe get a pick off on the clone, a bit of gold.
Not sure if they spotted GZ. Probably not. Close
I
enough.
don't think so.
So 5 seconds time to kill him. 3, 2,
Oh,
1, and bye-bye.
Yeah, no gold for you. They hesitated for too long. They could have killed the clone right when it TP'd in, but perhaps worried that too many people were going to be nearby, wondering what could happen, but that means you miss out on the opportunity, and the clone was allowed to farm the entire creep wave. So, you know, big win for Sumail, or small win, I guess, but big in the slow game that we have right now.
Yeah,
Everything
small
matters.
step for Sumail, but a big leap for Nigma Galaxy.
Exactly. We see a D-ward here coming in by lowline, invading enemy jungle. Also a Frostbite against Enchantress, a classic counter.
Yep. Spells, no spells. I mean, the CM was revealed earlier before the Ench. But the Ench just sat into a very nice place as well.
Yeah,
that
look at Matthew right now. He is setting up for the Roche being taken next. They know they took the top Roche. So it's gonna spawn top no matter what, pretty much. The very latest spawn could go bottom, but, you know, that would be on the absolute 3-minute mark.
Yep. I love how he planted a mine on top of a mushroom. Mushroom mine.
That's how you do it. Gotta conceal it.
Yeah.
Make it look like part of the terrain.
Well,
Let's see. 144, so it is going to spawn top.
That was bad micro there from DK. The illusions were just AFK. Could have actually been hitting the tower when the creep wave took away the backdoor protection.
Sloppy.
Sloppy. You gotta min-max in a grand final.
Yeah. Of course. He is getting stronger and stronger. The DK, though, with this farming time. But I don't know if he can keep up with the pace that the Luna is also growing at. The net worth isn't too big of a difference between DK and Luna, though.
Yep.
And he does scale really well into late game.
It has been sitting still for almost 2 minutes, almost 3 minutes now. Look at that nice even gold line there on the graph.
Gotcha.
Spotted a random Centaur Conqueror, feeling like a courser at this moment as he's just waltzing around the river.
Yeah, just cruising around. Right now we see basically everybody farming across the map, and illusions fighting illusions on top. It's an illusion war. This is one of the most exciting battles.
Hell yeah.
I
was actually thinking about the Centaur there for a bit. Waga, what would you think if we had a Centaur Conqueror, a Centaur Courser, and a Centaur Cruiser?
Radiants are scared.
You know, like an even smaller Centaur that just goes really
sounds
fast.
confusing, but we have a big move being made right now by Winter Bears.
Radiant
We'll have to
scan.
think about that later.
Right on top of them, they have spotted this scan, so do they lead them into Matthew's minefield, or do they take another entrance point here? The FBC's there to pop the smokes with the Timber Chain, and oh
Dire's
Lion,
top tower
oh
is under
Lion,
attack.
this is not the place to go in.
They need to send the DK illusions in there.
Yeah, they're gonna initiate, they're gonna force them that way. The Lion's gonna drop, and the Manta illusion's already dropped down there with the Solar Rhinos with the Timber Saw. Now with the Techies, oh, he's in the middle of the minefield. They can't get to him. Reality's also trying to cruise around. Miracle's doing damage. This is not the place Winter Bear wants to be at all. 2 heroes already down and forced to a tactical retreat, I guess, in this case, because they can't get a fight together. And Kachal, he's cornered.
no way out. Doesn't actually find a way to TP out or get out of this situation here. Just chase down. An amazing fight here for Nigma as they, they wanted a top Roche. Now they get a team fight into taking the Roche. Even better for them. And if they take it, they're going to get the cheese as well here.
Yeah.
Amazing for them getting both the Aegis and cheese.
Really nice cornering tactics as well when you think about it. They were trying to force a fight, knowing Winter Bear is either going to try and regroup towards the portal or towards their own trees. And Monkey King ended up on the left side of the minefield. He had to make a lot of maneuvers around there, unable to participate in the team fight.
Yeah.
Free hits for Miracle all over. He's like, well, they're spending time regrouping. We are doing damage this whole time.
I was keeping an eye on him. I was worried he was going to jump over the minefield and just take damage as he cruises over it.
Beep.
You can die pretty fast when you stack up the minus magic resistance from those mines. But he stayed alive, but not so much for his team. And now we see that net worth difference
Yeah, that was a
increase
6K
between
swing.
Luna. Yeah.
6K swing from just that Roach and the team fight altogether. Meanwhile, Sumail's illusion. Did that expire again?
I think they got it this time.
I think they got okay. That was just
But they used
delayed
the
with the
finger of death
animation
as
there.
well.
But the techies will be found. He's going to force himself to safety. The real Sumail has showed up as well. And Miracle will fight the backline, take down Lodan. But at the same time, Sumail going to be pummeled here by Reality. Looking for the kill. He's invis. The Glimmer Cape saves coming out.
Cheese.
He's still trying to run away. And he's got himself the cheese pop as he runs away from the stun from the DK. And it's going to be round 2 all over again. But Miracle, he's got the commanding position. Mikey's going to go down. And Nigma, they've toyed them around for a second time in a row. Kachal trying to make a run for it. Sumail with a second Gleipnir holding the DK on the spot. FBC flinks on top of him. And that has to feel demoralizing for Winter Bear.
Oh wow, the patience by Sumail in that fight, holding the cheese while he was glimmered, saying, it's fine, I can just keep running for a little bit more. Pops the Force Staff into a cheese usage, and DK overstepped, committing way too deep. Monkey King disengaged, couldn't really keep chasing like that, and again, a big fight lost for them, and now backing their Keeper of the Light as well, trying to defend some buildings here. This is turning very, very grim for Winter Bears as the Luna now still 3 minutes on this Aegis as well. Definitely looking to do more damage. Bottom towers seem to be the call right now.
And
Tier 1,
Quaddle
Tier
bought
2.
back for this as well. There wasn't anything really to defend anymore at that point, so Mikey just wants to get straight back to farming, not willing to wait any time as he's dead.
They were posturing a bit for mid, but yeah, that was definitely an early buyback. I don't think he would be forced to use it, and that's gonna set back his hex timing, Back to farming is not really gonna increase your farm speed if you pay for the buyback.
Yeah. At least we don't have the buyback penalty of the old days where you just get less gold for hitting creeps.
Yeah, or no gold.
Or no gold.
The complete lockdown, that was the grim days.
It's the ultimate.
I never say buyback in that patch, that was I'm not doing that. High ground siege.
Miracle. He's going to get slowed up by the first hit from Kachal. It also applies onto Kuro with the debuff slow. He's going to be hurt quite a lot there. Able to get out. The illusions come into play. Kuro steals one for himself.
This could be dangerous though. You used your Dragonite ulti. Generally, it's fine to spam it over and over, but this doesn't last forever, so they can wait it out and then go with the Aegis timing on Luna again. That would be a really strong high ground timing push. If DK doesn't have ulti for him, he is very, very weak in these fights.
23,000 lead as well. Winter Bear are in a very difficult position to come back into this game. As we've talked about the scaling for Nigma, it's just getting harder by the minute.
Yeah, they're getting massive, and now we have Wind Waker complete on FBZ, so he has the ability to stop some of this chain stun and, break some of the initiations that you have from DK and Lion. They really want to just lock one guy down and kill them. So now he can actually save the Luna or save the Arc Warden, importantly.
Another extra defensive tool for the team.
Trying to
Meanwhile,
force the Aegis in mids.
They're trying to slowly kill off this Luna here. Finger thrown in as well. The Force Staff comes out, and there's the save. Glimmer
Now you have no finger. Monkey King dropping dangerously low, being chased here.
Oh boy, BKB
He
popped
still
as
has a
well.
ghost after him, but he's jumping.
Just trying to make a run for it as fast as possible. There we saw the outcast.
Oh, that ghost, it was pretty close. But he got away from it.
If the ghost is still the ghost is still chasing him.
Yeah,
Swimming in the air.
Yeah, it's very persistent. The ghosts, they don't stop. That's longer than the duration it has, nowadays. Chase duration is actually not gonna stop at least.
Yep. Working on
so-
illusion secure for Kachal, but he's only... I think he has the money for the Hurricane Pike, but that would mean that he wouldn't get the buyback up.
Yeah, he kind of needs to say buyback. I think. Oh, he
Oh,
blinked it.
that's not the place! Kachal!
God.
Matthew!
That he has Manta. He needs to use the Manta to send them to clear illusion or clear the mines. We haven't seen him do it at all this game so far. He has to start utilizing the fact that he has a way to clear mines. That was a very costly blink right there.
It was. FBC gonna get instantly silenced. He'll get the blink away. The blink is broken. Now Sumail with Miracle going to be pushing down that bottom lane, and that's going to be a big amplified buff as well for Miracle inside that bubble. Extra attack range for a Luna, great to have.
Yeah, and he has the magnetic cooldown as well on the Arc Warden.
Oh, they can almost take down Lowdown. There's the silence on the Timber Saw. Jeezy almost gets blown up, and the Ghost is going to chase Jeezy all the way to the fountain, but it doesn't look like it's going to actually kill him. The animation came out late, but still, they defended this one. Defended the push as they take the lane and just force Winterbear away from their own base.
That's true. They take the bottom racks and they're heading for mid as well, looking to get more. DK respawning in 5 seconds. Are they gonna back or keep going here?
Here's the Glyph. Jesus is gonna get jumped on again. At the same time, Matthew destroys the tree that the Monkey King was standing on, and they forced him away. The DK stun just connect onto the Timber, but it's too deep for T'Chall to just chase out. Plus, I think he's getting PTSD from Techie's mines. He has no idea where they're gonna be, so he's already sending illusions out to scout.
Yeah, now he's doing exactly what he needed to do. Takes one blink death like that, and then you're not gonna make the same mistake again. Of course, not enough to clear out all the mines though. Techie still has a lot of mines up here, so needs to send a lot more. And you're not exactly a Naga Siren. You can't just produce illusions like it's nothing. So it takes a while before you can send more. They have the full hex coming in for the Caudal now, I think. Yeah, recipe in 20 gold. This is a huge timing for them.
Yeah, he has it, but 0 buybacks for Winterbear. 3 players
committing.
can't afford, and 2 on cooldown.
They commit all their gold. Trying to be as strong as possible right now. Meanwhile, we also hit level 25 on Luna, getting the Lunar Blessing damage talent, getting extra damage for himself and his friends.
Yeah, everybody benefiting from that, and of course the 200% bonus on Luna.
Yeah.
And also an amplified damage.
It feels kind of weird, you know, that aura, it looks so weird when you look at it, the 25 talent, like, what, just 20 more? You get 40 more, I guess, when you're close to her for herself, but still 40 damage talent is level 25, you know, it sounds weak, but it's an aura.
It is an aura.
Here comes the smoke. It's great.
Right in front, they're going to get the Hex onto the Enchantress, but where's the damage coming from? Reality is a bit late for it, but they do get the kill, but they're going to trade off supports here, and that's an Edge coming in, slowly coming back, and Caudal's just dead. Reality left by his own devices here, trying to teleport away. He's going to get out before he's nuked to death. So he's back at the fountain.
No buybacks.
Yeah, 5v3.
I mean, Luna still has this amplified damage room for quite a while. She's going to be able to take Mega Creep with it.
Look at the damage. On a Luna, that is insane how quickly those racks fall.
Yeah, the bubble is doing a lot here as well. The extra damage, the extra attack speed.
It's 2 lanes of racks gone inside 10 seconds.
Disappear.
Now onto the tier 4s as well. Yeah, this is... Nigma
I mean,
just...
it's basically over. Dragon Knight TP's back for
Yeah,
a
what can you
last
do?
chance defense here, but you don't have
GG.
anything here.
What
It's
can you do
hard.
when you can do nothing?
And a little blast off by Matthew onto Miracle in the top celebration. BKBs, you know, 2-0 here. Nigma starting out this best of 5 in a grand fashion. Much better than what we saw in their previous start in the best of 3 against Winter Bears, where they were underestimating perhaps Winter Bears a little bit. But here, they're definitely prepared. They did their research. They, you know, did the prep work, and they're playing really well.
Yeah, they have definitely been playing really, really well in this one. They just left Winterbear completely disarmed. They are nullifying their exit from the laning stage. Basically, the first fights that Winterbear are starting to take, their Monkey King, or their carry play in general, this is not the first time he's last in net worth out of all the cores. And they put him in a position where Nigma Galaxy is farming the map with heroes that are meant to farm and built to farm. And he has a Diffusal Blade falling further and further and further behind. So Nigma just 3 steps ahead of Winterbear here.
It feels like Nigma just have solved their approach to Dota in such a great way. I don't know. I have bad feeling for the next game for them here because it feels like the recipe for Winter Bear's success is that they play aggressively. They feed off those early kills they get. But Nigma, they're playing like a disciplined, high-level team right now, and you won't find a lot of free kills. We saw early on in the game how they committed trying to kill Sumail on mid lane, for instance. They dove really deep for that kill, but then the reaction is there. Matthew with a big blast off, and that's what you gotta expect. You have to expect Nigma to, be ready for those moves. And then those builds that rely on getting kills early can really get punished. So yeah, maybe the play is to try and do the farming build as well on your carry, but if that's not the style that he wants to play on reality, then maybe not gonna work out better. Perhaps you just gotta find a way to solve this problem in a different way.
Yeah, and you're running out of time for it because Nigma, they're at qualification point now, so one more win and they will go through to represent as the third team for MENA, joining Falcons and PSG Quest. But Winter Bear, they still have an opportunity. Their backs against the wall. You got to make this next one count. We'll be taking a break and be back for game number 3. And as we return to the studio once again, as we're off our break, Nigma Galaxy up 2-0 and at qualification point versus Winter Bear in this best of 5. It could all be over after this game, Waga.
It could be, yeah. Right now, you gotta win 3 in a row against Nigma Galaxy and Winter Bear. They've only won 1 out of the 5 games that we have watched them in this qualifier play against Nigma. They have won 4 times against them, so just does feel like Nigma with 4 wins in a row against them now. Have they figured out how to solve Winter Bear? Are Winter Bear going to bring something new here to try and, react to what Nigma are doing? Because it feels like Nigma, they're going for a more farming approach while counter-ganking and playing a bit safe. And Winter Bear, they want to be the aggressors. They want to be doing things, but they just can't really find a weak point in Nigma's sort of chain. The link is too strong right now.
Yeah, they're trying to activate reality with early kills and early momentum. He's going for builds which would enable him to kill heroes, but he's not getting to use his build at all versus Nigma Galaxy. Hence, he's falling behind on net worth compared to the others. While Nigma's farming, he is spending time with his team setting up for a potential kill, and it's just not working for Winter Bear. And this has happened in so many games in a row, included with the previous series, but there he did get to kill, and he got to set the tempo, and he was dominating that match. So now that you see that he has no impact, Nigma are definitely doing things right here, and rightfully 2-0 in the lead.
Yeah. No, I agree. I also like the way you say it, like activate reality. It sounds like an anime move, but I guess anime weeb move would be more deactivating reality, which is, I guess, what Nigma have been doing here. They've been shutting down the impact from the enemy carry. In comparison, Miracle has had a great time pretty much all these games. He's just becoming huge. A lot of it is coming back down to the mid lane as well, though, I want to say. This last game, the last pick was so big. The Arc Warden into Caudle just devastated that lane. And it also did so well against the double range support. It felt pretty fruitless to try and fight into the Arc Warden for them.
Yep. And now Nigma Galaxy going to open up with the Centaur. And this, you have to remember, might not be FBZ because Matthew has played the Centaur 4 before, and they have won with it.
And they didn't bother banning out the lifesteal or anything like that. Same on Winter Bear. So lifesteal is available as a counter, but then, like you said, they could just throw it over on the support role. But at least we know one thing for sure: the Batrider Centaur combo is not available. We've seen it too many times. It's really, really broken. But it was banned out in the first phase.
So now the Gyrocopter is snatched by Winter Bear. We've seen this. I think this was the one carry game that they were able to pull off. And let me just double check. Was this versus Gamax Saudi? Yes, it was. It was in the first round where they had the Gyro, Pango, and the offlane Tiny.
Yeah. The win they got against Nigma was when they played the Klinks in the first game as carry. But Klinks has been respect banned a lot, and they also have drafted heroes that deal well with the Klinks. So, you kind of showed that trick early, and now it's not going to work again against Nigma, it feels like.
And of course, I think it does have to come out with strong lanes for Winter Bear too, because now 2 games in a row, this exact same result. The first 2 kills both come out from side lanes, favoring Nigma Galaxy. They get the first blood, and they get another kill on the opposite lane. So they're already getting off to a bit of a head start. Of course, what happened in the mid lane, I feel like it was a bit irrelevant because Caudle's efficiency was diminished, even if he got that return kill off of the Arc Warden, him being super low and just died to the straight-up Illuminate Blast. It felt like it had no effect whatsoever.
Yeah, he struggled to come online. I mean, a lot of it comes down to the support as well, not countering the arc. It's not just the mid matchup was good, but ranged supports do not do well at shutting down the Arc Warden later on either. So it was just a hard matchup overall. I think the draft was very good by Nigma. Last game was this game we just saw now was a pretty big outdraft. Game 1, I think, was more outplay.
Now they're going to go back to the Nature's Prophet, which they have had a lot of success with, getting those early lane rotations happening. You know, the extra 36 damage you get when you instantly teleport. Yeah.
On the Nature's Prophet, he's been doing a good job, definitely with some good TPs before. So this could be a way to enable yourself to be more aggressive, the way you want to play. Meanwhile, Nigma, how are they going to go? They're going to go with the Mirana, Centaur Mirana, very classic, and they're going to pair it with the Hoodwink. Also very, very standard stuff, so It's going to be Kuroki on the Mirana. We're going to see the Hoodwink and Centaur lane combo.
This is looking like a repeat of the Game 2 draft in the upper bracket final. They opened with Centaur, Hoodwink, Mirana into the Storm Spirit from Sumail versus the Puck, and then the Morphling that they got against the Clinks. So Nigma Galaxy repeating from that draft. Because Winterbear also went for the Nature's Prophet, which gave them a win in the first game. Lowdown was playing out of his mind. Absolute MVP, I would say, in that particular game. So now Nigma is kind of like, well, we're going to use our Game 2 strat versus you, which also gave us credit.
Yes, and their next two picks on Winterbear are very important. They need to pick heroes that do not allow Sumail to pick the Storm and play it here, which is hard. Like, I don't know if there are any two heroes Sumail is going to see and say, you know what, I can't play Storm here. I think he could see any heroes and be like, you know what, I can play Storm here, because he has Centaur, Mirana, Hoodwink, all very aggressive heroes, and you're playing against a Nature's Prophet. Great hero to pick off and feed on for the Storm. And Gyrocopter, the rockets, you don't really care. You can just zip through the missile and dodge that stun. So it's looking very good already.
Yeah.
They need to somehow address that. And Pucky's even banned out, so you can't go with that.
Would it be Rubik Husker here?
Showing a Husker when there's break already? I don't think you can pick Husker here. I think you get destroyed. Pango is definitely not going to deter the Storm. He's happy to play the Storm into Pango. We already saw it.
Yep. We have. Yeah, I was thinking Husker mainly because of the laning matchup before Hoodwink does get the break. But yeah, later on that would just destroy that Husker getting the
exactly. It could maybe deter him from picking the Storm, but then you end up with a Husker with 2 counter picks coming in and already a pretty good lineup against you. Like you just lose anyway. It's a tough spot. Winterbear, I already feel like, are in an inconvenient place in this draft here.
Yeah, insert picking Pango in 2023. Pick a real hero.
It's actually 2024, so you're allowed to pick Pango again. It's cool now.
Exactly. It's cool now. Techie is coming out for Winterbear, so they have very strong side lanes already. Even if they haven't actually revealed potentially their offlaner, I don't think you want to put this Pango in a 3 position unless it's a lane where the opponent doesn't get to harass you. And there's already a Mirana, which will definitely poke you. So Pango would still be looking to go to the mid lane versus Sumail. And still, that Storm Spirit, even if I see a Techies come out, I feel you're absolutely right. He could definitely pick it here.
I think so. And I think they might pick it on this phase because 2 bans are coming in soon for Winterbear. And I mean, they could definitely remove it. So maybe they're already thinking about what the final pick is going to be, what bans they want, because I don't know. Or Sumail feels like playing something else. He obviously is a player who can play many different things, but I don't think they've deterred the Storm at all here.
Meepo!
Storm Spirit!
I mean, that was the most telegraphed Storm pick ever. You're playing against Sumail, and what are these stuns and silences? You have, like, nothing. Literally nothing. The only disables you have is like Pango ulti, blast off, or a homing missile from Gyro. Storm can deal with all of those very easily. Yes, you can maybe get a Nature's Prophet Orchid. This is a support Nature's Prophet most likely. It's not going to be early. Or is it? Is it a reality? Is it a reality carry Nature's Prophet and a support Gyro, and it's a bait, and then you get an early Orchid timing? Maybe.
And then they make him fight. Then they make him fight early again, and Nigma will try to kind of mirror move away from those ganks. So yeah.
I mean, it's possible that Winterbear would pull that. I feel like they're a team that likes to surprise and innovate. So definitely not putting it past them that they would run it here.
They're banning out the Slardar, so targeting towards Kachal in the off lane. Of course, what we are missing out is the Miracle carry for Nigma. He will have to pick first, so Winterbear, at least they get to respond, but that 24th has to be a pretty amazing pick here.
I mean, the same thing goes for carry matchup here as for the Storm. There's very bad disables. I could even see something like an anti-mage being a threat here from Miracle. Miracle's anti-mage is really good.
Yep.
And into these heroes, you could definitely play it.
And since the TB is also banned, you don't really get yourself a good matchup towards it either.
Yeah. I mean, they did ban a lot of the, heroes that Miracle has been shining on, the Morphling, the Luna. So it's pretty wise to get rid of them. And with TB gone as well. I'm hoping for the AM here. I enjoy watching it, to be honest. Some people dislike AM gameplay. I'm on the other side. I think it's exciting. Hitting creeps is really exciting to me.
Yeah, that's a real core player mentality right
Average
there.
core player.
Yeah.
I just love watching those ancients die, man. The cleave. It's so
Yeah.
satisfying.
That's why I love playing offlane, right? The PvE is amazing. You used to be so initiation heavy that pos 3s always had to be like the sacrificial kind of tanks
True.
the front line, gives the vision, makes the fight happen, everybody else joins in, and now you just get to enjoy the lovely player versus enemy aspect of Dota 2, which is just wonderful.
I hate that. Make mid great again. You know, why do offlaners get to have all these items? Put 2 creep camps next to mid lane. Take away the big camp so that the offlane can never pull, and there we go. And make tri-lane meta again. So the solo
Oh, the
offlane.
tri-lane meta. All right, now we're looking at a blast from the past, and they're gonna
It's
bring
gonna
out the
be-
Sven.
Yeah, gonna be the Sven. That's also a great pick into this. Sven is so amazing against Gyrocopter. The Warcry is gonna protect you really well, give the mobility to your team as well. And of course the damage output. And once you have the Aghanim Scepter, you don't care that much about the
10
Sprout even.
seconds remaining.
No Sprout easy moments.
Also, a natural BKB carrier
5
that allows you to
seconds
go and
remaining.
run at the Pango when he's rolling thundering, trying
Yeah.
to crowd control somebody, pop your ulti and start slashing. Pango starts feeling worried about his positioning. It's like, I can't control these guys. This Sven's killing me.
Yeah. Also, just an all stun lineup, right? Look at Winterbear, very few proper disables, whereas Nigma, they've just overloaded their teams with disables. They have so much setup, so anyone can initiate and anyone can follow up on what's going to happen. Storm could easily be the one to go first. Centaur can initiate. Sven could find the initiation. Hoodwink could be sitting in the tree line. You know, there's so many ways that you can now orchestrate ganks. So that really simplifies Dota for execution. Winterbear, what's going to be the hero to solve all of this? Maybe, I don't know. Some teams like Razor into Sven, but I feel like it's too slow. It drains damage very slowly. And again, you would have less lockdown against Storm. I think it has to be a hero with some disable against Storm here.
5 seconds, Winterbear. What is going to be the spicy finisher for the draft? It's going to random it? Not at least. Well, I did say 24th pick has to be a special one. How do you feel about this Night Stalker coming out for Kachal?
It's a pretty solid one, to be honest. I think Night Stalker, yeah, may have gone under the radar a little bit here. Not played so much anymore, but the silence is amazing against Storm. And the fact that you get your spells refreshed when you cast ulti, you can chain silence. Also very good at finding the Mirana and Hoodwink when you get that vision advantage popping ulti. And, you know, he doesn't do too well against the Sven early on. Like, Night Stalker level minute 0 to minute 5 is very tough. But later on in the game, Sven is not the biggest threat for Night Stalker, as he can try and dodge him quite effectively. We'll see how it plays out. I don't think that it's going to shut down Miracle's lane, though, is the only problem. Miracle should
10
have pretty good farm
seconds
here.
remaining.
Yeah, he should. And also, what I would like to see from Winterbear now,
5
combined with this Night
seconds
Stalker,
remaining.
is activity from their support, Slowdown, and the techies should look to at least pressure Sumail, because it looks like Nigma have always been able to play this mid lane with 3 heroes, securing that action rune. We saw that previous Storm Spirit performance. He got 100% of those power runes for himself. Now you have the supports capable of challenging, but how strong is the Pango going to be in that situation? At least the techies buffs you up a bit with that extra burst, and same thing with the Nature's Prophet helping you out with those kills. So you really got, if you want to start crumbling Nigma's package, you got to start with maybe the raid boss Sumail.
I think, yeah, the 6-minute timing, you are on something very important there. We've always seen Nigma make the move with both their supports, like clockwork. They are always prepared, it feels like, to do a stack and then run for the runes. So they stack up their ancients a little bit and move over. And that helped towards mid lane. When you have 2 really rune-dependent heroes like Pango and Storm, getting the 6-minute rune is almost everything for these guys to try and accelerate. If you get a region rune, if you get a DD rune, you know, like so much can happen from that.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think there's also a time to address the audience there as well. This is the grand finals going on right now between Winterbear and Nigma Galaxy, and Nigma are up 2-0. So this could potentially be the final game if we end up having a 3-0 for Nigma Galaxy. So if we've done this before, we're going to do it again. If you are a believer in this Sumail Storm Spirit, this is your time to spam that bat chest into chat. If you're not a believer, I wouldn't suggest writing anything because you're going to get targeted, because it is, in the end, one of the most successful heroes Sumail has had. But if you're a Winterbear fan, if you got any kind of, bear emotes, what's a bear emote? You got any moose emotes there, Waga? Do you have one on your channel?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about
Sub
it
to
now.
Waga's channel,
I don't have any, no bears or mooses, I guess. Yeah, sorry. I will have to get on that. But need more emote slots for that. I'm trying to think about some bear emotes, but I actually can't think of one on.
I only got some
on,
panda
Twitch.
bears, but
I'm
they're
sure
not quite
Twitch
the
chat
same.
is gonna educate us. We'll have to wait for a delay, and then Twitch chat will teach us how you do it.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any spicy ones coming into the mix. We are in a pause, so, well, look for yourselves. We're in game right now. We're waiting for the potential climax, game number 3. This is where Winter Bear is going to feel the most pressure, and Nigma Galaxy probably, I wouldn't say they're necessarily relaxed, because this is Kuro, after all. He's going to lead his troops to victory, no matter what the situation is, and make sure that they're going to get through to the main, well, not the main event, but the Swiss group stage. And after that, there's, of course, the round robin group stage, if I remember correctly, for the format. So there's another elimination phase, but you win this one, you have already guaranteed $10,000. Obviously, that's not going to be enough for Nigma Galaxy. They're looking for the bigger prize.
Okay, not oh my godding the $10,000. I'm oh my godding that I'm so happy. Look at FPZ, dude. Look at the game. Look at FPZ and his item build. This is exactly what I want to see from my Centaur, dude. Not a
bracer branch.
I get mad when I see the bracer Centaur level 1. That doesn't make me happy. This makes me feel joy though. +4 armor and got 100 more gold to spend. He can go towards the Tango here as well, or even buy double more branches and send out early Tango when you get bounty runes. This is a way stronger build for the early laning stage.
Yeah, so much better, and obviously, just buying out blood grenades for your team, not leaving them in stock, just buy them out. Blood grenades, they still apply that nice little debuff, that 15% slow. I'm curious why blood grenades aren't being bought after the laning stage has pretty much ended. Very rarely do you see a random 15% slow grenade being thrown out there, even with a support that has an empty inventory slot.
Yeah,
why is that?
It's a little bit. I mean, I don't know. I think a little bit people forget about it after laning stage, and a little bit it's that you desperately need to get to your timing. Even though supports, they have empty inventory slots, they sometimes work towards a key item. Like they want to get the gold for that shard, they want to get the gold for that glimmer or for staff, and
finishing brown boots.
Yeah, and it's a slippery slope. You start buying one blood grenade, and then you see, oh, it's back again, it's available again. That's minus 50 gold all the time, Panda.
So what you're saying is blood grenades are an addiction. And you gotta fight the addiction not to buy them.
Exactly. You should just you can buy some in the start, but getting on the blood grenade road, it's dangerous.
Yeah, that is a dangerous cycle to get stuck in. I can see that.
But for some heroes it can be big. And we also see some mid heroes buy it every now and then, like Huskar's mid or Batriders mid, etc. Can sometimes start buying them in the mid game as well to have a little bit better chance to run people down. I think it's easier for cores actually to buy a blood grenade than it is for supports in the post laning stage.
One team smokes and the other doesn't, so you would suspect the Nature's Prophet to already be out there teleporting, going for the quick wards. As you can see, they do not know about Matthew's ward, but they're suspecting this to be an area. But Nigma Galaxy are taking the initiative, heading over to Winterbear's side of the map. Reality is the one being hunted. Then actually they do see Miracle coming in.
Yeah, Miracle just gonna see the Watcher, and he's gonna go and check for a high ground ward as well on Miracle. That little detail right there, walking up and standing to check if the tower hits him high ground. It didn't, so there's no ward seeing him right over there.
30 seconds to battle.
Himself is pinging out vision, and Jeezy walks up there to see, well, Miracle is there, and I think that's also another little mind game there. Of course, Miracle already got the information. There's no ward there, but Jeezy walking up there to check means that they don't have vision there. Again, you talked about the theater. I think that was really cool to see. Like when you place down a ward, maybe the opponents start to suspect something because they move back away, and you still move to an area, and they're around that area because they're under your vision. Make sure
intentionally walking into an unfavorable situation. Yeah,
yes.
To pretend like you don't see them. Can be big. We see a triple rune for Nigma here. A little bit of a advantage from the start, and that's gonna be good for them. They do like getting ahead here in the laning stage against Winter Bears.
Yeah, Matthew dropped quite low here from the early poke. One rocket barrage and a couple of right clicks coming out from Lodine. And I think he already used his first grenade for that poke too. So that's going to be one One less.
Yeah, at least that's something, you know, taking away a bit of kill potential. But look at FBC struggling to come down to the lane here. They're chasing after him, cutting trees with the Quelling Blade as well, trying to zone him.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job at it too, because FBZ is he's barely in experience range.
I love Reality buying the Quelling Blade here. This is really big against Hoodwink players. Even though he normally wouldn't buy Quelling Blade here, because buying 2 branches feels better on Gyrocopter. This is just because of Hoodwink.
Slap down those acorn shot trees down as soon as possible, or any lone random tree when you're trying to get away.
Yeah, so shenanigans are being initiated here. Creep pulls are happening. Lodine has to be careful not pulling the creeps the other way, but FBC connects the big camp. So that stops them from going behind the tier 1 tower.
Yep. And they're running back in and out, so...
Yeah, and look at the connection Matthew did. Perfectly connecting to only 2 creeps, denying a full, you know, denying those 2 creeps and then keeping the creep wave there as well. A lot of shenanigans the bottom lane. Hard to take your eyes off this lane right now.
Yeah, keep an eye open on the top situation because there's a bit of poke going in.
Yeah, I'll look at top a bit so you can follow the interesting action on the bottom.
Yeah, because these are really small things that matter a lot in the whole picture. Like just a simple, oh, I pulled the hard camp, but actually preventing something from happening in the lane.
Yeah, this is how you deal with a difficult situation, right? I think Nigma are doing it beautifully here. How they manipulated a lane after seeing that, oh shit, we're getting zoned, we're getting nothing. They dealt with it in a very quick way. A lot of trading up top. We see Mirana trading with the techies, going a bit low here, but not super low.
Oh, Lodine does actually get hit by the blood grenade and the slow from Matthew on the acorn shot. Drops the Nature's Prophet down a half. In reality, well, he's not really missing any last hits here under the tower, but he's not too happy that this lane is going to start pushing now.
Some clean CSing on the tower there, using the rocket barrage perfectly to get those 2 CS as well. Top lane, they're trying for the techies. Arrow,
arrow misses. Doesn't quite connect there.
Yeah, it's only 1 second stun. The Stormhammer level 1. It's not very long duration.
Yep. Meanwhile, mid Sumail 15-8 on the Pango for Mikey, so he's already pulling off a lead here.
Yeah, this is what we saw last time. I mean, this Pango pick, we kind of knew it was going to happen.
Well, there's the first blood. This time, the pattern has been broken. So it is Winter Bear coming out with the first kill, and Miracle is spending time chasing Jeezy, but the time he does, turning around, throws in the mine, and the War Cry, Lodine, well, the War Cry is going to prevent Lodine from getting this kill anymore, but that is Miracle tipping back to the lane, so he'll remain here. Kachal, quick void, just to give a bit of extra poke, and I'm pretty sure Marana's going to give him some extra regen here. Yep, there's the salve.
Yeah, very nice rotation there. And Lodine staying top. You know, helping out a little bit here, leaving Reality bottom to just do a small pull for himself. He seems to be pretty fine doing this, but Centaur is also free farming meanwhile.
Yeah, everyone is getting CS pretty nicely. Sven maybe a tad bit behind, but did get that kill.
Oh, Matthew, he doesn't have Scurry yet. Sprouts.
Reality actually down.
Getting stomped. He got stomped up by the double Centaur stomps.
Yeah, FBZ hired the AI. It's like,
yeah, I mean, it is, you know, it's his kin. Of course it's going to help.
You can't betray your bro, yeah.
Yeah, if it was a random gyrocopter out there on the neutral camp, then I'm sure it would help him kill the Centaur. We need a gyrocopter camp next.
Courier has been killed.
Oh, what would a gyrocopter camp be like?
They pop rocket barrage if you solo it.
Just out of nowhere.
It's just an impossible camp to clear. It's just 3 gyros.
Oh my god. And the idea is coming out of that. Matthew, he's 2 hits from dying here. Lodine almost gets him. He's got no regen. And Reality wants to be a part of this, so the teleport is coming out, but the rocket barrage should be enough. So Reality gets a kill, but FBZ also takes over the lane at the same time. And the lane is pushing in his favor, so he's going to get this into a pretty safe area for him to find. Yeah, but he is being pressured.
Nice. Yeah. He bought another Helm of Iron Will as well, so pretty tanky still against this harassment. 10 armor under tower. But the rocket barrage is the scary part, staying safe against it though.
Yeah.
Update on mid lane, we're 36-5 for the Storm, 23-2 over on the side of the Pango. So definitely struggling into that matchup, but Storm has his level 6 now. Pango still a little bit away from his.
Yeah, level 6 is coming up, and now with 5:15 on the clock, we got to look at those support movements coming in, because I'm pretty sure now Kuro has finished pulling. might start to move away from that top lane a bit. We can see that Miracle taking the safe farm right behind the T1 tower. Pretty uncontested territory. Can't really go there. And
this is the move that Sven's like to do. Just go into the jungle at level 4 or something and start cleaving the jungle and farm fast. But, you know, it's also because of Night Stalker. 5 minutes hits,
oh, look
and that's
at
when
Mikey.
Night Stalker...
Mikey's not going to fight for the rune at all. He just teleported bottom. Can they make this work? FBZ, he's got no mana for a stun. Rolling Thunder's coming out. The Sprout is there to zone him out a bit. He will get the stun connection here, and he will slowly drop the Reality. But is the kill gonna go through to Mikey or Reality? Yeah, Mikey will get it because of all that extra armor. And Jeezy takes the amplified damage away from Sumail. So even if he dies here, that's away from the Storm.
Has been killed.
It's a rune gone, but it's also a kill for the Storm, so... It's
And
not really
Loda's
what you
Courier
want.
actually died too to Matthew.
Under attack.
Lot of stuff on it.
Yeah, that's gonna delay him. He's only running around with a circlet and 2 branches at this point, so
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
he's gonna be staying quite weak.
Oh,
You see
the
a TP
Bushwhack actually does connect onto the Gyrocopter. He's under the tower. Huge nukes coming in from Matthew and FBZ, and the double edge will finish him off. He thought he was safe, but the Sprout betrays him. So Lodine, he actually leads his Gyrocopter to his death.
Oh, was it a Sprout that actually set it up?
It
I
was
looking away right
on
then.
the edge of the Sprout. He got the Bushwhack to connect. Yeah.
Oh, I see. So here's this enemy Sprout to set up for a kill on the
Radiant
carry.
are scanning.
We have a
Good read from Matthew. Yeah.
Radiant are
Get the
scanning.
Wisdom Rune away. Sumail also teleported here just for the extra backup. Radiant Scan was used, so he's not going to blindly TP in there. If you lose your life on top of the Wisdom Rune, that would have been annoying if Storm got that kill.
That's a minus 100 gold for Storm and TP cooldown, so he can't join for something else. He was a bit hopeful for that Fear and TPing in there. We do see even trade on the Wisdoms, of course.
Lodon is, you talked about the Orchid potentially. Nature's Prophet has a mechanism lined up.
Yeah, saw that. He's gonna try and mitigate some of the damage coming out, trying to build sustainability for his team. It's not the weirdest build either. I mean, the Orchid, I don't think it's good from support. I think the timing would be too late anyway, so might as well go for survivability here, try and keep people alive. The Greaves are pretty good.
Yeah,
That's an option down the road.
Activated Watcher. Kuro is in the mid lane. Sumail is here, but I'm pretty sure they've seen Kachal moving in. Yes, they have.
Yeah, Ward spotted him.
Bushwhack canceled the Rolling Thunder.
Dire's middle tower
Sumail
is
gets to
under
jump
attack.
away. That was the 8-minute rune. He even got the haste rune.
Yeah, took the haste rune, and that's gonna
And going straight
be
to
used
bottom.
immediately.
Onto the Gyrocopter. Reality, if he's not awake,
Oh, he's so slow. He's not backing away.
he has no idea about this one, so that's going to be a great play there from Nigma. Dodging the gank in the mid lane, getting the power rune, instant rotation to the bot lane, killing the carry. Just,
three
this is
deaths
some
in
really
8
cool
minutes.
moves. Yeah.
Yeah, really good moves, but
Radiant's
this is so
bottom
rough for
tower is
Reality.
under
Having
attack.
only 3k net worth now, he's falling behind this Sven. Sure, only 500 advantage, but he's out there farming still. He's building that advantage while you're just respawning on Gyrocopter.
And Reality, who we kind of got hyped up at the start of the day, that he's been on a hot streak. He's been increasing his standings in the leaderboard. So as soon as we come to the competitive stage versus Nigma, he's constantly been the least farmed core. Even with a farming core this time with the Gyrocopter, he's pushed back so far behind.
I mean, they're doing a great job shutting him down as well. Maybe it's Nigma understanding how to punish him, but, you know, great play by Matthew and FBZ. I think in Nigma, I will say Matthew and FBZ are
Dire's
probably
top
the most
tower is
solid
under attack.
laners out of Nigma. Sumail can dominate on certain matchups really hard, and the Sacred usually does fine with Lodine getting caught here, just walking into 2 of them. Should be going down easily,
Calculated
but
to
I
the
almost
left.
always feel like Matthew and FBZ, they do well in their laning stage.
Yeah, they're a great offlane duo. Like,
Radiant's
seeing them
bottom
both getting
tower
signed
is
into
under
the
attack.
Nigma roster, I feel like I'm a bit more hopeful for Nigma's team seeing these two, because I started off at the start of the tournament that
Dire's middle
I'm a
tower
huge
is
Matthew
under
fan,
attack.
and then seeing FBZ, one of the most capable offlaners coming out from SEA, really cool to see them play
Radiant's
together in
top
this team.
tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they want to contest mid.
Dire's
Nice little
middle
sticky
tower
mine though,
is
reveals it.
under attack.
Silence comes out. Dark Ascension as well popped here for the center, but he still gets the Stampede off because he's zoned out from the Silence. Kachal, aggression is coming out from Nigma, so that he's getting punished a lot. Sumail survives with just a couple HP, keeps on zips and zaps and gets that one from Kachal. Oh, beautiful moves. Just an ankle breaker for that Night Stalker.
And he dodged the sticky mine explosion there by zipping
Radiant's top
around.
tower
So
is
really
under
nice.
attack.
Stays alive long enough to heal up as well, bottling during the invulnerability of the zips. So really good play by them. Looked like Storm might go down there, but
Bottom lane, gyrocopter being set up here, but just thought Matthew barely has any mana. FBZ uses everything he can, but reality will live because they run out of mana and they don't have the sharpshooter up on the Hoodwink.
yeah, they don't have enough this time. Fortunately, the Falcon Blade and the full HP keeps him safe. Even having the safety bubble, allowing him to stay safe and sound.
Now with the first 11 minutes played out, Nigma have a 3k net worth lead building in their direction, with Sumail leading the front with 6k up on the Storm Spirit. Darn the Sprout onto FBZ, but he's so tanky that he's not taking any damage from either of these two heroes.
Yeah, getting really strong here. And the interesting part is going to be this daytime. How much can they do to shut down the Night Stalker? We see a rotation already. Miracle and Sumail looking to line up for this Night Stalker kill. Can he sense it? He cannot.
Jump straight on towards Kachal, and that silence will do nothing. Especially when there's a Sven with his ulti up. Just hacks and slash, cuts that demon in half.
Yeah, feels so good
Radiant's
because you
top
want to
tower
use your
is
ulti to
under
farm
attack.
anyway. So if you can just add a kill to it, it's even better. Bottom
Yeah.
lane, they're looking at reality again, but they need Hoodwink as well if they want to burst him, I think. Maybe they can? It's just a Rasco.
Already dropped down to half
Oh, they're in
HP.
danger.
Quickly gets out, but the call down will connect every single time. All three connections onto him. The rocket is also chasing him, and it will connect, but that's too deep for him to chase. Kuro also forces the attention from reality. He spent all of his mana on this one, and now Matthew is ready with that sharpshooter. But look at these stacks that are also being built here for the Sven to farm in just a couple of minutes as he's going to make his way this way.
Yeah, huge ancient stacks, and he is already starting to move over in that direction. We also see Storm picking up an arcane rune now again. Again, the rune control has been big here for Sumail. Playing for the runes a little bit more aggressively, I feel. All the
They're going
power
for
runes
it.
going the way of Nigma again.
Only Matthew could spot Mikey here, moving towards the safety of that tier 1 tower. Both of them still smoked up. Jeezy's on the left as well. They do have the techies around. So they've done this before. They set up the remnant bomb, but they're not going there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking for whatever they can find at this point.
Yeah. And it's the combination they've played before. The Vortex into the Marana Arrow. That's the one that they've been playing. Now they also have Hoodwink for another crowd control. And Lodine's the one to be caught here. Sumail diving under the tower. Rocket instantly popped by reality. So they stun the Storm Spirit under the tower, but he's going to live for a bit longer and gets the kill and keeps his life intact. Under
They
a
want to
ward
fight
though.
the TPing bottom.
Mikey under the tower. FBZ's going to be forced away, but here comes Jeezy from the other direction, already placing down a couple mines here. Sumail full mana. Arcane is ready. They can't get Mikey's ulti off. Going to get arrowed from FBZ stun. And another kill. And Winter Bear just can't seem to respond at all. Reality does get Matthew out of the way in the tree line, but that's a support kill.
Yeah, not as
Radiant's
big as that
bottom
takedown
tower
on
is
the
under
Pango, who
attack.
didn't even get to cast ulti there. They had vision on the Storm coming in from behind, so they tried to blast up
Radiant's
setup,
bottom tower
but it wasn't enough.
And on to the next one they go as well. Take down Jeezy too.
And meanwhile, Miracle is just, doing the hard work here. It's not much, but honest work. It's a Sven clearing out 2 Ancients in a row, pretty much just increasing his net worth by 1,500 gold. So he is looking at, quite a big item progression here. Has Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, and halfway towards his BKB.
They're not getting any benefit out of their draft here on the side of Winter Bear. You're gonna have to try to resort into the farm for the gyrocopter and hope that it's going to be enough. Because all of their cores are now lagging behind. It's a triple lead for Nigma.
I feel like I'm not on board with the build for the Night Stalker. If you want to make Night Stalker work, you need to go early Blink Dagger, I think. He's going with second item. Trying mid.
So man might have actually gone too deep now, but the Stampede, can he keep up with the pace? The silence is still there, and the Stampede runs out, so they can finally get Sumail. Kachal for a pretty big kill, but FBZ and Kuro, the Midnight has already been popped, so they're moving in the cover of darkness. Kachal sees the Centaur Courier.
Dire's courier has been
Swooping
killed.
behind him here, gonna maybe smoke reveal the Mirana as well, but no, he's just gonna make his way back to bottom lane as well.
Dire's
Get some
top
farm
tower
down there.
has been
As it is gonna be
denied.
nighttime now again after his ulti as well. This Night Stalker might get a bit more active.
And I love to see how instantly GZ goes for the deep wards here as that kill happens, as they have the space to do it. He will be spotted and pinged out, though, so he's low on HP. Kuro, there's a minefield, though, and he does get rid of the other one, though. And FBC, he is low. There are more TPs coming in from the Hoodwink, trying to kill with the blood grenade. Love to see that at the 15-minute mark as he's going to get GZ.
Oh my.
GZ
He
too
does
easy.
go down. Yeah, nice TP out though by Lowline. He stays alive and a lot of heroes rotate over there. Bottom lane, Kachal gets jumped to nail. Could grab him by zipping through. No TP on this.
Can't get the vortex. There we go. Sharpshooter. It actually wasn't gonna fly far enough, so Kachal into FPZ's hands.
Finally lands right into FBZ there. FBZ making use of his early blink. See a move towards mid a bit here. Kuro is holding a big creep wave. Gonna farm it up for himself, it seems.
Dire's top tower
Happy
is under
support,
attack.
picking up some extra money.
Yeah, he is in danger though while he's farming because, you know, there are people looking at him. He's got half his HP right now.
Yeah.
Lead is building the same way we've seen a lot here from Nigma. Early game is looking great for them.
Low
Roll
mana
committed, but FBC is so far away.
Yeah, he just gets the blink out. They thought that the mana burn is enough so that he can't use his stampede, but he's got a blink.
This is where you kind of miss having the vessel on Furion, so he could, you know, put the vessel on the enemy. They don't have an urn, which feels a little bit awkward for them. Granted, they haven't found that many kills anyway, but, you know, the vessel is usually an item that you really want to have in this patch on some hero.
We haven't seen the biggest of effect from that mechanism either, because these are very singular fights that are happening.
Invis, they're gonna try and go in.
Sven ulti's ready. GZ with the minefield. And that's the
Radiant
info that they
are
needed for it, but GZ gonna get jumped on. Arrow in from the stun from Centaur. Make sure they get one kill. Lowdown could be another one that drops. The disarm will buy some time for himself, and Lowdown TP's away. So the Moonlight Shadow only leads into one kill.
Yeah, not getting that much for it, at least. But, you know, they're going to put this Sven ulti to use, going straight towards mid tower. Master Commander's ready. He's going to
Radiant
swing at this.
structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised Miracle didn't send out the recipe for the BKB, since he could disassemble Echo Saber and get it any moment. Feels a bit risky to have it in base right now.
Radiant's
Waiting for
middle
the full
tower
delivery
has
of
fallen.
the
Full
extra
delivery, yeah.
Ogre Club.
Yeah, keep that Echo Saber up just in case they need to fight.
Yeah. You could still keep it and just have the recipe in backpack, right? And if you need a BKB, you disassemble and get it.
Yeah.
But you gotta be careful. I recently in the game did that accidentally, didn't have space for the full Echo Saber disassemble, and my Void Stone got on the ground.
Yeah, bro.
And, let's just say I didn't get that Void Stone back.
Yeah, let's say that was a, like Ryan Gosling would say, it was a wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, exactly. You just get good rid of.
But the turnaround stun, Pango's just gonna get deleted right away. Stampede coming through as well as they got Lowdown in the back. They thought they could fight this one, but no. Nigma Galaxy with the instant response, getting 2 rapid kills.
I feel like Mikey is experiencing what Reality experienced in the previous games. The swing and a miss ganks over and over here. This feels reminiscent to what, you know, Reality ran into when he tried to be the aggressor. This time it's the Pango just not really finding any fights that he can take. The bottom fight where he didn't get the ulti out. This fight he didn't get the ulti out. Top fight he got ulti out, but he didn't get to roll onto anyone. So super annoying game for him on the Pango. Also not having too many useful power runes. He did get the Illu now, but Illusion, you know, not quite the same as arcane runes on storms.
Well, as we're currently held on a pause here, quick breather for Winter Bear. I guess they need it at this point. This game has not been going in their way, and to be honest,
Timeout.
neither has this entire series. Yeah, it's a bit of a tactical timeout, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, I mean, they do have some stuff going for them. They have the Aghanim Scepter almost completing on Gyrocopter, so he's getting a big power spike soon. Maybe you can play around that. But yeah, they need to try and get some big moves made with the Blink Dagger as well. That's being delivered now for Night Stalker, I think. Yeah, it's on his courier. To try and get onto the Mirana, the Hoodwink, try and get some of these easier kills. When you're 7,000 gold behind, it's very difficult to kill Centaur, Storm, and Sven. But even a support kill can be like 700 or more gold at this point.
Not entirely sure if I saw a glitch during the pause, but I feel like somebody moved an item into an inventory slot while we were paused. I think that might have been the blink for the Centaur and the Courier.
Oh.
Because I saw something flash on my screen when I had the entire inventory open for every player. As the Hoodwink will get hunted down, so Jeezy and Kachal will find success, and that's not at least the Dark Ascension used for it. Otherwise, that would have been a very expensive trade.
Mass TP's mid. I think maybe they try and smoke up here again. Important for them to try and turn the tide of the battle. Using Illusion Rune to try and maybe bait them.
Yeah.
Go on
I mean,
Pango.
reality is strong on this Gyrocopter. You can't underestimate the Crystallis Aghanims on this hero. Level 14. Wish he just had a couple more extra levels to fill out the maximum on the homing missile. Maybe a level 15 talent added into the mix as well.
Yeah, for sure. They're in a good position right now, holding the high ground, but it gets pinged out that they warded. I don't know if they know that everyone is there. I think they do. Nigma are playing very controlled here.
He's on the edge of the silence, only gets a sharpshooter off, so... Not connect. Dark Ascension is popped as well. The dust is there. They caught the Sven. But they won't get the chance to jump on him, and Lodan will have to take the brunt of this fight. He might lose his life, but will he stay alive for long enough? Miracle is isolated, but the Stampede comes out, and they're going to instantly stack up the FPZ and with Kuroki, and Sumail is running away. But look at Miracle. He's going to fight. He's going to go straight at him. Ham with that ulti with the BKB on as well. The Gyrocopter is being torn apart. Pieces of metal flying all over the place. Sumail into the silence for Kachal. The turnaround. Sumail's going to be dropping, and Winter Bear will get themselves a kill, and now onto the Miracle as well. Sven trying to make a run for it as Kachal is going to be chasing with the Void. FPC coming to the flick side as well. The arrow is going to come through. They're going to take down the Night Stalker. And now Reality. He's down to 800 HP. That Retaliate is doing some work with the Flat Cannon, keeping the Gyro stable on HP. But Miracle has to run away. FPZ is out, and Kuro will be taken too. So Mikey gets something for his efforts here. And Winter Bear is the first victory, you could say, trading 1 for 2. And that big Sven didn't kill too many heroes, you could put it that way.
Yeah, they did a good job keeping him alive there on the Gyrocopter. They protected him with the Glimmer Cape from Jeezy. Also the mech from Nature's Prophet, you know. We thought about whether or not it's the best choice, but it did help him stay alive there on Gyrocopter to turn around eventually. And yeah, the Night Stalker counter against the Storm. We see Storm already queuing up the BKB. He's like, you know what? Kaya Sanch won't help me against that, so let's just go BKB, and then we'll see what you guys can do against me.
Yeah, I'm done with these Night Stalker silences.
Yeah. That's a nice thing, you know. Storms always want to go Kaya Sanch for status resistance, but it's not useful against those persistent effects like Crippling Fear. So it kind of forces him to go for the earlier than desired BKB purchase.
That will be a bit of a, you know, that little tactical timeout actually works out for Winter Bear.
Don't get a poppy paw started on them here. It was all the pops.
Yeah, they're 2 games behind. I think a team losing that hard in a series, I guess they, you know, could earn that 30-second timer. Pause, get the coach to talk and give a couple ideas and a couple, you know, hints what they could do.
Maybe. You fight for it and you earn it. We've had a lot of server issues here though, but top, look at Sven going with the ulti again, trying to get the Cho.
Bushwhack long range connects, actually. Just not going to follow him up all the way through. Storm, meanwhile, causing some issues in the backline, getting a kill on Jeezy and forcing the Rolling Thunder.
He has no mana, no TP, and the Invis is running out. Mikey's chasing this.
Yeah,
Saw him.
They see him, but the TP is coming in. Hook a Miracle. Slap, slap.
Damn, that hurt.
On to the next one they go. Double kill from Miracle. So that chase, it took a bit too long. Even if Sumail was low on resources, Miracle there to save the day.
Miracle is Superman mode right now. He's even stunning the illusions. Nobody is safe at this point. That Aghanim Scepter is so much fun to play and so strong, honestly. The extra stun range and being able to just slide in and chase people. Very, very effective. And of course, good TP again. Miracle has been on point this series with his counter TP.
He has. It's been great to watch. Like, even the early game rotations when he played the Gyrocopter, like 5, 6, 7 minutes into the game, you got to carry Gyro picking up a double kill for rotations. Like,
yeah, I was
crazy
just
to watch
thinking
him.
about that moment. Yeah, exactly. He's been having good attention to the minimap, you know, while he's farming. Some people just go AFK and just hit creeps, don't really join fights as much, but he's been looking for where he can get active. And because of that, they get some nice momentum, taking out the top tower, and now immediately pinging up enemy Ancients and enemy Tormentor.
Yeah, and
It's
again,
already cleared, but Torm is definitely available.
again, a nice 10k net worth lead as well for Nigma Galaxy. So every game has pretty much gone in the same pattern. The only thing that has changed in between was that Winter Bear got the first blood in this particular game compared to the 2 previous ones, but they are constantly playing from
Radiant's
behind.
top tower is under attack.
Bottom now, trying to set up a push, but everybody reacting from Nigma already. They're setting up a defense.
Yep, and they have a halberd ready as well on the Centaur as FBC sets up for a beautiful stun, and Miracle's gonna go ham, take down the gyrocopter. Jeezy might get a kill, but Miracle's just looking at more fresh meat to grab, even though he's not a pudge, but he is definitely gonna take anything and anyone that he can find. Matthew, oh poor Matthew.
Oh, the bombs.
A little bit of a bomba action there, but Miracle will still get the triple kill.
Gets him down quickly there, so at least get something. But yeah, Miracle gets the triple kill and farms his way towards the Tormentor as well. Still has ulti for a few seconds. Gonna just start it. Kuro can help tank a little bit, but you know, the mech also helping. Kuro barely surviving here.
Mechanism.
Yeah, mech definitely doing its work. So that's double shards as well coming in. They got the shard on the Centaur. And who got the previous one?
I'm scrolling up to look. It was Matthew.
Oh, Matthew guys.
So you got the boomerang.
Yeah. I mean, the shard for Centaur feels underrated. I feel that one is really nice. Getting extra bonus strength and getting movement slow as well, you know, it's really valuable, I think.
So we haven't really talked about win conditions too much, but how do Winterbear continue to get themselves back in this game? The Night Stalker doesn't feel like a threat anymore with all the items that are flowing in from Nigma. Gyrocopter needs a lot of farm, but
Storm is chasing for kills. Doesn't have detection.
9-second BKB does go for that.
Yeah, he was scared of the mines perhaps killing him otherwise.
Yeah. But what do you think about the win conditions for Winterbear?
I think you have to aim for late game gyrocopter turnarounds, and sadly the Night Stalker isn't scaling as much as we would like to see. He didn't go for something like a Midas or a Shard even. Top this time, I think they do get the techies. But since Night Stalker is not that big, and your Pango is having a horrendous game, that puts all the weight on the shoulders of this gyrocopter. And yeah, we're looking towards a hero
Look
that...
at the mid lane.
You know,
They're setting up for Mikey. They're waiting for somebody to show up in the lane, and there's Superman.
also that dispel, right? You try to use dodge it, doesn't work.
No,
The
sir.
Aghanim Scepter dispels you and then stuns you and deals damage to you. So Yules is completely useless against this item, sadly.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They
attack.
were waiting patiently in the tree line as they were fighting in the top lane. They got the techies kill. They weren't suspecting anybody to
Radiant's
actually
middle tower has
come
fallen.
be sitting in the mid lane,
Radiant's
sending
top
the
tower is
Pango
under
to just
attack.
quickly swashbuckle a wave, and suddenly a wild
Dire's
miracle
bottom
appears.
tower has
Miracle
fallen.
has been making great moves. He's beyond godlike in this game right now, and his read on the map is just perfect. He's going for a harpoon next, so doesn't just want to fly around. He also wants to pull people towards him, so even more catch.
Yeah. Now actually just fearlessly going under the tier 2 tower to farm a bit. Miracle will keep him at bay. Jeezy with the jump in. Sven's down to half HP, but can they do enough here? Reality pops this BKB. They're running away on the side of Nigma Galaxy as Miracle's already TPing away. And they pretty much used all their stuns. Meanwhile, bottom FVZ also pops the Stampede as Kachal is chasing him. He needs a couple more hits. The Blink's off on cooldown in 3, 2, 1. No, that's going to be cancelled out as Kachal still trying to get him with the Solar Crest. Oh, the Pavis actually, even from Kuro.
Yeah,
Sumail
even the halberd missed chance.
might be low on mana, but he's trying to keep the Night Stalker engaged while Lodin is also coming in from the side. Arrow doesn't quite connect, and they will lose the Nature's Prophet as they bring in the numbers.
Good reaction there. They tried to get something, but this Night Stalker really has struggled to find a good connection into the game. Just a little bit too weak to bring down the Centaur. Such a beefy target with the Veil and the Halberd and the Vambrace as well. You don't kill FBZ alone. Even, like, I don't count the Nature's Prophet as proper help. You need, like, Pango or Gyrocopter along with you.
Yeah, we're at that phase of the game where you need to bring in bigger guns.
Yeah. And he's only aiming to get tankier. BKB and Shivas are next.
Nice attempt in the mid lane, but Kachal again forcing out the BKB. Jeezy is not fairly confident jumping in that deep with the way Nigma has been responding with mass TPs. Getting in the backup, so they're not going to dive for it. That is a BKB spent. 9 seconds from the Night Stalker.
Sven, his eyes light up. He sees the techies. Are they going to catch him? He goes down. Nice juke by GC. I think he found a good corner to TP out.
Yeah. Matthew will then give the info that, yep, he's out. He even uses scan for him.
Saw the TP spot when you walk around the corner. You can see the little remnants of the TP out.
Yep.
There you go.
27 kills on Nigma in 28 minutes.
I mean, it's just looking like Nigma are one step ahead at all times. Gyrocopter at this point, I think you have to start getting desperate. Farm for the Rapier and hope that you somehow can turn the fight around with that, because 15,000 gold lead. At this point, they're just gonna take a safe Roche, initiating it right now. I don't know if you can contest it even. Going through gate is not gonna work, so yeah, they're just farming. And they've been spotted a little bit as well by the Vision of Dire,
Dire's
so
middle tower is under attack.
they know this Roche is safe for them, and they're taking it very quickly.
Yeah, this game is, you know, it's gone quite far until the first Aegis is taken. Usually you suspect pro teams that always take these early Roshans and pick up the Aegis, but there's been no need. There's been no need to pick up an Aegis here.
Last series they took it, or last game they took it at 19 minutes, so 10 minutes later this time. But same spot anyway. And they do get the Aegis in hand on perhaps the best Aegis carrier hero in the game, Storm.
Storm, yeah. And they're coming through the portal. They're doing a pincer move from two separate directions here. Kachal. They don't have vision here on the side of Nigma, but Kachal's still going to maybe walk into them. He's trying to bait for some kind of reaction, but he's blinking into Nigma's area of the map, while GZ is also inside the enemy base. Hello.
Yeah, he's just gonna go down here. GZ way too deep. Pango doing some cheeky mana burn and then blink away, but not wanting any of that action.
I was wondering, what was he doing in the enemy base?
It's just, you know, trying to get deep and get some stuff done. He's trying to cut the creep
Taking
waves,
split
you know.
push to a new level, you know. Trying to
I mean,
intercept them at the fountain.
This is usually how you want to split push on supports, though. The
Yeah,
deeper you go on the lane, the farther back you force the opponent's movement. So they play away from your side of the map, and that sort of lifts up the rib cage for the team to actually breathe. You know, we can get out on the map and get some farm for this Gyrocopter.
Very poetic, Waga.
Yeah.
But that's true. It is true. The further you die away, those are the so-called good deaths on a support, because it will take a long time for them to get those lanes out again.
Yeah. Top lane we see Sven just pushing. He doesn't have Aegis, so, you know, they're thinking if they can somehow kill him, but they need a lot. And they don't have the stuns. You said that in the drafts. How do you kill him if you don't chain stun him? I don't see how he dies.
He has 4,000 HP.
Okay, Angle tries, but he doesn't have any friends nearby.
Duels out as well. They're going to isolate Sven, and he might just slice this Night Stalker to pieces. Goes for the teleport attempt out, and yep, it's not just an attempt. He is out.
I mean, that's 4 heroes trying to kill a Sven. You used your Pango roll, you used your Night Stalker ulti and Night Stalker BKB. Sven is happily gonna take that trade. He's like, okay, you guys look like fools, so I'm gonna get out of here.
But now that they know the Sven ulti and BKB have been forced out, maybe they can find another kill. FBZ is spotted, but there's Sumail jumping the Nature's Prophet. GC coming to the rescue. A mechanism has already been used before, and they will take down the Nature's Prophet. Sumail still has the Aegis intact as well, so he's not a good target either. They're just not...
Oh my god.
Nigma are presenting zero opportunities.
Stunned himself onto a cliff. He killed the Night Stalker and he's stuck on a cliff now. They have to pull the creeps. He's pulling Warpine Raider. No! Matthew killed it. He gets pinged by Miracle. He's like, I needed that. I needed to harpoon it. Or to Stormhammer it. Now they need to wait for a new creep to come.
Yeah.
Here comes the rescue
Here comes
mission.
the next one. Miracle's
He's
like,
gonna stun his way out.
Matthew,
like, let me at him.
There we go.
Rescue Miracle. He's stuck. Why is it always Sven's getting stuck in weird places?
Yeah. Safe Private Miracle.
Radiant's top tower is
But at
under
least it
attack.
wasn't a mission fail. We'll get him next time.
Top tower has
Yeah.
fallen.
Nah, he's out. He's out.
He's out. And they get to play the game again. Nigma, very close to qualifying. It is really not too far away from them, is it?
I mean, they've done all the hard work basically. From here on, it's the easy cruising. You're 20,000 gold ahead. We see Techies again doing that deep, you know, ribcage lift that I mentioned earlier, trying to go for some form of split push, but Storm might just go and try and get an easy pick. We already see him swapping in the Dust of Appearance, so he's getting ready for killing a little Techies.
Dire are scattered.
Creeps are also pushing into the base, and they finally spot the Techies doing his work while the top lane is pushing in. So 50 seconds without the Techies in action.
Shadows.
And Age is still up for a minute.
Reality doing the best he can, like farming in a sort of side area here to try and get whatever he can. Pulling out the ulti to just cheaply take that bottom creep wave. So hard to do aggressive farming when the enemy has so good catch. Mirana, Invis, Stampede, and Stomp, the Storm, you know, literally the best catch in the world.
Yeah, and now Again, another pause. This is coming out from the side of Winter Bear.
Well, last time they paused, they came back and, won a fight. So maybe they have a great idea that they need to talk about a bit.
I mean, technically, if this was a thing, for every game you lose in the next game, you can use a 30-second timeout. Could be a thing in Dota.
I just want to take a time and talk about something here, which, is
You have
perhaps
time, Waka. Go ahead.
a little bit rude, perhaps, but we've been hyping how much Mikey shines every game we watch Winter Bear. Nigma are the only team that have stopped that. Mikey, he's not shining here. You try however you may, but this poor Pango, he has not had a good day at the office. It's just rough out there.
That's just the way the cookie crumbles, right? That's the way that it is right now. I mean, Mikey used to be the mid laner for Nigma Galaxy, not as long as last year. So they made the right choice and got themselves Sumail into the team.
You mean they made the right choice in kicking him and getting Sumail instead?
Well, I mean, the team
savage.
is functioning as a unit, but hey, you said you were rude. I think I'm sounding a bit more ruder.
I said I'm rude, not that I'm a barbarian. What is this?
But it's just a fact, He wasn't the team before, and now like Nigma Galaxy against their ex-teammates.
It is always an interesting dynamic, right? When you play against a team that you previously were on, there's always that kind of weird feeling. Usually you have really good relations with them, but at the same time, it feels bad to lose to them.
There is a hidden rivalry in there.
Yeah, there always is. But yeah, I think they put him in a bad spot, though. Going back all the way to the draft, they picked this Pango when, if I can see that Sumail is going to pick Storm, the pro players can also see that he's going to pick Storm. And I don't know why the Pango was, valued that highly. I feel like Mikey is flexible enough to play a lot of different heroes. And this hero it gave Sumail a completely free laning stage. 6k net worth, minute 10. Like, that's like the...
Yeah. And it
That's
has
the golden
to be
standard for a free farm lane is 6k at minute 10,
And it has to be player preference. He probably made the call. Pick me the Pango. He'll pick Storm, but I'll do my best.
You would imagine so. Perhaps he, felt like he can actually get some stuff done with the early rotations. But they've done a great job. Nigma have been so good at reactive Dota out this qualifier. It's probably the biggest strength, I would say, from them. Like there's a lot of teams out there that are definitely gonna make Nigma sweat a lot and make it very hard for them. But what they have done really well and what looks like top class from them right now is how they read the map and how they react to aggressive moves.
Well, as we're on the pause and showing some graphs for some people out there watching the MENA qualifiers. Any 1% believers? This is the classic meme thrown into here. Are you a 1%er? Are you a Winter Bear fan?
I'm a big 1% believer. It's my favorite games ever in Dota have all been 1% chance to win.
Yep.
My most epic comebacks, the most epic pro games I've watched, all of them have been when there's, basically this situation right now. This is looking like Nigma, easy peasy, they're going to win it. And I think what we need to see is Gyrocopter, you need to get that rapier somehow. I don't know how it's going to end up in your inventory. Maybe you hold on to one good team fight and that allows him to get the money for it. The question is, how do you execute that team fight?
Yeah.
Right? In all these safety options. You have the BKBs on both the Storm and the Sven. Even on the Centaur now as well. He's got his 9-second one ready. And then you have the defensive tools coming out with the mech from the Mirana. It's a lot to go through. So I'm just not sure where the weak link is in the chain that is in Nigma right now. Who do you go on? How do you focus it? Maybe you need to bait out the ulti from Sven somehow and then reset the fight, but there's no resetting when a Aghanim's Sven pops ulti. He's gonna fly and catch someone.
Yep. And also when there's the comparison between sustained damage and burst damage, where we wish we had the burst that we can just get these simple spells to connect together, blow up the Sven. We'll buy some time for our base so that we can maybe stretch the sustain fight after. Yeah. But because we're playing a sustain lineup this time, the Gyrocopter will need a bit of time that's where all the BKBs, all the hexes and Yules and all those kind of items that stretch the fight further go all the way into Nigma's pocket, because the more that they can stretch the fight versus a Gyrocopter, they're on the winning end, because their Sven will deal faster damage.
Yeah, if you you put it in a very good way. So as just a further like thought on that is if we were to reverse the situation here and say the Radiant lineup of heroes were ahead by 19,000 gold, you could still visualize how to come back from that with the Dire lineup, right? You
Yeah.
could say, oh yeah, we just need to land like a jump with Storm or Centaur and then follow up with a Sven with ulti, you know, and try and burst during like there are ways, right? So it's a matter of how you draft it. This draft that they have on Winter Bears, it doesn't function very well if it doesn't take over the game. You have Night Stalker, you have Nature's Prophet. You want it to be running the show, not falling behind. And the admins getting him here with a 1 minute and then on pause. So better get back into the game.
Admins had it with the pauses, and
He shows
Gyro
up.
does show up. So the signal went through, and hopefully everything is now fixed on the end of Winter Bear, because we might be looking at the last minutes of the tournament run unless they can pull off some kind of, well, I'm not going to say miracle this time, but something that allows them to turn the course of the tide.
Take down a miracle at least.
Yeah, take down a miracle to have a miracle of your own. The tier 3 is already taking damage here. The Storm with that Aegis still up for 40 seconds. And Rolling Thunder is lined up for Mikey. He's going to go in. Here comes the Dark Ascension. Jumping onto the back line onto Kuroki right away. They've got the Sven stunned, but the BKB will go through. And Miracle will get to zone out the rest. Kachal's BKB has been kited out. And so has Sven's. And they have already taken down the tier 3 tower. FBZ with a blink and stun. There's the Yules coming up for the Pango. Arrow flying in. And it hits the creeps.
A little bit of a disconnect here. Night Stalker giving vision, running behind. They want to fight this. Radiant, they have a chance to maybe
10
take a
seconds
fight.
Aegis.
No BK on Sven.
Can they time it so that they jump the Aegis here?
He's showing bottom. They could go right now if they can catch anyone. Sumail stuck on a cliff.
He's actually stuck on a cliff. Yeah, he can't
His
move.
Aegis is out.
He's actually stuck. He's stuck. There's nowhere he can go. There's no one who can save him. There's no harpoon on this guy. Finally gets enough mana to jump down to the low ground, but that might have presented an opportunity. Beautiful bushwhack onto the back line there by Matthew, and Sumail will still drop nevertheless. Now Jeezy on the chase. The mines are placed down. They're going to go for it. There's the XD in chat. Rightfully placed there. Another XD in chat by Sumail. 70 seconds gone.
Reality. He got tipped by Gyrocopter, so the XD is coming out as a response to that. That was a pretty funny moment, though. I think Sumail gave them a little bit of a freebie there, getting stuck on the cliff. He definitely didn't want to get stuck. He just sipped, and the mana kind of ran out.
But hey, an opportunity
And then Aegis timing out as well.
An opportunity has presented itself, Waga.
Truly, that was an encounter right there. The Aegis timing made it all the more fun.
Yeah, this is the plan that they timed out for, so that they could get Sumail stuck on a cliff by himself.
Talked about this.
We talked about this. We talked about the Sumail counter as they're working their way through that tier 2 tower. Reality will take it. Still 5v4. They could still fight this one. Miracle has his ulti ready. Lowdown going for the blink stun coming up from FBZ. Mikey got the Rolling Thunder controlling the Sven. Has that BKB, jumps onto the Gyrocopter. Big crits coming in. Might be able to take down Reality. Another stun coming out from the Basher as well. They're trying to get the Gyrocopter. Kachal has to run away as well from Sven. They can't kite them for long enough. Gyrocopter with the rocket. Blast off coming out from GZ as well. Another disarm connects, and here comes Mikey with another connection, but the stun coming up from Miracle, using the Sven into the air, and Reality is so close to dying and crits him to death. Miracle slices him down. Matthew finding Mikey, can't quite get the TP cancel with the bushwhack as he gets away, but Gyro is gone for 70 seconds.
Oh, that might just spell the end for them. They're going to go straight down mid lane right now, try and push. They don't have the creeps right there, but top lane, there is a creep wave. They can use that one to get into the enemy base, use this time of Gyrocopter being dead. Sumail also back in the party now as he watched his team take that fight in a very convincing fashion. Miracle just too strong. Critting for 2,000 damage there. Poor Gyrocopter. He popped Titanic, but he wasn't healing for anything because of the Warcry armor.
FBC scouting out deep there with the blink. If he could find somebody trying to disrupt their push, because there's nothing stopping them right now. 30 seconds for the Gyrocopter to come back up, and they're pushing 2 lanes simultaneously. Sven ulti is in 10.
Yeah, almost have the ulti, so then they can push even faster. We do have a tier 2 bottom, so this can't be mega creeps at least.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They would be pretty happy just taking 2 lanes and then going back, as Roche could be spawning up as well in 20 seconds.
They do glyph this tower. They get the racks down in time. FBC looking for a blind blink stun. Doesn't quite connect. The Sprout's there to protect the melee racks for a bit longer. Jeezy with the interruption. 2 seconds for the Gyrocopter. Mikey already initiates Kachal. Jumping the backline is a Matthew. Here comes the Sven. Sven forces the Night Stalker to go away. And now they also got the techies coming in with the buyback. Samel gonna be low on HP as well. Does have that Orchid available. But Sven gonna be working with the reality. Meanwhile, Kachal jumping to the backline. He's gonna go down. They're gonna lose the Night Stalker. And Sven's gonna be keeping going on. He takes down another. Just crits him down to death. And Miracle continues. But they also do have that Sven ulti ran its course. Kachal low down coming up the backline. Going for the Sprout. Doesn't quite hit anybody there. Kachal with the AoE silence. But Sven, even with no ulti, Kachal in trouble. That's going to be a Night Stalker down for 90 seconds. Samel jumping in as well. Nigma Galaxy, they can smell victory, and they're going to achieve it if they can just get this Gyrocopter out of the way. And that is GG, and a clean 3-0 sweep. Nigma Galaxy, congratulations.
Beautiful performance here by them. Every single game, handedly in their control all the way. They just looked very dominant all the way through, showing up and just showing Winter Bears how to play some Dota, and did a great job every single game. Miracle ending the series on a 12-0-8 Sven. Beautiful last pick for them there. It just countered out the Gyrocopter so hard in the fights. You could see Gyrocopter just couldn't win the toe-to-toe fight. And on top of that, he also couldn't keep up with the farm pace of the Sven. He just got absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, like even the Gyrocopter, like he had more hero damage at the end of the game compared to the Sven by 2,000, but still the impact was much more noticeable by Miracle in this game. The setups that they had, Kuro voice commanding, microing his team, let's set up here for a gank, someone's going to walk in here, snap, they got a kill. Every time they went for an aggressive move on Winter Bear, Nigma Galaxy would outnumber them, outmaneuver them. So just this is really deserving of that 3-0 victory for Nigma Galaxy. This was a wonder to watch, but you got to hand it down to Winter Bear. This was a tough opponent to fight against, and the only team they would lose to in this qualifier.
Yeah, definitely. They were the second strongest team. They do get the consolation prize here of prize money as well, but they do not earn the qualification slot. That's going to go to Nigma Galaxy, and ultimately I think Winter Bear, what kind of did them in is that maybe they didn't have enough flexibility in styles and enough depth to their abilities to play different styles of Dota. And Nigma, they felt like they just kind of shoved them into a very, very uncomfortable spot in the draft phase. Like last game here, this draft just felt rough already after like the first 3 pick bans. You kind of saw where the game was going to go. And Nigma, they just executed on that draft as well. The theory was there and the execution as well.
And that closes out the MENA qualifiers. Thank you so much, people, for tuning in. This has been a blast. This was a fun last 3 days here, sharing the time here with you, Waga. You've been amazing. You've been great to work with. And
likewise to you.
Thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun. But as we are closing out this qualifier, I do want to remind you all of you people. SCA and East Europe are still going on. I think we have the SCA, maybe even grand finals going on. Actually, yeah, the lower bracket finals might still be going with Team Darlang versus Talon Esports. Go check that one out. That's on the C channel. And then, of course, we have the East European ones on the main channel. So do tune into those. The Dota never stops. Thank you so much, Waga. Your last thoughts, and then we will close the show.
Yeah, I'm just, happy to watch this Dota here. I'm excited to see what FBC and Matthew have done in Nigma. Is my big takeaway from this qualifier is that those two, they're a duo to look out for on that off lane. They play really, really solid. And overall, Nigma, they looked very disciplined in a lot of these games. So I'm hyped to see how it's going to go for them now that they've qualified through this first phase here.
Yeah, and how do things go down with PSG Quest waiting for them as an invitee in the Swiss stage, and of course Falcons in the next phase after that. So MENA have their 3 representatives. We're going to close out the show. Thank you everybody for watching, and thank you so much. But until the next time, this was T-Panda and Waga. Take care of yourselves. Goodbye. Have a great day.